Chapter 251 Blue Giant. Luffy. In the vast area of the castle, Ounce was seen stepping on the ground quickly with his feet, while Zoro kept avoiding. Robin, who rushed here and stood not far away to watch, couldn't help but sigh, such a big guy can do it so fast, it's really speechless. Nami complained, is it time to sigh now? Lin Hai, go help Zoro, it would be unimaginable if he gets stepped on. Hey! Lin Hai asked, Chopper, go over there later. Before he finished speaking, Chopper had already run away. Nami put her hands on her waist and asked, I say, you guy, are you listening to me? Lin Hai put his arm around Nami's waist and replied, of course I'm listening, don't worry, Zoro is not that bad, let them practice. Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai and asked, then what are we doing here? Let's go together. Hey! Lin Hai quickly grabbed Nami and Robin who were about to go over and said, I told you to let them practice. Boom boom boom. Not far away, Ounce simply stepped on the ground, causing a huge noise nearby. At this time, Zoro jumped to a place, holding two swords, and chopped directly on Ounce's feet. The huge force made Ounce slip. Zoro thought the opportunity had come, three swords style. Ounce, who took advantage of the situation to fall, said directly, I'll crush you like this. Zoro quickly jumped away, which was really speechless, but the experienced Zoro quickly jumped into the dust, causing Ounce to lose his sight. Damn it! Ounce looked for it, it's all smoke and I can't see clearly. Three swords style. Zoro in the smoke knew that Ounce's hands and feet were as flexible as Luffy, so he chose this way, 108 treble wind. A quick slash went straight to Ounce's face. But Ounce still avoided it. It's so dangerous. Ounce jumped back and stared at Zoro. This scene made Zoro speechless, did you dodge again? Bastard monster! Ounce said, little guy, you actually hid secretly. Before he finished speaking, Zoro took a deep breath, held his two swords in front of him, and said, bastard monster, dare to take my move. Ounce, oh, come on. Swish. Zoro appeared under Ounce, two swords, climb the stairs. Two brutal slashes were seen slashing upwards from below Ounce, and Ounce leaned back at a high speed, bastard. Ounce was furious and jumped into the sky, guess what? Frankie on the side immediately exclaimed, be careful. Zoro did not dodge, one gunlaluo, two gunlaluo, three sword styles. Pistol. Two gunly slashes. Boom. Zoro actually competed with Ounce in strength. What was incredible was that Ounce's hand was bounced by Zoro. Open. You bastard! Ounce was furious. Just as he was about to punch, he realized that he had stuck his hand into the ground because of too much force. Oh no, I can't pull it out. Ounce couldn't help but get nervous. Three swords. Jumping around in a hurry. Swish. Disappeared. Now it was Zoro's turn to be confused. When Zoro reacted, Ounce had already appeared behind Zoro and used his knee to push Zoro directly into the building. Just as Ounce was about to hit Zoro again, Lin Hai had already appeared behind Ounce. Hey big guy! Lin Hai! Lin Hai, you bastard, where did you go, where is Luffy? Hey Lin Hai, be careful, that big monster is like Luffy, not only flexible, but also can stretch his hands and feet. Frankie and others on the side hurriedly reminded. Lin Hai turned around and said, thank you for your reminder. By the way, the salt is useless to Ounce. Don't bother with it. He Mariah said, sleepy bastard, you finally came. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai raised two middle fingers to Mariah again. Everyone. Mariah stared at Lin Hai with bloodshot eyes and yelled, you bastard, you are still so rude, Ounce, kill him for me. Yes, master. Ounce stretched out his right hand, guess. Lin Hai was stunned, and the transformed Luffy appeared in front of him. Bullet. Boom. Luffy in the field stretched out his palm to block the fierce attack from Ounce. Who is it? Ounce looked over. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Luffy, you are a blue giant. Usopp said in surprise, are you really Luffy? Luffy replied calmly, ah, it's me. Lin Hai, step back a little. Lin Hai, isn't this his line? At this time, Moria in the cab wondered, this guy still has the ability to transform? Or Ounce, kill him for me. Oh. Ounce replied loudly, of course, guess it. Luffy in front of him no longer talked nonsense with Ounce, and punched Ounce's chin directly. The huge Ounce was blown away again. In the forest, the zombies grumbled, "Something is flying over here. What is that? Is it a bird? It can't be real. It's Ounce, run!" Boom boom. Ounce's huge body hit the ground with a loud noise, and just as Ounce stood up again, Luffy was already close. Luffy grabbed the horn on Ounce's head and slammed it to the ground, then grabbed Ounce's head and threw it left and right. Amazing! Usopp asked in astonishment, "Is that guy really Luffy? It's unbelievable." Lin Hai replied, "Who else could it be if not Luffy? Those guys are really messing around." Zoro returned to Lin Hai and asked, "But Luffy's image has changed too much, right?" Sanji asked, "Lin Hai, do you know something?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "It should be that a lot of shadows were put into Luffy's body." "Put in a shadow?" Frankie asked in surprise, "Is this possible?" Lin Hai spread his hands, "Why is it impossible? Luffy's shadow has been cut off, so it's natural to put in someone else's shadow, but there will be some sequelae afterwards." At this time, the castle many people came running outside. "Great, that guy and Ounce are fighting. Look for it now." "How is it, did you find it?" Usopp next to Lin Hai asked, "Are they the people who asked for help in the forest just now?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes, these guys, I really want to chop them all." "Hey!" Chopper said in surprise, "Lin Hai, don't mess around." Tisk. Lin Hai looked at the group of people with annoyance. In order to find their own shadows, these guys stuffed countless shadows into Luffy's body regardless of the consequences. The result was equivalent to seriously overdrawing Luffy's physical strength. The sequelae. A group of guys who talk about loving life and winning sympathy, what's the result? Aren't they still a group of selfish pirates? Thinking of this, Lin Hai glared at the group of people unhappily. Those people were not scared, but Chopper hugged Zoro's thigh in fear. Zoro said speechlessly, "What made you so angry?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Those guys, forget it." Chapter 252 Lovely Perona. What Moria did not expect was that he had completed his most proud masterpiece in all these years, resurrecting the huge Ounce. He originally thought that with Ounce, he, Moria, could use this to crush all opponents. But the result was that he was crushed unilaterally by others. At this time, Moria began to doubt his life. In another place, after Perona was awakened by the zombies in the castle, Perona looked at the scene of Ounce being beaten by Lin Hai in the distance in disbelief. She immediately ordered her men to move the food to the Straw Hat's ship, and then used that ship to run away. But on the way, Perona met one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuma. Looking at the huge bear in front of her, Perona collapsed on the ground in fear, looking up and said, You are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma? A pirate who was famous for his extreme cruelty in the past." After Perona explained, the zombies carrying things nearby immediately exclaimed, "No way! 7 warlords of the sea! How is it possible? A man of the same level as Lord Mariah. Why did he come to Thriller Bark?" Ignoring the whispers around him, Xiong asked Perona expressionlessly, "Are you Mariah's subordinate?" Perona replied incoherently, "Mo, Lord Mariah, no, I have nothing to do with Moonlight Mariah. I am planning to escape from this island now." After a moment of silence, Xiong asked, "If you want to travel, where do you want to go?" Perona was a little confused, but still replied, "What do you want to ask such a question? But if I'm on vacation, I still want to go to the dark, damp and resentful castle and sing the curse song." Perona supported her cheek with one hand and answered intoxicatedly. Seeing this, the zombies exclaimed, "You actually answered, you are worthy of being the ghost princess." No, please cheer up, Perona-sama." After being reminded, Perona reacted and exclaimed, "Were you restrained by the other party?" Perona stood up immediately and made an attacking gesture, "You dare to play tricks on me, I was almost scared by your resounding title. If you want to intimidate me, you are still too early. Under my ability, no one has not knelt down." The bear did not answer her, but turned the book in his hand. Perona was immediately annoyed and said, "Are you listening to me? Your shadow must be very powerful, bear. Look, I will solve you and leave the last gift for Moria-sama, the negative ghost, and then, the special ghost." Perona's ability is indeed buggy, but the world of pirates has never used buggy abilities as the basis for the strength of the strong. "Look, the bear suddenly disappeared from the ground and appeared behind Perona. Before Perona could react, she was slapped away by the bear. In terms of speed alone, Perona was beaten directly. In another place, Ounce was beaten from the castle to the forest, and then from the forest to the castle, and was blasted into the castle again. At this time, the time limit of the shadow in Luffy's body was up. The shadow is out. Nami said to Luffy. Usopp asked, is Luffy okay? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, how can he be okay? He is seriously overdrawn, isn't he? The Straw Hat Pirates hurried to Luffy to observe his condition, and the pirates whose shadows were taken away looked at the fallen Ounce and couldn't help but jump for joy. Is this not a dream? Is it really a victory? Yes, the Star of Hope won. Ounce and Mariah were both knocked down. Oh. Lin Hai looked at these guys with contempt. Only Luffy is kind-hearted, or is this what Luffy hopes for? The result is to defeat Moria and take back the shadow, without caring about the process? Luffy, cheer up! Usopp, Chopper and others shouted beside Luffy. The pirates also came over, and one of them said, it's all our fault. Is he okay? The captain of this group, Lola, said, physical fatigue is extraordinary. After all, one person's body exerted the combat power of 100 people. Lin Hai looked at Lola and asked, you know it very well, stay away from here. Lola said, we all apologize to your captain for messing with us, but, we really want to take back Shadow. Lin Hai was too lazy to pay attention, stood up and said, hurry up and stay away from here. Don't blame me if you accidentally hurt him. Usopp looked up and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Lin Hai said speechlessly, use your brains to think about it. That's a zombie. If you don't chop off his head, will he die? No way. So. Everyone looked at Ounce who had fallen to the ground with cold sweat, and saw Ounce stand up again. Ah! Ounce stood up again. How can his body still move after such a fierce attack? How could this happen? It's over now. The Straw Hat Boy, who was highly expected by everyone, has fallen. The shadows that are our trump cards have all been used up. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I say, what kind of virtues are you all? You are so afraid of death. Why did you go out to sea in the first place? Stay away from here. At this time, Ounce said, it doesn't hurt or itch. Lola shed tears and shouted unwillingly, asshole. Sure enough, there is no chance of winning against zombies by relying on strength alone. It has reached the limit. It seems that we can't get rid of this dark life. Give up, staying here will only lead to death, let's go back to the forest quickly, back to the dark forest again. Lin Hai was speechless, it seemed that what he said just now was in vain, these people seemed to have a mental breakdown. Damn, ignore this group of people. Space field. At this time, Lin Hai made a move. Swish. Lin Hai appeared in front of Ounce. Ounce said, little guy, watch me beat you up. Lin Hai ignored Ounce's words and took action directly, one sword flow, cut the cake. Because Ounce has Luffy's shadow, he naturally has Luffy's excellent speed and judgment ability. He immediately tilted his head back to avoid Lin Hai's horizontal slash. However, Lin Hai is now in the ability field, and Lin Hai in the ability field can think of anywhere, just like teleporting, plus the prediction of observation haki, Ounce, how can he hide? He is just a zombie without haki. The forest in front of Ounce had disappeared, and appeared behind Ounce. A shocking sword energy pierced the sky from the back of Ounce's neck. Before everyone could react, Ounce's huge head separated. Boom! Boom! First, there was a sound of the head hitting the ground, followed by the sound of the body falling to the ground. A black shadow also floated out of Ounce's body and returned to Luffy's body on Usopp's legs. Everyone reacted and exclaimed, what happened? Chapter 253 What a terrible nightmare! Ah! Ounce's head! Who the hell is he? He's so powerful! Such a big monster has finally been defeated. Yahoo! This time we finally won! The pirate group led by Lola on this island was overjoyed when they saw Ounce was defeated. Usopp also exclaimed, Luffy, your shadow is back, look. Luffy, lying on the ground, replied, yes, it's true. Brook looked at Ounce, who was lying on the ground and couldn't move at all, and said, what is this exciting feeling? Straw Hat Boys, arigato. Arigato, Straw Hat Boys. Stop making so much noise. Lin Hai turned around and shouted, didn't we say it early in the morning? We are not doing this for you, thank you for nothing. The pirates didn't care and said, anyway, thank you. Lin Hai said speechlessly, assholes, be quiet, it's not over yet. Robin echoed, the controller of the shadow is Mariah. He didn't ask the shadow to return to the owner, and the stolen shadow will not come back. Chopper asked in confusion, didn't Luffy's come back? Robin replied, look, Sanji's hasn't come back yet, unless the zombies that are hosting him are completely defeated, purified, or like Ounce just now. After Robin's explanation, the pirates led by Lola were silent. Shadow? By the way, it has to be as soon as possible. Lola continued, let's wake Mariah up and let him return our shadow. Lin Hai, this woman who has grown so ugly, is her head filled with water? She actually said such a thing. At this time, Mariah, who came out of the cab, stood up and said, I don't need you to wake me up. Mariah. Luffy was ready to stand up and challenge again. Usopp quickly grabbed Luffy, I said your body is like this, leave it to Lin Hai. But Luffy was a little unwilling. Lin Hai turned his head and said speechlessly, don't say but, to be a good captain, you must listen to the crew. Luffy, I understand. Hey. Chopper said in surprise, is it done? Sanji looked at Luffy with fish eyes and took the big chicken leg thrown by Lin Hai, and ate it with abandon. Everyone. At this time, Lola looked at Moria and said, since you woke up, it's just right. No, if you don't want to be beaten by the Straw Hat Boys, return all our shadows quickly. That's right, return it to us quickly, you bastard. Lin Hai really didn't know how to respond. Mariah turned to look at the group of people and laughed, this is not a fight between children. For real pirates, death is not a threat at all. I didn't expect that the Straw Hat Boys and his gang were connected with you, a group of stray dogs living in the forest, but I also figured out why he could increase his strength. You dared to use the power of my shadow, it's really hateful. Lola said excitedly, stop talking nonsense, give us our shadow back. Mariah was too lazy to pay attention to him, but said to the Straw Hats, you bastards, you actually made my thriller bark into such a miserable state. Luffy said, who told you to hinder our navigation? No, no, no. Lin Hai said, I said Mariah, don't you understand? I'm not looking for trouble with you because of those things, but because you, a madman, actually went to dig people's graves and forcibly took people's shadows. In my hometown, your behavior is outrageous to both humans and gods. Moria retorted, nonsense, pirates have always been the law of the jungle, you bastard, you actually made my years of hard work like this. Moria looked at Ounce, who had become a real corpse under his feet, and Moria couldn't help but be furious. This was more hateful than messing up his territory. Since you disagree. Lin Hai looked at Moria and said dangerously, then there is no point in talking. So, are you ready to die? Moria was stimulated by Lin Hai's invisible domineering aura. He was not afraid, but full of anger and said with bloodshot eyes, sleeping god bastard, you also prepare to die for me, you actually made my most proud masterpiece like this, he. Suddenly, Moria spread his hands, and dozens of black tubes appeared under his feet, quickly spreading out to the surroundings. Moria laughed crazily, do you think you understand zombies? Today I will show you the horror of zombies and give you the most terrifying nightmare. Zombies have immortal bodies. Even if they are purified, they can be reused endlessly. I will lead this army of death and embark on the journey of becoming the Pirate King again. You should feel honored to have your shadows used by me. Luffy said, it's me who can become the Pirate King. Lin Hai turned his head and said speechlessly, the mouth is on him. Is it meaningful to have a verbal battle with him? Speaking of Chopper. Chopper asked in confusion, what's wrong? Lin Hai pointed at Moria and said to Chopper, this guy is mentally ill. Give him some medicine and see if he can be saved. Everyone. Moria laughed, sleepy bastard, you are still so rude. Soon, I will show you what a nightmare is. Lin Hai couldn't help but raise his two middle fingers again and pointed at Moria and said, what a terrible nightmare. Everyone. Nami slapped her forehead and said, Chopper, give Lin Hai some medicine. Chopper. At this time, all the shadows of the zombies on the island were sucked into the black tubes that spread out from Moria's feet and merged into Moria himself. Come on, all the shadows on Thriller Bark, become my power, the gathering place of shadows. Moria shouted with red eyes. Moria's body slowly swelled up. Usopp and Chopper immediately hugged each other. It's so scary, what is this? Ah, monster, everyone, think of a way. At this time, Moria looked at Luffy with a playful look and said, Straw Hat Boy, there are about 100 shadows injected into your body just now, right? Then 100, 200 hee 1,000. Except for a few people, everyone else looked at Mariah, whose size had increased several times, in fear. Everyone knew the combat power of Luffy when he was joined by 100 shadows. Now Mariah, who has joined 1,000 shadows, is so powerful that he dare not imagine it. Chapter 254 Look at what you can do. Hee Mariah, whose body has become extremely huge, couldn't help but feel proud. And the people around him, seeing Mariah like this, were all panicked. 1,000 shadows were sucked into Mariah's body. This guy? No way. It's over, what is that? The Straw Hat Boy with 100 shadows can easily kill Ounce, and his 10 times is how powerful is that body. Is it really different from the capacity of the ability user himself? It's over. Ah, run away quickly. At this time, Moria, who had roared a few times, raised his fist and hit the ground, and a part of the ground of the entire island began to crack. Linhai exclaimed, Wow, this strength is really good, Luffy, see, this is what a strongman is. Usopp exclaimed, Be serious, bastard, what time is it? Nami also echoed, Can you stop looking like you don't care? Linhai replied, Don't worry, how about I use my ability to find a hole to hide? Sanji immediately roared, You bastard, believe it or not, I will kick you to death. Come on. Linhai said speechlessly, It's just one Shishibukai, look how scared you are, all of you step back, step back, step back. Everyone. Zoro, who was on the side, felt Moria's breath very calmly and said, You didn't realize that Moria was almost out of control and could no longer control himself. Robin also replied calmly, It seems that due to anger and stupid self-esteem, he misjudged his ability. Linhai waved his hand and said, Everyone, today I will show you a trick, the fantasy journey of Linhai beating up the Shishibukai. Before he finished speaking, Moria had already clenched his fist and smashed the Straw Hat Pirates. Space Net. Usopp said confusedly, Why? Why can't Moria's hand move forward? Sanji also asked curiously, In theory, even if it blocks it, there should be a loud noise, right? Chopper echoed, Why is there no sound? Brook was like a motionless skeleton, SHH, how did he do it? Zoro was sweating coldly and muttered, Linhai, you guy. He. Mariah panted and said, Sleepy bastard, let's see how many times you can take it. As he said that, Mariah was ready to raise his fist and hit Linhai again. But Linhai had already started, swish. Linhai disappeared from the spot and appeared on Moria's round belly, kicking hard, space foot. Spit it out. Ka. In the space in front of Moria's belly, a huge mirror-like scene appeared, in a net-like shape. This kick was real damage. Even if he was a natural ability user, no matter how he was elementalized, as long as he was within the force range, he could only passively accept this attack, not to mention Moria. At this time, Moria, who had resisted Linhai's kick, felt like he had drunk too much alcohol, and the shadows spit out a lot from his mouth. However, because of this, Moria, who spit out part of the shadow, became more clear-headed. When he saw Linhai was about to kick him again, Moria quickly responded, Fragmented bats. Suddenly, Linhai, who fell back to the ground and was about to hit Moria again, suddenly had a large number of bats around him, and then turned into a box. Space field. Dang. Shadow box. The box composed of shadows closed. As expected of the 7 warlords of the sea, they all have some hidden skills. Smash it. Mirai raised his fist and slammed the box made of shadows. Linhai. The Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but worry. And those pirates who looked back immediately covered their faces with their hands, we were hit directly. The fist that smashed the island. At this time, Mariah, who had punched, was not relieved, and raised his foot to step on the shadow box. This is baptism. A young man like you, who is arrogant in this sea area, will end up like this. This is the end of fighting against the 7 warlords of the sea. To be a human in this world, you must abide by the law. If you are a big tree, you will be crushed to pieces. Mariah, who was stepping and venting his anger, suddenly froze. Lin Hai had appeared in front of Mariah and looked at Mariah with interest. Mariah was like seeing a ghost, his eyes bulged, and he exclaimed, "How did you get out, you bastard?" Usopp suddenly realized, I know, when Lin Hai was locked up, the ability field was turned on. Sanji nodded and said, "Indeed, I saw it just now." Chopper said with tears in his eyes, "Why didn't I eat the space fruit at the beginning? I envy Lin Hai's ability oh. Luffy pouted and said, "Tisk, I think the rubber fruit is the best." Brook on the side was confused. If he remembered correctly, Lin Hai was the user of the thunder fruit, right? At this time, Lin Hai in front of Moria wiped his hair with both hands and said, "How to get out? Just come out if you want to, look at what you can do." Swoosh! Lin Hai suddenly disappeared from Moria's sight. Moria said speechlessly, "Asshole." Just as Moria began to look for Lin Hai's location, Lin Hai had already appeared in front of Moria's belly and kicked him hard again. This time, Moria was directly pushed into the castle by Lin Hai. The huge impact force directly knocked down the building hundreds of meters high. What was incredible was that the fallen building hit Moria's belly. Such an impact force was beyond Moria's ability to bear, so that all the shadows he had just sucked in were spit out. The shadow is back. Really, the shadow is really back, ha ha ha. Yoo-hoo, no longer have to be afraid of Chow Yang, there is a shadow. The dark life in the forest is finally over, so good, so good. Weavy looking at the cheering pirates, Frankie burst into tears, you guys are really not easy, Weavy, I'm not crying, Baga, don't look over here, Weavy. Sanji looked at Frankie speechlessly, I can't stand it. Zoro asked in confusion, Lin Hai, the matter is not resolved, why do you still have this expression? Originally, Lin Hai wanted to go over and send Mariah to heaven directly, but there was already a person sitting on the top of the collapsed building. If I remember correctly, that person is Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, right? After all, that figure is too easy to recognize. Lin Hai turned around and said, be quiet, the matter is not resolved yet. Didn't Mariah get knocked down? Yes, our shadows are back, Straw Hat Pirates, thank you. However, some people followed Lin Hai's gaze and noticed a person sitting on it, and everyone looked over curiously. Chapter 255 Let's start with you. Seeing a person sitting on a building not far away, Nami asked first, Lin Hai, do you know who he is? Sanji also asked, he should not be an ordinary person, otherwise Lin Hai's expression would not be so serious. Lin Hai simply replied, Shishibukai. Shishibukai. Everyone shouted. Usopp asked hurriedly, Lin Hai, did you recognize the wrong person? How could there be 2 Shishibukai on the same island at the same time? At this time, Robin said, if I am not mistaken, he should be Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shishibukai with Moria. Why is he here? Usopp exclaimed, how is it possible? Spare me, another Shishibukai? Too scary. On the side, Lola came back to his senses and said, that's right, a pirate who is as huge as Moria, known as the Tyrant, the Shishibukai, Bartholomew Kuma. As soon as Lola explained, the pirates around her covered their heads with their hands and shouted in disbelief, is he the Tyrant Kuma? I heard that he is extremely cruel. Before everyone could stop exclaiming, the bear sitting on the high ground, the Den Den Mushi in his hand had already started talking. A male voice came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. I see, is that so? Did the ominous premonition come true? Kumo replied, it seems so. The man on the other end of the Den Den Mushi said, it's not easy to decide Crocodile's successor. If another Shishibukai position is vacant at this time, it will be difficult. He still has a breath, right? Kumo, I don't know. Den Den Mushi, as long as he still has a breath, we hope to wait for him to recover and continue to serve as Shishibukai for the time being, and then take measures. If they are killed one by one like this, the name of Shishibukai will lose its majesty. This news must not be known to the world. It's really a headache. Do you understand what I mean? There must be no witnesses to Moria's defeat. The world government has issued a special order to you to wipe out everyone who stays on the island, including the Straw Hat Boys. Kumo, it's a small matter. The words on the other end of the Den Den Mushi were faintly heard by people nearby. Usopp exclaimed immediately, Eliminate us? No way. Everyone, what should we do? At this time, everyone held their breath and stared at the standing bear, waiting for his decision. The standing bear looked at Mariah, who was lying in a place and didn't know whether he was dead or alive, and then looked at the Straw Hat Pirates and those pirates. This depressing atmosphere made everyone swallow their saliva. Finally, some pirates couldn't stand this kind of oppression and panicked. Hey, he wants to wipe us out? Now. Is it us? Why? How could this happen? It was not easy to free myself from Mariah's ability just now. At this time, Lin Hai, who was standing in one place, knew that Xiong was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army and served as a Shishibukai for some purpose, but these were none of his business. If Xiong wanted to test or something, Lin Hai didn't want to cooperate with him at all. If you want to fight, then fight. This is not a joke, and there is no such thing as pity and friendship. There is no need. When Xiong made a decision, Lin Hai quickly communicated with the system, Fengseo system, take a look at Xiong's personal interface. Fengseo system, 7 warlords of the Sea Bartholomew. Xiong, rating, SS. Superman system. Meatball fruit ability user, a super cyborg who is about to be completed. Currently, Lin Hai's rating is still S+, but nothing is absolute. If he gambles his life, he is confident that he can kill Xiong. After browsing, Lin Hai directly turned off the system, because at this time, Xiong had already started to act. And Lin Hai stood in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. Although the Straw Hat Pirates didn't say anything about this scene, they vaguely realized their own problems in their hearts. That is, they must become stronger, and stronger. At this time, Xiong took off his gloves, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Xiong appeared among the pirates led by Lola. Nanny. Lola turned her head and saw the pirates holding their swords in a fighting position. It appeared, so huge. When did he appear? Frankie behind Lin Hai was surprised and said, I see, is he teleporting now? Usopp was surprised and said, this kind of opponent is too scary, too scary. Lin Hai was speechless and said, I say, can you be a little more capable? Stop shaking there, I'm still here. Chopper quickly hugged Lin Hai's legs, you bastard, you have to protect me. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, hurry up and stand with Luffy and the others. It's very dangerous to stay with me. Before he finished speaking, Chopper and Usopp ran to Luffy obediently. And Zoro asked, Lin Hai, can you do it alone? Tisk. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, don't be so nagging, you don't know how to be domineering, hurry back. Damn it. Zoro was really unwilling, but he also knew to do what he could. At this time, the pirates saw that Xiong was silent, so they shouted. Damn it, we finally regained our freedom, how can we die at this time? That's right, we won't let anyone get in our way again, it's time for the sailing, let's go together and kill him. That's right, kill him. Lola said quickly, stop, the opponent is too strong. Ah. The pirates who were already scared out of their wits could no longer hear Lola's words, but shouted to give themselves courage and rushed towards Xiong. At this time, Xiong directly slapped the pirates rushing over with one palm, boom boom. The group of pirates were blown away directly, and at the same time, a long groove appeared on the ground. For this, Lin Hai was too lazy to help those pirates. First, Lin Hai had no friendship with them. Second, those guys selfishly gave Luffy a shadow without considering the consequences. Third, these pirates were just playing house. The bear attacked them, not necessarily because he was dissatisfied with what they did to Luffy. Swish! Suddenly, Xiong appeared behind Lin Hai. Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, be careful. Usopp was surprised and said, why? Why did he look for Lin Hai? Is it because of the defeat of Moria just now? Sanji also reminded, Lin Hai, be careful of his hands, those people's bodies seem to be pierced by something just now. Lin Hai waved his hand and turned to look at Xiong, saying, can't you just pretend that you didn't see us? Can't you just take Moria back to report? They won't talk nonsense. Sleepy God Lin Hai. Xiong did not answer Lin Hai's words, but said, let you start. Lin Hai's face darkened. Did this guy take his words as bullshit? Start with me. Lin Hai raised his head and replied dangerously, have you never thought that 2 Shishibukai will fall on this island today? A faint aura of domineering color surrounded the surroundings. This atmosphere made some pirates sit on the ground in fear, and they had no fighting spirit at all. At this time, Lin Hai and Xiong confronted each other. Chapter 256 High-End Battle. 2 Shishibukai fell? On this island? When Lin Hai said this, both the Straw Hat Pirates and the pirates were frightened and doubted their lives. There were Shishibukai in front of them, and they dared to provoke them like this. Everyone thought that Lin Hai had a problem with his brain. At this time, Lola picked up that set again. She said, "It's really fate. For many years, we have been enduring Moria's rule in the dark forest. After finally seeing the light of day again, another Shishibukai appeared and wanted to wipe out all of us. Too despicable bastard, doesn't he know that the Straw Hat Pirates have just experienced a hard battle? Even if the situation is unfavorable, we who still have strength left will fight you to the end. You beat our companions like this." Lin Hai turned his head speechlessly and said, "Don't talk nonsense there. If you think going to sea makes you so painful, why do you still go to sea?" As he said, Lin Hai played a sword flower and looked at Xiong. "Didn't they say that they would start with me? I just don't know if it will be the fall of 2 Shishibukai, or my journey will end here." Hee hee. Nami slapped her forehead. "What else can't scare you, you guy?" For a while, Lin Hai and Xiong confronted each other again. Because they were both masters among masters, speed, strength, and angle issues became the top priority, especially because both of them had strong observation haki, so neither of them took the initiative. At this time, Xiong suddenly said, "The evaluation of you from above is very high. I heard that there are several decent subordinates on the Straw Hat Boys' ship." Before he finished speaking, Frankie and Usopp became embarrassed. No. Lola said speechlessly, "Is it time for everyone to be embarrassed now?" Lin Hai on the side was too lazy to explain, "What subordinates, or not, boring." Xiong continued, "You have caused a lot of commotion, and it is not only the captain who has become famous unknowingly." Lin Hai raised his head and replied, "I am not interested in these. Since you want to use me as a scapegoat, be careful." As he spoke, Lin Hai pointed his knife at the ground with one hand. Suddenly, Lin Hai took action. Clang! Lin Hai slashed a quick blow from bottom to top, straight at the bear's face. Swish! The bear suddenly disappeared, and the huge building behind him was split in two by Lin Hai's sword energy like tofu. At this time, the dodging bear had appeared behind Lin Hai, and he was ready to hit Lin Hai with a palm. But just as the bear was about to strike, Lin Hai had disappeared from the spot. According to the breath from the observation haki, the bear quickly turned his head and slapped upward, but that was a residual image of Lin Hai, because Lin Hai reappeared at the bear's feet, and slashed diagonally upward with an extreme slash. However, Lin Hai's slash was also avoided by the bear. The fight between the two was a high-end fight as soon as they started. The people watching on the side were stunned, and everyone doubted whether this was something a human could do. Boom boom boom. In the distance, there was a sound of a building collapsing, which was cut off by Lin Hai's sword energy. Frankie asked in a daze, "Everyone, this kind of battle?" Usopp said in surprise, "Everyone, look over there, what is the symbol engraved on the wall? Is he a capable person?" But at this time, someone exclaimed, "Look at his palm, meatball. Why is there a on the palm of a human?" The bear replied, "The power to bounce everything off, I am the capable person of the meatball fruit." As he said, the bear spread his palm for everyone to see. Lin Hai was speechless. It was just the meatball fruit, what was there to show off? Lin Hai was also the capable person of the space fruit and the thunder fruit. Did Lin Hai show off? Meatball man. Sanji was also speechless. Usopp said, "The name of this fruit is too harmonious, right? Is there a healing system for devil fruits?" Lin Hai was speechless again. How could the meatball fruit be associated with the healing system? Frankie said nonchalantly, "I really don't understand whether he is a Shishibukai or a merciful one. It's no big deal if this guy doesn't do well." Before he finished speaking, a bear paw-shaped air cannon suddenly penetrated Frankie's front at a high speed. Boom! The Straw Hat Pirates turned their heads mechanically to look. "Frankie!" Chopper hurried to Frankie and shouted, "Take a deep breath, breathe." Usopp said in horror, Frankie's front was bounced back. Nami exclaimed, "What a trick!" Robin replied, "Is he ejecting the atmosphere? Ordinary cannons should have no effect on Frankie. This is a pressure cannon, which ejects the atmosphere at an extreme speed to generate shock waves and penetrate objects. Bear turned his head and looked at Frankie and said, "Cyborg Frankie, is this all your strength?" "Hey, hey!" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "What are you doing?" "That bear, if you don't want to fight, just let us go." Suddenly, the bear stuck its feet into the ground, and it seemed that it was ready to perform a move. Lin Hai's face turned black again. Space field. After the little episode just now, the atmosphere in the field became tense again. "Lin Hai, be careful. It's terrible. The shock wave that bounces the atmosphere is many times stronger than a cannon. If you get hit, don't scream, believe in Lin Hai." The Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but worry. After all, Kuma's ability was too buggy, and he could teleport. At this time, Lin Hai, who had opened the space field, once again performed a move that he hadn't used for a long time. Lin Hai leaned forward, his right hand facing forward, with his middle finger, index finger and thumb together, his palm facing forward, and his left hand on his waist, with his index finger and thumb together, his palm facing up. Only the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, except Frankie, understood this weird posture. Zoro muttered, "Will this move work?" Sanji replied, "It should work, right?" Luffy remained silent on the side, watching the battle between Lin Hai and Kuma seriously, and no one knew what he was thinking at this time. At this time, Kuma took action, fierce pressure cannon. The dense pressure cannons in the shape of bear paws shot towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai raised his left hand, distort space, move the world. The people on the side couldn't help swallowing their saliva and looked at the result attentively. Lin Hai did not disappoint everyone. This move directly dissolved all the pressure cannons that Xiong shot continuously. "Good job! Kyunkan Dazwin, Kyunkan Dazwin." No one expected that the space fruit would be played by Lin Hai. At this time, Luffy said, "Everyone, Lin Hai has always been so outstanding, we have to work hard too." Woohoo! Usopp shed a drop of sweat. He must not compare himself with Lin Hai, otherwise he would be mentally broken. In the field, Kuma, who fired countless pressure cannons, was very surprised that his moves were actually resolved head-on by such a young guy. Seeing this, he stopped, but just when he stopped, he was stunned and quickly blocked his neck with his palm. Chapter 257 Dimension Slash. When Bartholomew Kuma fired the pressure cannon, he was in Lin Hai's ability field. Seeing that his moves were resolved one by one, Kuma naturally stopped to find out what was going on, but after he stopped, there was no reason for Lin Hai not to fight back, right? Space Exchange Slash. At once, the positions of Lin Hai and Xiong changed at the same time, but Xiong had excellent observation haki and physical reaction ability, and he quickly stretched out his palm to block Lin Hai's unexpected sword. What Lin Hai didn't expect was that his slash was actually blocked by someone's palm. Why could the bear's palm block sharp weapons? Now Lin Hai believes in the abnormal physical fitness of Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. However, things are far from over. The bear is the user of the meatball fruit, which can deflect all forces, including swords. This was completely beyond Lin Hai's expectations. Boom boom. Just Lin Hai had just used so much strength, but was directly bounced back. As a result, Lin Hai was directly bounced into the building of the castle, causing a huge noise. The battle between the two was beyond everyone's expectations. The contrast was really too great. Lin Hai, who was in the upper hand just now, was now inexplicably blasted into the building. "Lin Hai, are you okay? What happened?" That Shishibukai seemed to just block with his hands. "Why? This should be the ability of the meatball fruit, rebound everything." Everyone suddenly understood after Robin explained. Usopp held his head with both hands and exclaimed, He is invincible, isn't he? Even Lin Hai's slash was bounced out. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground unconsciously. Isn't this too exaggerated? Boom boom. Lin Hai, who was in the building, was pressed by a huge rock. He pushed the rock away with one hand and smashed it to other places, causing another noise. Lin Hai looked up at the bear, ashamed and angry. Damn it. A light blue domineering aura was automatically emitted when Lin Hai was angry. The bear in the distance was stunned. Domineering aura? As expected of his son, such a person is willing to follow him. However, at this time, Lin Hai had no intention of listening to the bear's whispers, but to use his own unique style. If he didn't chop the bear, where would his face be? Space field. Lin Hai returned to not far from the bear and used his ability again. At this time, Lin Hai did not use the space exchange as before. He raised his sword with his right hand, stretched his left hand in front of his eyes, and put his index finger, middle finger and thumb together again, and rotated his palm forward to point to himself. This scene not only confused the people watching on the side, but also confused the bear. Is this a defensive move? But the bear didn't make a move. As for the bear who was confronting Lin Hai, he knew from his observation haki that Lin Hai had only slashed forward. He did not understand what tricks Lin Hai was trying to play, so he chose to wait and see. If the bear could foresee the future, he would not be so calm, but unfortunately he could not. At this moment, Lin Hai slashed at the air in front of him. Dimensional slash. Puff. A shocking scene appeared, with a knife mark on the shoulder of the bear, revealing the unknown alloy. Why? Why was he slashed? What happened? He just slashed forward, why was Bartholomew Bear's shoulder slashed? Isn't this the point? Look at his shoulder, he is also a cyborg. The pirates who did not know the situation exclaimed. The Straw Hat pirates on the side were also shocked by Lin Hai. How did he do it? Usopp was the first to exclaim, now is not the time to be amazed, Lin Hai, be careful. Perhaps because of being chopped by Lin Hai, Bartholomew Bear activated the protection program in his body. One of Bear's eyes emitted a red light, and his mouth opened wide. There was nothing wrong with opening his mouth wide. The key was that there were a lot of extremely strong lights around his mouth, as if he was gathering light waves to attack. Lin Hai. Is this rampage? Lin Hai quickly focused, and he must not dodge the prediction of the observation haki, otherwise he would be shot. Calm down, calm down. Got it. At this time, a golden light shot directly at Lin Hai's body. A shocking scene appeared, and a large area of Lin Hai's body was pierced through. The Straw Hat pirates immediately exclaimed. Asshole, damn it! Luffy was the first to get angry, ready to fight with Bear. A light blue domineering haki erupted from Luffy's body. This is... Bear looked at Luffy in surprise, and sighed that he was indeed his son, and he really had this ability. Because of this power, Luffy can't grasp it yet. Although the focus is on Bear, the people around him are randomly affected. For example, Chopper and some of the pirates were stunned. And Sanji and Zoro and others on the side were not feeling well, but fortunately they had felt this power before, and they just shed cold sweat. But at this time, these are not the key points. Lin Hai's body was pierced. Usopp stared at Lin Hai's body blankly, it's not true? Can't avoid it? Lin Hai. Nami covered her mouth with her hand and couldn't speak. And Zoro and Sanji on the side were ready to attack Bear. But at this time, Bear stared at Lin Hai and simply said, he's fine, my attack was avoided. After Bear said this, everyone looked at Lin Hai, and saw that Lin Hai's body was pierced, and blue arcs appeared. Everyone. At this time, Zoro, who was standing aside, had a thought in his mind for some reason. In such a critical moment, Lin Hai took the bear as a test object. What kind of mentality does this guy have? It is really speechless. Yes, in terms of speed, Lin Hai really can't surpass the bear. After all, everyone's observation haki is almost the same. At this extreme speed, if you choose to avoid it, you will be affected by the high temperature brought by the light. So, Lin Hai closed the space field and switched directly to the Thunder Fruit ability form. There are differences in the elementalization of the natural system. Lin Hai is honing himself this time. For example, 2 years later, Smoka's practice of the smoke fruit was really bad. Although it was a natural system, he was hit by haki and suffered real damage directly. This kind of development is low-level development. For example, in the War on the Top, Aokiji was pierced through the abdomen by Whitebeard, but Aokiji was fine and used his ability to fix Whitebeard's knife. Is this because Whitebeard's haki is not as good as Aokiji? That's impossible. When the two are compared, they are obviously different when they are elementalized. A natural system ability user can change the shape of the body by changing its own form, and discard some elements transformed by the body. Those discarded elements are hit by the armed color haki, which does not affect the ability user at all. Even, these discarded elements can be reactivated and used as weapons. Of course, this is an advanced development, and it cannot be done without a certain speed. For example, Caribou, the user of the Swamp Fruit ability 2 years later, Smoky Fruit Smoka and others. At this time, Lin Hai used this point. At this time, Xiang pulled up his clothes and said, "It says that you have 2 devil fruits." I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect that there are really people who have 2 fruits, the space fruit and the thunder fruit. Not only that, you now have 3 colors of domineering, which is really amazing. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "These words are not the point, right? I don't think we need to fight on. The people here won't be stupid enough to run out and say something like the 7 warlords of the sea were defeated. If we really want to fight to the death, neither side will get any good, right?" Xiang also understood that the combat power of the 2 would collapse the island, and Lin Hai was worried about the safety of his companions, fearing that they would be affected in the battle. Xiang himself was worried that if he didn't get Moria away and send him for treatment, he would probably die. At this time, Xiang did not answer Lin Hai's words, but asked, "How did you cut me just now?" Chapter 258 Pia. Because of Xiang's question, the people watching nearby couldn't help but be curious and listened attentively. Lin Hai replied, "I am a space fruit ability user, and I control the space in the ability field. Simply put, it is to exchange the space around you with the space I cut down, and the space itself has not changed, so I cut this side, but I cut your side. Do you understand it this way?" Xiang asked, "You mean, you didn't change the space, but borrowed the dislocated space?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "That's what I mean." Xiang sighed, "What an incredible ability." The people around were all confused and didn't understand what the 2 were talking about. This situation is somewhat similar to the space exchange /, but the phenomenon looks different. This move is still very effective for confusing those who are very confident in their abilities or those who are not aware of the situation, isn't it? After Lin Hai finished speaking, Xiang was silent for a while, and suddenly appeared beside Moria, taking him away in thriller bark. It seems that Xiang has left here. His ability is really useful. Did he bounce himself away? Lin Hai suspected that Xiang not only had a ball of flesh on his palm, but also on his foot, so he could move instantly in the naked eye. At this time, Kuma and Mariah were no longer visible, and some pirates asked tentatively, "Everyone, is that Shishibukai gone?" "I don't know, he just disappeared suddenly." "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Hai turned his head and rolled his eyes and said, "What can happen to me? Hurry up and wake up all the people who fainted on the ground." Bartholomew Kuma took Mariah away. "Really? That's great, we finally survived, woo. So, our nightmare is over? Yoo-hoo. Baga, don't just be happy, come and help. Woo-oh." The pirates led by Lola saw that the Shishibukai had left, and they all happily began to clean up the battlefield, while Lin Hai returned to the Straw Hat Pirates. Patting Luffy on the shoulder, Lin Hai smiled and said, "Not bad, the Conqueror's Haki is activated." "Hey!" Luffy said confusedly, "Conqueror's Haki? Activated? What are you talking about?" "Duan." Nami punched Luffy on the head, "Look at what you did, Chopper was knocked unconscious by you." "What?" Luffy didn't realize that he had just released the Conqueror's Haki. "Is this what I did?" "Hey, Chopper, are you okay?" Lin Hai said with a smile, "What can happen? He just fainted." Seeing that nothing happened, the Straw Hat Pirates immediately relaxed. Nami and Usopp immediately sat on the ground and cried, "The 7 warlords are so scary." Brook sighed, "This is really bad for the heart." "Ah, although I don't have a heart at all, yo ho ho ho." Sanji looked at the sky that was about to brighten and couldn't help but sighed, "After coming to this island, I saw strange creatures and events, but they were all scams created by Moria. Now that he has been defeated, what is this island? It's gone, just like waking up from a nightmare in the morning, everything is gone, what a terrible haunted house." "Is that so?" Lin Hai replied, "I don't think so, don't you think this is a good place? The atmosphere is really great, Moria has a good eye." "That's enough!" everyone shouted. "Hee hee hee." Luffy laughed, "Anyway, we encountered a lot of incredible things this time. By the way, is Chopper awake?" Chopper opened his eyes dazedly and said, What happened to me?" Lin Hai said playfully, "You were stunned by Luffy." Chopper immediately jumped on Luffy, "Asshole, what did you do to me?" Luffy begged for mercy, "I didn't do anything to you." At this time, Lola ran over with everyone. Lola said, "We came here to thank you guys, although it's a little late. We all thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We apologize for meddling in your affairs. When we saw you beat up the zombies, we thought you would definitely win, so we placed our hopes on you. On behalf of the Thriller Bark Victims Association, thank you. We will never forget this kindness. Thank you. Everyone, led by Lola, shouted at the same time. He he he. Luffy laughed and said, don't mind it. Lin Hai, who was on the side, ignored the words of these people. Who was doing this for them? It was really self-indulgent. At this time, one of the pirates who represented them said, just say whatever you want. Although it's not much, we still have some food reserves and gifts. Lola looked up and said happily, compared to this, let me marry you. The Straw Hat Pirates were shocked instantly. Lola had such a big head, that old lady hairstyle, and such a big mouth. She had no figure and no temperament. There were 2 knives stuck in her back. Oh my god! Everyone shouted, no. At this time, Zoro said, didn't Luffy say that? We only fought for our own reasons and saved you by the way. There is no need. Pia. No one could have imagined that Nami would slap Zoro away with a palm. Nami said angrily, what did you say? It's rare for someone to say they want to give us a thank you gift. A person next to Lola said, yeah, let us do something for you, right? Luffy smiled and said, okay, let's have a party then. Pia. Luffy was also slapped away. Nami stepped forward to Lola and her group of pirates, and said with Bailey in her eyes without disguising, really? The pirate understood, and he said, by the way, we will empty all the treasures of Moria for you, what do you think? Let us move them all to your ship. Nami replied with eyes full of Bailey, then I'll leave it to you. At this time, Zoro crawled out of the pile of stone chips and said angrily, Nami. I'm going to chop you. Luffy also crawled out, Nami, what are you doing? I want to have a banquet, I'm hungry. The pirates laughed and said, leave it to us. Chapter 259 Lin has bullshit. After resolving the crisis, after a rest, everyone had a good sleep, and the Straw Hat Pirates and the so-called Victims Alliance gathered together in a relatively intact hall, where everyone started a banquet. I'm starting. With a shout, everyone started eating enthusiastically. It's delicious, I've never eaten such a delicious meal. How many years have we not had a proper meal? It's so good to be alive. Sanji shouted, I have a lot of food, don't leave it for me. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Hai slapped the table and said, where's the wine? I want beer. If you don't bring it, I will kill you. Chopper, Sanji, bring Lin Hai's favorite noodles with a variety of seasonings, or I will kill you. Luffy, yes, I will kill you, you bastard, delicious. Usopp said angrily, bastard Luffy, that's mine. Sanji. Yo-ho-ho, Brook held a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, and sighed, I didn't expect to eat the dishes made by the chef again. It's so delicious that I want to bite my tongue off, ah. Although I don't have a tongue, yo. Frankie slapped the table, asshole, eat quietly. Ah ha ha ha, what an interesting skeleton. Yo-ho-ho. Brook stood up on the chair, then sat down, and replied, really, excuse me. Brook burped, then farted, and then said, yesterday and today I was feasting my mouth, I may be a little fat. Frankie, who was sitting next to Brook, was speechless, and couldn't help but slap the table and started to retort, although I'm just a handful of bones, stop talking nonsense. Yahaha. The pirates who were at the same table with Brook were skeletons are so great. Why can skeletons talk, and they are so funny, ha ha ha. What a skeleton that can tell jokes. Why can you move even though you are a skeleton? Forget it, it doesn't matter, party, party. Ah. Banquet. Ah. Baby. Ah. Come on. Lin Hai turned to Chopper and said, Chopper, don't learn from that gangster in Water City. Look at his behavior. He ran to the table and danced a perverted dance while eating. Before he finished speaking, Frankie turned and asked, are you praising me? How can you be so embarrassed? Lin Hai said speechlessly, did you see it? Now you have seen what shamelessness is, right? Brook, who stepped on the table with Frankie, also turned to look at Lin Hai and asked, are you praising me? I am a skeleton without a face. Skeleton. As he said that, Brook posed. Oh, super. Frankie followed suit. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai went berserk. Kono. Lin Hai took off his shoes and prepared to go over and hit them a few times, but was stopped by Luffy and Usopp. Lin Hai, who was being held back, still had his shoes in his hand and said, "Let me go, I'm going to take pictures of these two perverts and shameless guys." Frankie and Brooke, who were dancing on the table, twisted their bodies proudly and replied at the same time, "Thank you for your compliments." "Ah! I'm so angry," Lin Hai said angrily. Usopp, "No, Lin Hai, we are partners." Luffy also echoed, "Yes, we are partners, don't be violent." Nami, Robin and others on the side, "What is invincible? This is invincible." "Hey, brother." At this time, a pirate asked Lin Hai, "Can you tell us what moves you used at that time? Your figure is like a ghost, it's so handsome." "Yes, brother, explain it to us all." Lin Hai instinctively wiped his hair with both hands, wanting to push the hair up, so that it would be more convenient, but his hair was too smooth, so it didn't work. However, the Straw Hat Pirates knew what Lin Hai wanted to do when they saw his behavior. As long as they gave him some color, he could open a dyeing factory. Lin Hai sat back in his chair and took out a cigar as usual. Then a pistol appeared in his hand and he turned 360 degrees. Bang! Everyone followed the sound and trembled. At this time, Lin Hai took a puff of cigarette and said, "Speaking of that bloody storm." "Bloody storm?" It seems that the wording is not right, right? But everyone didn't take it to heart, but listened carefully. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "This is just a small scene. Let me tell you about the big scene back then." "Big scene? No way, fighting two Shishibukai is still a small scene." "Yeah, so how big was that big scene?" Chopper and Luffy couldn't help but shook Lin Hai's arm, "Hurry up and tell us what kind of big scene it was." "Yes, stop smoking, tell us quickly, you bastard." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Calm down, that happened in the East China Sea." Sanji asked curiously, "Could it be in Windmill Village?" "Luffy." Lin Hai interrupted, "Stop interrupting, listen carefully. I was still a teenager in the East China Sea. At that time, I was fishing on the moon." "What?" Luffy and others asked with bulging eyes and sweat on their foreheads. "Above the moon? Si cake." Sanji was speechless and said, "You are exaggerating, even more outrageous than Usopp." "Usopp, hey, hey." Lin Hai said unhappily, "Chef, don't interrupt me, listen carefully. Do you know why I went to the moon to fish?" Everyone swallowed and shook their heads. Lin Hai took a puff of cigarette with great satisfaction, and then said leisurely, "Because there is a 90,000 meter long fish in the East China Sea." "What? 90,000 meters? Is there such a big fish? What do you use to catch it?" Silk cake, when do you have to eat it?" No, how big a pot do you need to use?" "Luffy, stop drooling, listen carefully to what Lin Hai has to say." Nami, who was on the side, looked at everyone with fish eyes, and couldn't help muttering, "This is obviously nonsense, okay." Hee. Robin chuckled, "Although it's nonsense, it's very interesting." Chapter 260 It's too annoying. Lin Hai's words aroused everyone's interest. Lin Hai, who was sitting in one place, said with emotion, "At that time, there was a 90,000 meter long fish in the East China Sea. A super fish, it is a fish when it is in the sea, but when it leaves the water, it turns into a bird. That bird is called kun, it is 90,000 meters long, spread its wings and fly, covering the sky and the sun." Seeing that everyone swallowed their saliva, they all remained silent and listened to Lin Hai's nonsense. And Lin Hai took a sip of beer and continued, "At that time, I took a fishing rod of 180,000 meters and sat on the moon to fish for this big kun. Do you know how big the bait I used?" Luffy swallowed his saliva and asked with sweat on his forehead, "Use sea kings as bait?" "Tisk." Lin Hai replied, "What is sea king? It's not enough for that fish to fill the gap. To tell you frankly, I used the food that people eat for 100 years as bait. At that time, I caught it. What happened later? It's really amazing, 100 years of food, how much stuff does that have to be? Stop drinking, tell us quickly, you bastard." At this time, Lin Hai said with satisfaction, "After I caught the kun, I was going to cook the big fish with a 40,000 meter long sword. Unfortunately, it's a pity that humans can't make such a long sword. If someone has read Xiao Yao Yu in high school textbooks, they will definitely criticize Lin Hai for being shameless and plagiarizing Zhuang Zhou's story. It's a pity that people in this world don't know it at all. However, Lin Hai's bragging is much more sophisticated than Usopp's, isn't it? This is called true romanticism. Soon, a banquet began in this atmosphere. Music, food, dance. I saw Brooke sitting next to a piano and started to sing Yo Ho Ho. To be honest, Lin Hai wanted to hit him on the head with a shoe. After all, Lin Hai, was from China, and he couldn't appreciate these songs. After all, before he traveled through time, there were too many classic songs in his hometown. Lin Hai, didn't like the tune sung by Brooke. However, even if he didn't like it, Lin Hai, didn't dare to say anything. Because many people here like it. After Brooke talked for a while, Luffy, who was lying on the piano, said, "Hey, Brooke, I know this song. Shanks and others have sung it." Brooke replied, "The pirates in the past have all sung this song, whether it's sad or happy, yo ho ho. The pirates in the past have all sung this song?" Tisk. Lin Hai couldn't help but despise him. Didn't he just want to express his homesickness? A group of pirates who don't produce, treat human life as worthless, and rob people's things, are still playing with feelings? This joke is a bit bad. The world of pirates is really a world that jokes a bit too much. Where is the root cause? Lin Hai, who was on the side, couldn't help but think about this topic. Luffy, who was on the side, smiled and asked Brooke, "Hey, I say, will you join us? Shadow is back, and you are no longer afraid of the sun and can sail." Delaying. Suddenly, Brooke stopped playing, looked up and shouted, I can survive, it's so good. Woo woo woo, it's so good to be alive." The hall was quiet for a while. The Straw Hat Pirates understood that Brooke was still pinned with the unfinished promise of his deceased pirate group. Hee. Luffy smiled and said, "Of course." Brooke said, "Because I have waited for today." "Woohoo, can I be your companion?" Luffy Sanji was shocked with Usopp, such a refreshing promise. Kyoba and Frank were also shocked at the same time. After that, Lin Hai counted his fingers and continued, "You see, we have a foodie on the boat, a lost alcoholic, a liar, a wealth fan, a civet cat, a perverted robot, and a beautiful woman goes up like a beautiful woman. The nostrils spit out 2 breaths, and after a meal, they were suddenly comfortable." After a while, some of Luffy through Brooke, warmly welcome new partners. Welcome musicians. The musician who died with only a bag of bones left. The long-awaited musician. Everyone sat back in their seats, and Robin was the first to laugh. "It's time to get lively again, hee. Nami sighed, "Why are there so many people like this gathered here?" Lin Hai said with a teachable expression, "Now you understand that except for me, the rest of us in our pirate group are not normal people, right?" Sanji couldn't help but said, "You are the most abnormal here, okay?" Ignoring Sanji's anger, Lin Hai wiped his hair with his complacent hands, and said with contempt, "You can be jealous of such an excellent me as much as you want. Anyway, I have been suffering from the jealousy and rejection of others for my handsomeness and excellence that should not be at this age. I have long been used to it." Lin Hai is still pretending to be vicissitudes? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes twitched. Narcissist. Idiot thunder. Idiot space. Sleepy god. Usopp corrected, "Luffy, sleepy god is not an insult, right? It should be said that he sleeps like a pig." Lin Hai spread his hands, Look, you guys continue to be jealous, I don't care, you continue, I can bear it." Luffy and Usopp looked at each other with sweat on their foreheads, and sighed at the same time, "Too shameless." Frankie and Brooke looked at each other, "It's really a good turn of events, retribution is not bad. Is this guy learning so fast?" At this time, Sanji looked at Zoro and asked, "Hey green algae head, don't you say a word to him." Tisk. Zoro took a sip of wine and replied, "Lin Hai said something very right, some people lick beautiful women like pugs when they see them, ha ha ha." "Damn it!" Sanji said angrily, "Lost drunkard." Zoro was also angry, "What are you talking about, bastard?" Sanji, "Lost drunkard." Zoro, "Pug." The two said at the same time, "Want to fight?" After that, the two replied at the same time, "Come on." Usopp on the side, "You two are really in sync." The two said at the same time, What did you say? The two glared at each other and said to Usopp at the same time, who told him? The two who reacted quickly stopped talking and said at the same time face to face, why are you imitating me? Still learning. Again at the same time. The two dared not say anything more, it was really a ghost. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai held his stomach and laughed. Lin Ha's laughter immediately attracted everyone in the field, and everyone burst into laughter. On the side, Zoro and Sanji's faces immediately turned red. Chapter 261. So that's it. The pirates led by Lola were still holding a banquet, and Nami and Lola kept chatting endlessly, so Lin Hai had to take Robin to the shore to watch the night view. The wind was like water, and the night was cool like the moon. Looking at Robin's back, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated, letting the sweat drip from his forehead. A faint sound of joy came from the distance, which was the joy of the pirates who regained their freedom, but Lin Hai and Robin didn't hear it at all. I don't know if it was after a while, Robin suddenly groaned, and Lin Hai was absent-minded for a moment. When he reacted, Lin Hai quickly supported Robin, and the two sat on the blanket taken out from the space backpack. Robin, with a smile on his face, couldn't help hugging Lin Hai's waist and smiled at each other. Looking at the beauty in front of him, with bursts of floral fragrance, Lin Hai gently wiped the sweat from Robin's forehead, and Robin also helped Lin Hai wipe the sweat. Robin. Lin Hai asked softly. Robin asked, what's wrong? Lin Hai scratched Robin's nose and chuckled, it turns out that you are more beautiful than the moon. Feeling the mischievous hand under his armpit, Robin said with a smile, when you are not serious, you are very serious. When you are serious, you are so bad. So bad? Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and asked, how bad? Being stared at by Lin Hai with such aggressive eyes, even though she was as intelligent as Robin, she couldn't resist it. Robin quickly avoided Lin Hai's eyes and whispered, don't you know it yourself? What are you doing? Yet. Robin quickly hugged Lin Hai's neck to avoid falling. Lin Hai smiled evilly and said, Robin, you don't know me well enough, I have worse. In the night, the bright moonlight stretched the two close shadows very long, and the shadows seemed to be dancing, swaying back and forth. 2 days later, at a coast of Thriller Bark, Lola and his pirate group said goodbye to the Straw Hat Pirates. Lola said to Frankie, you are really anxious, setting sail now. Frankie did not answer, but pointed to the big ship next to the Thousand Sunshine and said, you can use Brook's ship, I have repaired the rudder and sails. Lola, thank you so much, we are all taken care of by you, great benefactor, I am so grateful. Lola said, throwing a wink to Frankie, let me marry you as a way of repaying you. Frankie took out a comb, combed her hair, and replied, you are indeed a beauty, but we are still too super not a good match. Lin Hai kicked Sanji not far away, Sanji, you are a good match, I'm not lying to you. Sanji ran away quickly. A pirate on the side said, I really don't want you to leave, let's hold the party for 2 or 3 days before leaving. No. Luffy said with shining eyes, next we will go to Fishman Island, I am looking forward to it, there must be interesting guys there. Sanji immediately excitedly put his hands on his head in a heart shape, and shouted, hurry up and get there, then I will play in the water with the beautiful mermaid girl, oh. Brook asked, can I see the mermaid lady's underwear? Lin Hai said speechlessly, Luffy, look at what you are attracting, look at those two wretched looks. Chopper asked with shining eyes, is playing in the water and looking at underwear wretched? Si Gao Yi. At this time, one of the pirates said to Brook, don't talk nonsense, mermaids don't wear underwear. Instantly, Brook and Sanji immediately sprayed 2 columns of blood from their nostrils. Lin Hai pointed at Brook and Sanji and said to Chopper, did you see it? Not only wretched, but also full of pangon. Chopper looked up and asked, what is pangon? Gone. Lin Hai said speechlessly, can't you feel their appearance? Usopp retorted, I said Lin Hai, they are not as handsome as you, nor as outstanding as you, it is normal to have that reaction. Lin Hai patted Usopp's shoulder, I've known you for so long, and it turns out that you are a person who only speaks the truth. Everyone. I don't know who complained about others being liars at the banquet, and now he made a 180-degree turn when he heard good words? At this time, not far away, the pirate, Sanji and Brook put their shoulders together, twisted their hips, and shouted, mermaid beauty, mermaid beauty. Tisk. Lin Hai turned his head and looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, Can't you stay here for a few more days? It's rare that the atmosphere here is so good. It's so dark here, where is it better? Nami couldn't help but retorted. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, isn't it good here? The moonlight is beautiful. Nami's face suddenly turned red, and Robin on the side, her face also turned red. Luffy, who didn't know the situation, replied, the atmosphere here is indeed good, but I am more looking forward to Fishman Island, I am looking forward to it now. Tisk. Zoro said, it doesn't matter where we go, it would be great if we can meet a swordsman. Lin Hai said, aren't you uncomfortable? Nami. Nami had already turned to ask Lola, Lola, have you been to the New World? Lola replied, no, we were born in the New World, and my mother is also a pirate. By the way, this is my mother's life card, for you. Paper. Nami was puzzled. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, this is a life card. Didn't Ace give one to Luffy before? Anyway, if you have a life card, you can find the owner of the life card, which means that this is an incredible piece of paper. Luffy punched his palm and exclaimed, what a brilliant explanation. Luffy and Zoro, so that's it, it's an incredible life card. Everyone's eyes twitched. Lola wanted to explain to Nami, but it turned out to be just as Lin Hai said. However, Lola still told Nami, the effect of the life card is almost like that. You must keep it well. It may come in handy in the future. As she said that, Lola wrote her own words on her mother's life card and said, I will sign my name on my mother's life card. Whenever you have any difficulties, you can use this to find my mother. At that time, tell her that I am doing well too. Nami took it happily, thank you so much, Lola. At this time, Luffy said, this, I also have one. As he said this, Luffy took out the life card stuffed in the straw hat, but it was a burning life card, and everyone's expressions became different. Just as Lin Hai expected, Ace was in trouble just like in the original book. Chapter 262 Lin Hai wants to beat up Red Hair. The Thousand Sunshine has left Thriller Bark. What is unexpected is that not long after the Thousand Sunshine left, Thriller Bark was covered by a thick fog again, and was shrouded by a huge shadow. I don't know if the Straw Hat Pirates are too lucky. From the time he left the shore, Lin Hai didn't say anything or explain, because Lin Hai hadn't figured out how to make a decision. If Ace's execution was told to everyone immediately, given the current situation of the Straw Hat Pirates, even if they were the biological sons of Witten, Witten would not dare to cheat for the Straw Hat Pirates and directly punch the 3 admirals of the Navy and step on the 7 warlords of the sea, right? Luffy. Nami asked, is it really okay? Ace's paper? Luffy covered his hat and smiled, it's okay, don't worry about it. Brook said, Mr. Luffy, I don't mind taking a detour. Now I'm not in a hurry to meet Lab again. The key is to meet each other alive. Usopp smiled, Luffy, we are all happy to accompany you. Frankie also smiled, let's go see the whale. These guys thought Ace was still in the East China Sea? Lin Hai. Luffy smiled, it's really okay. Even if something really happened, he certainly doesn't want me to worry. Ace hates being seen making a fool of himself the most. Even if I go, I will definitely be beaten. Pirates are enemies when they meet at sea. Ace has his own adventures. Sanji said, the life card will shrink because the owner is weak, but as long as he recovers, it will return to its original size. That's right. Luffy replied, when he recovers, we will meet sooner or later. That's why Ace gave this paper to mine, right? He. Zoro asked, Lin Hai, why don't you speak all the time? Usopp echoed, Lin Hai has been silent since he saw Ace's life card. Don't worry, Ace is so strong. Looking at the ignorance of these people, what can Lin Hai say? He had to wave his hand and said, I want to sleep for a while, you guys chat. Let this group of people make trouble, and Lin Hai, lying on the lawn on the boat, couldn't help but think of his past. Why did he, Lin Hai, want to be a pirate in the first place? That's because once he arrived in this pirate world, Lin Hai's choice was destined. In this pirate world, if you don't kneel to the celestial dragons, the result you wait for is torture to death. How could he, Lin Hai, kneel to the celestial dragons? In this case, the only remaining options are to become a pirate or join the Danger army. However, Lin Hai at that time, regardless of whether he could find the Life Army, even if he joined, he didn't want to work so hard and waste his energy. I don't know if it was an accident of fate or good luck, but he got on Garp's warship by mistake. It can be said that Garp saved Lin Ha's life and changed the thousands of possibilities of Lin Hai coming to this world. If he hadn't met Garp, he would probably become a captain, but that was the last thing Lin Hai wanted to do, because being a captain was too energy-consuming. If he joined the Four Emperors, Whitebeard would not be safe, and Red Hair might not be wanted, and he didn't know where to find him. As for Big Mom and Kaido, there was no need to think about it. Because he attacked those civilians and exploited them like those invaders, he really couldn't be so cruel. Think about Big Mom, she said she would kill her own children, let alone others. Think about Kaido, what has he done with Wano country? He gave the garbage to the civilians. Seeing this, any normal Chinese person would not be able to stand it, right? But fortunately, after mistakenly boarding Garp's ship, a clear path appeared in Lin Ha's mind, that is, hiding in the ravine of Windmill Village first, calming the storm against the celestial dragons in a few months, and then going out to sea with Luffy. As for being a pirate, when he goes out to sea, Lin Hai will not do the evil things that the pirates do because of his identity as a pirate. He, Lin Hai, has received a Chinese education and has his own standards in his heart. He will not be fooled or influenced by others. And change his own ideas. This paragraph is the explanation of all the protagonists' actions so far. He, Lin Hai, is not a freak. He will not do things like robbing civilians' property and killing innocent people. It's just that now, the Navy wants to use Ace's dual identities to achieve the goal of attracting the Whitebeard pirates to the Navy headquarters, and then annihilate the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop, deter other pirates, and welcome the so-called new era. Among them, to be frank, Ace is just a guide. But these have nothing to do with him, Lin Hai. What is related is that Ace is going to be executed, and Ace and Lin Hai himself not only have a friendship, but he, Lin Hai, also promised to save Ace. At the same time, Ace is also Garp's grandson. Garp saved Lin Ha's life in the past. As a healthy Chinese, he naturally knows how to repay and keep his word. We can't let the traditional virtues of China be passed on to dogs, right? So, save, he, Lin Hai, will save. In this case, how to save them? It is not known whether these guys on the ship can beat those elite Navy soldiers if they go to the top, let alone those vice admirals. Lin Hai, who was thinking about strategy, suddenly remembered a question. If I remember correctly, Red Hair seemed to have stopped Kaido during the war on the top. It is said that Red Hair was trying to protect Whitebeard's territory from being robbed. After thinking for a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but want to spit on those people's faces. They were just talking nonsense. If Kaido wanted to seize Whitebeard's territory, why didn't Kaido seize Whitebeard's original territory 2 years after the war on the top? Based on Kaido's personality, Kaido should want to join the war on the top. Kaido and Whitebeard were on the same ship at the beginning. They have a friendship, right? This is one point, and another point is that Kaido seems to be expecting a century-long battle. Thinking of this, Lin Hai couldn't help but despise Red Hair. Pirates are pirates, but he is acting like a peacemaker. Who does he think he is? He always asks others to give him face. He is just a shameless and self-righteous guy. If Lin Hai can beat him, he will definitely beat him up. By the way, there is also Blackbeard, a pirate who dreams of ruling every day. If the celestial dragons give up their position to Blackbeard, can he do it? This kind of pretentious guy who laughs every day, with a group of bloodthirsty things, can he rule the fart? Thinking of this, Lin Hai hurriedly searched for the events in his memory. He must pit Blackbeard hard when the time comes. He doesn't know how Blackbeard is doing now. He had one arm chopped off at the beginning. After thinking for a long time, Lin Hai remembered his system and quickly adjusted it. It is your own foundation. Coquettish system. Host, Lin Hai. Evaluation, SS. The evaluation function is just for reference, including skipping situations, which means that a character rated B may defeat an opponent of A. From high to low, SSS, SS+, SS, S, A, and so on. Physique, level 9, 0/10, the value on the left reaches the value on the right before you can upgrade. The host's current physique, whether in terms of resilience, strength, physical functions, etc., has entered the advanced ranks. Seeing and hearing domineering, level 3, 8/10, the perception of the surrounding aura is enhanced, and the mental power is enhanced. Armed color haki, level 3, 9/10, with excellent attack and defense. Overlord color domineering, level 3, 8/10, free control to shock the target, significant effect, mainly determined by the host's spirit. Space fruit, skill 1. 1. Establish a space field. Main skills, space exchange, space cutting, dimensional space, empty world. 2. One sword style. One sword style. XXXXX, not only handsome, but also capable of cutting down opponents. Skill 2. 1. Space slash, high level use of space fruit, requires summoning form to use. 2. Space barrier, unlimited, depending on the proficiency of the host. 3. Walking into the air, ignoring gravity. Thunder fruit, skills. 1. Flash. Transform into thunder and fight at extremely high speeds, a combination of physical skills and thunder fruits, thunder finger, thunder kick. 2. Thunder sword. A collection of physical skills, thunder fruit and sword skills. 3. Thunderbird. Transform thunder and lightning into a high-speed thunderbird to cause damage to the target. Some moves are similar to the blue pheasant, ice cubes and pheasant beak. 4. God's sanction. Transform your hands into thunder, and then summon a huge lightning bolt from the air to bombard the target. 5. Wan Lei. Use thunder clouds to attack in a large area. 6. Lei Ying. Mystery. Transform into a god of thunder and summon ball lightning to throw at the enemy. Existing items. 1. Space backpack. Only the host can come and go freely, place items, and use it for escape, and its uses are endless. 2. Broadcaster. There are already songs, Chasing the Coquettish Year, Pirate World specific BGM, Dear Friend accompaniment. 3. Items, TT, ham sausage, wig, cloak, hair dryer, comb, mirror, desk lamp. System store, already open. Coquettish coin, 26,600. Special note, the host is given a chance to be resurrected. After the host is resurrected, everything will be formatted, and its physical functions, strength, age, etc. will return to the time when the host received the reward on that day. Rogue Town. After reading through it, Lin Hai felt a little relieved. His physical skills had finally reached the 9th level. This is what Lin Hai wants most. No matter how good the fruit is, it will not make people feel at ease, because if someone else takes a trick and cannot hold on, it will be funny. Chapter 263 Hand over the treasure. One day later, the Wanli sunshine was sailing on a sunny sea. The view was all blue, with a few white clouds occasionally drifting in the sky. It's such a nice weather, it's perfect for a good nap. Lin Hai, who was about to go to sleep, was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Zoro at the observation deck said to the radio, "Everyone, a pirate ship was spotted ahead. Pay attention, everyone pay attention." The Straw Hats immediately gathered outside the ship. After all, it is not uncommon for pirates to attack pirates on the sea. But looking at the virtues of the Straw Hats, Lin Hai was a little speechless. What about their momentum? Where is the momentum? Lin Hai, who couldn't stand it, stepped forward and said, "I'm telling you, we are pirates. Look at what you look like." "How do you look like pirates?" Luffy asked doubtfully. "We are originally pirates." Lin Hai slapped his forehead and said, "You go aside and watch my performance first, and learn from it. Frankie and Usopp, you two follow me." Brook said, "Mr. Lin Hai, why didn't you call me?" Lin Hai took out the props and explained, "Frankie has been the gangster leader of the Water City. You are incomparable in terms of scaring people. As for Usopp, show off your special skills." "Scary? What special skills does Usopp have?" "Damn it, why didn't you let me come?" Chopper said indignantly. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Kyoba. He was so cute, did he want to kill him with his cuteness? At this time, the two people who were named suddenly became happy. Frankie put his hands on top of his head and said with a smile, "It's a joke, leave it to me who is super this week." Usopp put on his goggles and looked up with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, you are quite discerning, ha ha ha." Nami on the side asked with eyes, "Everyone, what is Lin Hai doing?" Robin held his chin and asked curiously, "Is he dressing up?" Luffy's eyes shone brightly and he said, "Lin Hai, help me dress up too, I really want to." Lin Hai kicked Luffy away and said, "As I said, go to the side first and take a look. And Usopp, if you are there again, ha ha ha, I will call someone else." At this moment, Lin Hai unbuttoned a few buttons on his white shirt, then put a patch of hair on his chest, put on a fake beard and sealed one eye with a piece of cloth. This is clearly the image of a fierce bandit, and it instantly appeared in everyone's vision. Si Gao Yi. Luffy and Chopper on the side stared at Lin Hai with shining eyes. At this time, the ship in the distance also approached the Thousand Sunny. Usopp and Frankie stood on each side of Lin Hai. After everyone got into position, Lin Hai stepped on the pole and shouted to the ship that was coming over, "Pirates, hello, hand over the treasure." "Hey!" Chopper held his head with both hands and exclaimed, "So Lin Hai wants to do this? Then don't we become bad guys?" Zoro laughed playfully, "Aren't we bad guys?" "Hee hee." Luffy smiled and walked forward and echoed, "That's right, hand over your food." Zoro on the side also became interested, "Pirates, hand over your bring the wine on the ship here." Chopper exclaimed excitedly, "Great." Brook watched the scene with interest, "Yo-ho-ho. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is." On the ship, a closer look showed that there were several people lying on the deck who seemed to have been hungry for several days. One of them looked like he was going to die if he didn't eat. He said with difficulty, please give us some food, okay? We were in a shipwreck and haven't eaten for many days." Lin Hai hated it. Why did he encounter such a thing? Didn't he, Lin Hai, deserve to meet rich pirates? Sanji. Lin Hai was so angry that he took off his clothes and threw them to the ground, then said, "Take me to bring some food to them. Today, we admit defeat." "Hey!" Everyone exclaimed, "Weren't they robbing the pirates' things? Why were they giving things away? What the hell are you robbing? Those pirates are almost starving to death. What's the point of robbing?" After a while, the pirates on that ship ate something and burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you so much. You are really good people. If we hadn't met you, we would have died, woo woo woo. I am really grateful. Thank you. It's delicious. It's so delicious. On the Straw Hat ship. Woo woo woo. Frankie's emotions were out of control again. It's not easy for you. No need to thank me. I didn't cry. Nami, Robin, Sanji, Brook and others on the side looked at Lin Hai with amusement. Even if he was thick-skinned, Lin Hai couldn't stand it. Lin Hai secretly hated why his heart was so soft. Why do people have emotional resonance? Why are they so poor on the ship? But being looked at like this by everyone is not a big deal, right? Especially those guys. Lin Hai turned around and said, "Thank you for nothing. Get out of here, a bunch of poor ghosts." Everyone. Not long after, the pirates said goodbye to the Straw Hat Pirates. On the boat. Lin Hai said angrily, "What do you guys mean? Don't look at it." Frankie rubbed his hands and mocked, "Is this the pirate style? I learned it." Usopp sighed, "Luffy, you can't eat like before, otherwise there may not be enough food." Hee hee hee. Luffy patted Lin Hai's shoulder and laughed, "Lin Hai, you guy. Chopper asked confusedly, "It seems that we went to rob others just now, why do we have to give them food in the end?" Lin Hai asked gloomily, "Do you dare to have any objections?" "Ah!" Chopper jumped away quickly, "Lin Hai is too scary, too scary." "Yo ho ho!" Brook laughed, "Mr. Lin Hai, I knew you were a good person." Lin Hai said angrily, "Stinky bones, what are you talking about? Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are old." Oh my. Brook took a step back, "How terrible." Lin Hai knocked on the deck and said unhappily, "Have you learned everything? I tell you, if you meet your colleagues in the future, go up and ask them to hand over the treasure without saying anything. When you are a pirate, you must have your own style." Before he finished speaking, Chopper couldn't help but retorted truthfully, "But you sent Fuda, Lin Hai, don't kill me, Luffy, Zoro, come and save me." Ha ha ha. Chapter 264 The Despised Pirate King. After the Straw Hat Pirates left Thriller Bark, at the same time, in Marijoa, known as the Holy Land. In a gorgeous house, a little goat was eating a piece of paper in its mouth, making a rustling sound. Seeing Garp and Bartholomew Kuma sitting together in silence, the atmosphere in the room seemed very wrong. After listening to Kuma's simple report, Admiral Sengoku thought that Kuma would say more or explain, but Kuma just finished the report like this. Sengoku, who could no longer bear it, suddenly roared, "Don't joke, Bartholomew Kuma, with your ability, you can actually let them run away? Please find me a more decent excuse, I am the one making the report. Neither Garp nor Aokiji told Lin has combat power at the beginning, so until now, Sengoku is still in the dark and doesn't know who is in the Straw Hat Pirates. A strength that is not inferior to the 7 warlords of the sea. To be more precise, if you piss that guy off, even the admirals of the navy may fall into his hands. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartlessly, you are worthy of being my grandson. When Guo said, shut up, Garp. They clearly received a special order from the government to wipe out all of them, but now they haven't brought back the head of any of the Straw Hat Pirates. It's really embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Garp tilted his head and said, don't worry, Senguo, Luffy is not a small person who will show off after defeating Moria. Kuma. Humph. Senguo turned his head and asked, Kuma, you can't feel sympathy for the injured pirates, right? Even if you intend to let that group of people go, we will not stop chasing them. What's more, they are now following the records and actively approaching the Navy headquarters. As he said that, the room was silent. Senguo's words were very meaningful. As if he knew the true identity of Kuma. However, Xiong remained silent. Silence is golden. If you don't speak, you won't make mistakes. Ah? That's right. Garp quickly took out the tea in his arms to calm down, lest Zhangguo would not let Xiong go, and quickly changed the subject. Garp showed his white teeth and smiled, I brought new tea, you quickly take out the senbei. Shut up, Garp, you bastard. Zhangguo's eyes bulged out immediately. This shameless old thing, how much is that broken tea? His Zhangguo's senbei is so precious, this business is too bad. A few days later, the 1,000 miles sunshine encountered the dragon snake current again. After passing through there, it encountered the red earth continent again. Facing the magical land towering like clouds, Usopp said with tears in his eyes, I suddenly feel like crying. So many things have happened. We're here, we're here. Luffy said excitedly with his head raised, finally here, now we're halfway. The twin cape where we met Lab is just across the sea connected to this cliff. It's great that everyone can come here safely. Chopper said in surprise with sweat all over his forehead, can't you see the top of the mountain? It's so big and high. Is this the Red Earth continent? Nami sighed, this scene makes people feel nostalgic, it's really I have a lot of feelings. As she said that, Nami subconsciously looked at Lin Hai, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, how long will he sleep? How many days have it been? Robin analyzed very calmly, could it be that Lin Hai was taken away by something in his dream? Usopp exclaimed, can you please not say such terrible things so calmly? I don't dare to sleep. Sanji said speechlessly, what's wrong with this guy? It seems that he is getting better and better at sleeping. Isn't he hungry? Zoro glanced at Lin Hai and turned his head to look at the towering Shan said, I wonder if we have grown since then. He he he. Luffy laughed, as long as we continue to travel half a circle around the world, we can see cliffs like this again. By then, I will be the Pirate King. Yo-ho-ho. Brook was full of hope and expectation, and couldn't help muttering, Lab, we will meet soon, although I have no face, yo-ho-ho. Nami warned, we have to be careful now, this place is not far from the headquarters of the Navy in the Holy Land of the World Government, Marijoa. Aha, finally, Lin Hai had enough sleep. He yawned and sighed, another day I woke up by my own handsomeness. Luffy turned his head and smiled, Lin Hai, you finally woke up. Look, we are here. After the rest of the tour, I will be the Pirate King. Lin Hai, who was sitting on the lawn, chewed his mouth sleepily and said directly, is the Pirate King so great? Can the Pirate King eat without paying? Will the Pirate King let beautiful women throw themselves at him? Tisk, boring. As he said that, Lin Hai lay down again and fell asleep again. Maybe it was because the effect of the pill when he first crossed over. Everyone. After being stunned for a while, everyone reacted and shouted at the same time, enough, you are still sleeping. After a while, Lin Hai, who was violently pulled up by Nami, sat on the railing and threw food to the cute fish in the sea unhappily. However, seeing those excited fish jumping out of the water from time to time, Lin Hai's mood also improved, so Lin Hai teased the fish. At this time, Chopper came over. Lin Hai asked, what's wrong? Chopper replied, Lin Hai, I also want to become stronger. Do you have a way to make me stronger? Lin Hai, do you really want to become stronger? Chopper, yet. Lin Hai, really? Chopper, yet. Lin Hai, as expected. Chopper, yet. Nami on the side was speechless. At this time, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Hai's eyes, but Chopper didn't understand. Soon, Lin Hai took a fishing rod and said, Chopper, do you believe me? Chopper, yet. Lin Hai said with a sly smile, Hey, Chopper, you come and be the bait. Do you see so many fish below? Communicate with them. If they want delicious food, let them be your sparring partner. Sparring. Chopper was still puzzled, how to spar. So, poor Chopper was fooled by Lin Hai. Lin Hai was sitting at the railing of the 1,000 miles sunshine, holding a fishing rod, and Chopper's hands were holding the hook. The fish kept crashing into Chopper, and Chopper shouted Oda and kicked away the fish that crashed into Chopper one by one. Lin Hai finally realized the classic clip in the cartoon Tom and Jerry. Oh, oh, oh. Chopper kicked more and more vigorously. Lin Hai shouted, Chopper, kick lightly, control the strength, don't kick those cute fishes. Sanji, who was walking over, asked with a dark face, what are you doing? Silk cake. Luffy, who was elsewhere, heard Chopper's voice and ran over, and shouted, Chopper, come up quickly, let me take over. Everyone. Soon, Lin Hai quickly took back the fishing rod, and Chopper said dissatisfiedly, Lin Hai, I haven't played enough. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, something big is coming up. Chapter 265 Unexpected. Something big is coming up. Everyone couldn't help but look at the sea level curiously. The school of fish that were playing there just now had left long ago. At this time, a few bubbles appeared on the sea surface not far away, and after a while, boom boom. A very large fish jumped out of the sea. It's so big! Chopper exclaimed. Brook was shocked and said, what is that? Sanji replied calmly, is it a rabbit? Without waiting for everyone to be confused, Luffy took the lead, hey, don't think about defeating me on the sea, guess, here, spin bomb. Tisk. Lin Hai complained speechlessly, isn't it just a relatively large fish? Look at you, you are so willful. Before he finished speaking, Luffy's spinning back fist hit the belly of the rabbit-like creature. The creature couldn't stand the pain, and while it exhaled, 2 objects flew out of its mouth. Sanji, it seems something came out. Luffy looked up, fish. A female voice came from the air. Usopp, is it a human? Robin, no, it's a fish. Sanji's eyes immediately showed red hearts, and he opened his arms to catch it, but Lin Hai used his ability to divert it, so that the creature that fell down, who was not sure whether it was a human or a fish, landed safely. She is actually a mermaid, Cammy, and the little thing next to her is a starfish. Short light green hair, pink fish tail, this figure. Above the wasp waist, it is estimated that there is an E. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Cammy who was panting in one place in a daze. After all, it was the first time for everyone to see a mermaid, right? Even if Lin Hai knew about the existence of mermaids before, he was shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. After a while, Cammy breathed a sigh of relief and said, we're saved. Cammy turned to look at the starfish's joyful cheers, great, great. Starfish said speechlessly, why are you so happy? We were almost digested because you walked past that sea beast so arrogantly. Cammy, but I didn't see it. Starfish, how can you not see it with a body size like that? Where is this? The Straw Hat Pirates on the side were speechless. Did they only realize it now? Why are they so slow to react? After being reminded by the starfish, Cammy finally reacted. After a moment of stunned silence, her eyes bulged out and she said in shock, I'm so scared, there are so many humans. Luffy was confused, what happened? Chopper replied, we are the ones who are scared to death. Cammy said, thank you very much for saving me when I was about to be digested. My name is Cammy. I am very easy to be eaten by sea beasts. I have been eaten almost 20 times. Usopp said speechlessly, you are too easy to be eaten, right? Cammy pointed at her face with her index finger, thought for a while, and then said, to thank you for saving me, I must give you a thank you gift. By the way, do you want to eat takoyaki? Takoyaki. Luffy immediately stepped forward and said with shining eyes, I like it the most. Really? Cammy approached Luffy and smiled and replied, then please pay 500 Baileys each. Lin Hai, who was walking back from the boat pole, fell down directly. Mermaids, are they so fascinating? Didn't you say you would give everyone a thank you gift? How did you start a business? The starfish on the side was also startled by Kami. He quickly patted Kami and reminded him, is it time to do business now? After being reminded again, Kami, who reacted, immediately put his hands on his face and exclaimed, ah, I was wrong. Mermaid, mermaid. Sanji immediately spun excitedly on the boat, as if he fell in love and shouted, yes, this is the idol of all mankind, the mermaid. The jewel of the sea, mermaid. Yes, I met such a mermaid, so cute. Lin Hai said speechlessly. I said Sanji, can you restrain yourself a little, you are like a pervert. Chopper looked up and asked, pervert? What is that? Lin Hai said speechlessly, isn't it the appearance of Sanji? Sanji didn't listen to Lin Hai's words at all, but kept spinning around Kami, excitedly saying to himself, this is the first time I have seen a mermaid, your name is Kami, right? Usopp said, this is not your first time, right? Haven't you seen Granny Kokoro before? When he heard Usopp's words, Sanji immediately knelt on the lawn, and said with horror, Thriller bark. No, that's not scary at all. What is the scariest thing so far? Usopp said quickly, sorry, Sanji, just pretend you don't know about that. This is your first time seeing a mermaid. Nami, you are so rude. Luffy turned to Frankie and asked, is Granny Kokoro a mermaid? But can't she walk? Frankie replied, come to think of it, you don't know about this. You were fighting with that bastard Lucci at the time. Lin Hai and Luffy said with disgust, Granny Kokoro is a mermaid, it's so disgusting. Nami punched Lin Hai and Luffy directly, you are too explicit, I can't stand you men, you admire mermaids so much. Robin smiled and said, but she is really a lovely mermaid lady. Yo-ho-ho. Brook on the side stepped forward and said as he walked, this is the first time I've seen a mermaid too. As he said that, Brook squatted down and asked, excuse me, can you lend me some money? Sanji kicked Brook away, why do you want to borrow money? Ah! Kami turned around and shouted in horror, skull. Asshole! Sanji said to Brook, what do you do if you scare her? Get out of the way. Brook suddenly opened the top of his head, my head can still be opened, fun, right? Pa pa pa. Kami immediately clapped her hands and laughed, so fun. Usopp couldn't complain, you accepted it too quickly, didn't you? At this time, Luffy stepped forward and asked, by the way, can you poop? Sanji kicked Luffy, what are you asking, asshole? Tisk. Lin Hai said contemptuously, what a group of abnormal guys, they are so messed up. As he said, Lin Hai walked in front of Kami and said, Miss Kami, there are many beautiful goldfish in my room, can I take you to see them? Kami, really? Then we. Done. Lin Hai was kicked away by Nami. Everyone was speechless, this guy. However, Chopper didn't know what Lin Hai meant, but asked in confusion, is there a goldfish in Lin Hai's room? Why didn't I see it? Everyone. Chapter 266 I'll chop them. Kami, it's so strange, don't you think someone is missing? Starfish, who was left out on the side, couldn't help but said, don't you think someone is missing in that happy little circle? The answer is me. Luffy pulled Starfish over and said, by the way, I noticed it just now, I said, Kami, what is this talking glove? Kami, sorry, I completely forgot about him. He is my pet Papagu and my master. Starfish, please advise me. Nami asked in confusion, can Starfish talk? Usopp replied, I'm more curious about having a pet as your master. Luffy asked directly, why can you talk, Papagu? Papagu immediately became excited, this is a good question. When I was a child, I always thought I was a human. When I found out that I was a starfish, I could already speak human language. Luffy, so you can speak like this. Papagu, momentum is a terrible thing. In this world, you have to rely on momentum. In summary, I am the starfish Papagu. High-spirited designer, thank you for saving me. What a mess. Lin Hai turned around and asked, Nami, how long will it take to get to the Sabayati archipelago? Luffy said quickly, let's finish eating takoyaki first. Lin Hai said speechlessly, just be happy. At this time, Kemi said, yes, I will treat you to takoyaki as a thank you. Wait for me to contact Xiao Ba and meet him first. As he said, Kemi took out the den mushi. After a while, after the den mushi was connected, Kemi said, hello Xiao Ba, I am Kemi. Sorry I got separated from you. Where are you now? The den mushi replied, hey, this voice is Kemi, right? Do you know who I am? I am not Xiao Ba. Kemi exclaimed immediately, hey! Aren't you Xiao Ba? Lin Hai said speechlessly, can't you even distinguish the voices of your friends? They. Den mushi replied, I am Makuro, your old friend, the disgraceful Makuro gang, although there is nothing to be proud of. Robin said softly, it seems that there is a dispute. Kami asked, why do you have Hachi's den mushi? Makuro, haha, isn't it obvious that it is because we killed that bastard Hachi? Kami, you are lying, how can Hachi be defeated by idiots like you? Makuro, you are right, if it were normal we really can't beat Hachi, but this time we teamed up with the Flying Fish Knights, mew, mew haha. Another voice came from the other end of the den mushi, Kami, you're fine, that's great. But you can't come here, I'll work harder to kill them and I'll be able to go back soon, don't worry. Makuro, mew haha, I say, Kami, we have to sell this guy like this, the octopus fishman is a rare species, it will definitely sell for a good price, if you want to save him, just go ahead come on. This is the base of the Flying Fish Knights, a human trafficking group, 5 kilometers east of the 44th forest in the Sabayati archipelago. Hachi, no, Kami, don't come. Shut up, you stinky octopus goodbye. Flying Fish Knights. Lin Hai said with a smile, I say everyone, does the knights do such a heartless thing? Nami, take us there, I'll go chop them up. Luffy laughed and said, I say, where is the takoyaki? Sanji and Frankie, why are you still thinking about eating? Wait a minute. Nami said, the voice of the man named Hachi from the den mushi just now. Lin Hai said, Nami, your guess should be correct, it's him. Although I haven't forgiven him, one thing is one thing. As for Hachi, he is harmless, just misled. But the incident in your hometown is over, right? Nami nodded thoughtfully. His name is Hachi, plus the voice on the phone. Forget it, after all, the culprit has been killed. According to what Lin Hai said at the beginning, if you hold hatred blindly, it will ruin the future. Thinking of this, Nami said, it's up to you, but don't ask me to forgive him. Sanji's eyes suddenly turned red, Nami is so charming, she has a clear distinction between love and hate. Lin Hai said with a dark face, go to hell, Nami is mine. Nami said, what do you mean yours and mine? Kami, who reacted on the side, asked, are you friends with Zioba? Lin Hai replied with a gloomy face, friends. Ah! Kami immediately held her head and screamed, how terrible. At this time, Lin Hai said, Luffy, seeing such a cute Kami, if we don't care about her, we will always feel bad, right? Luffy nodded and said, you are right. Lin Hai continued, we are pirates. When we see things that make us unhappy, we will naturally confront them, right? Yeah. Luffy nodded, and couldn't help but think of the same mentality when he passed through Orange Town. Okay. Lin Hai smiled and said, so let's help her with Kami's matter. Kami was immediately delighted and said, really? Thank you so much. Lin Hai turned around with a gloomy face and replied, thank you for nothing. Ah! Kami turned around and screamed again. Sanji said angrily, Lin Hai, you bastard, be gentle to the lady and stop scaring her. By the way, why do I feel that you are getting weirder and weirder? Lin Hai explained, I have my own things that I dislike. The first is Moria's thing, and the second is the things mentioned in the den mushi just now. Usopp said, it's the population. That's right. Lin Hai replied, think about it, aren't dog thieves very hateful? And those kinds of people are even more hateful than dog thieves. Dog thieves just steal food, but those kinds of people directly ruin other people's lives. No, I'm going to chop them off. Nami slapped her forehead, you don't have to be so excited, right? It takes time to go there. Ah! Lin Hai, who reacted, looked at Kami and asked quickly, can we afford to offend the Flying Fish Knights? If it is beyond our ability, we won't go. Nanny. Everyone shouted. Frankie couldn't help but retort, I thought you were very brave, but in the end. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed and said, Yoshi, let's go and rescue that guy named Hachi, takoyaki is the most important. How greedy are you? Everyone shouted. When it comes to takoyaki, Kami can't help but boast, Hachi is the owner of the takoyaki shop where I work, and his takoyaki is the most delicious in the world. The most delicious in the world? Before he finished speaking, Luffy said anxiously, that's a big deal. Brothers, even if you sacrifice your life, you must rescue the owner of the takoyaki shop. Woohoo! Frankie, Chopper, and others immediately echoed, takoyaki, takoyaki. At this time, Nami sat next to Kami and asked, Kami, do you know that place? Kami took out a map from her backpack, and the destination was clearly displayed. Chapter 267 Hungry and Thirsty. The Flying Fish Knight's base is a C-shaped residential area built on the sea. At this time, a tall guy was sitting in the shade of the shed. He was wearing a helmet and others could not see his face clearly. Not far in front of him was the fishman Xiao Ba tied up. At this time, a fishman, who was Makuro who had talked to Kami before, was reporting to the leader of the Flying Fish Knights, that's what happened, Master Debaru. A mermaid was fooled like this, and everything went according to the original plan. The leader of the Flying Fish Knights, Debaru, was excited for a while, and then simply replied, I understand. Belaying. Suddenly, the red wine glass in Debaru's hand was crushed by him. He didn't care about spilling the red wine in his hand, but muttered, I've been waiting for so long, I've been waiting for so long. That's the pirate ship I've been waiting for so long. After that, Debaru pondered for a while and said, Men, go and welcome that pirate group to me. Welcome. One of the leading brothers asked puzzledly, Lord Debaru, as long as we give them to the fishmen and pirates, won't it be easy to capture them? The simple difference is that mermaids are a race with human upper body and fish lower body, while fishmen are fish upper body and human lower body. When he heard what his subordinates said, Debaru was furious and said, You bunch of idiots. As he said that, Debaru fired several poisonous arrows directly in front of the eyes of those brothers. Seeing his men were frightened, Debaru said, You know how hard it was for me to wait for those pirates, right? When I think of that man, the big scar on my back hurts so much. Every day I want to chop those bastards off with my own hands. No, no, the boss is angry. Boss, calm down. All of Debaru's men were sweating. However, Debaru ignored them and said, I'm going to let them all hang here today, what do you think? This is the top priority for me in my life, that's it, understand? Staring at Debaru's bloodshot eyes, the brothers replied in horror, Yes, yes. We must not let that guy live. In that case, Debaru said with satisfaction, then, we must be cautious and sure to kill them, you must act according to my instructions, understand? The brothers quickly put on an attitude, Yes, boss. Seeing that the brothers were shocked by him, Debaru turned his head and looked at the three fishmen, who were very distinctive. The leader was Makuro, with a sawtooth chin. The two brothers beside him, one was called Garo and the other was called Das. Garo had a wind swordsman hairstyle and a sword in his hand, but his eyes were like a toad, looking at the front in a cute and silly way, revealing a bit of cute stupidity. Das's body is somewhat similar to Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but Das is just like Frankie, a pervert, wearing only shorts. At this time, Debaru said, Makulo and his gang. Das, ah? Are you calling us? Garo, what's the matter, Debaru? Makulo couldn't sit still and immediately scolded, What do you mean by Debaru, Garo? And you, Das, you are a fart. You two are so rude. Das, it's more interesting to call you Debaru. Ah. Makulo was frightened and said quickly, This is really it. Master Debaru, what do you want? Garo with a silly and expressionless face, he said, Don't worry about it, Deba, my boss is too excited. Makulo quickly said, Stop talking nonsense, shut up. Garo. Makulo quickly turned his head to look at Debaru and said, I'm so sorry, Lord Debaru, they are both brainless and can't talk. Hee. Debaru replied, It doesn't matter, to me you are like angels who bring me happiness, I am so grateful that I don't know what to say. Das, don't worry about it. Makulo immediately sprayed, I didn't tell you to shut up. Das. Dibaru said indifferently, thanks to you, I finally you go and act quickly. Yes, Master Dibaru. We will never let the Straw Hat Boys go. Hachi on the side heard what the group wanted to do from their conversation, so he turned to look at Dibaru and asked, hey, the big guy over there. Makalo immediately said, yes, Master Dibaru, you bastard octopus. Hachi asked himself, has Kami been caught by the Straw Hat Boys? Will they come here too? A younger brother smiled playfully and said, yes, he is coming this way. Isn't it the mermaid in your family who asked the pirates for help? Another younger brother also smiled and said, although I don't know what happened, it doesn't look like he was caught. Anyway, no matter who you bring, as long as we are here, you will only be caught and sold in the human trade market. Ha ha ha, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zioba couldn't help but mourn for this group of people. This group of people didn't know what kind of evil star they had attracted, and they were still laughing foolishly. As strong as Along was, it was just a punch from that good-looking guy. But what made Zioba embarrassed was that Kami was actually on their ship. He was ashamed to see the Straw Hat Pirates again, and now. In another place, on the Thousand Sunny. Kami, who was sitting in one place, said worriedly, Zioba's voice is much weaker, he must have been beaten up. Starfish comforted, he has thick skin and flesh, he must be fine. As he said that, Starfish turned his head to look at Luffy and asked, by the way, you agreed to help save people so easily, you must be very good at fighting, right? Yeah. Luffy replied, I'm very strong. Starfish reminded, there are dozens of gangster kidnapping gangs nearby, they specialize in human trafficking near the Sabayati archipelago. Sanji sighed, human trade? That's too much. Hyaxing continued to explain, especially mermaids are very valuable, so the three fishmen of the Makuro family have been looking for opportunities to attack Kami. Linhai asked speechlessly, are those three guys so short of money? They don't even have the same clan affection? Zoro asked puzzledly, what's wrong? Linhai looked at Zoro, but pointed at Sanji and said, is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Sanji asked with a dark face, what do you mean, you bastard? Linhai smiled and said, no meaning, Nami, why haven't you arrived yet? My 40-meter-long sword is thirsty. 40-meter-long sword. Chopper and Luffy looked at Linhai with shining eyes, quick, take out your 40-meter-long sword and let us see it. Hey everyone. At this time, 3 planes flew in the sky. What is that? Fish flying in the sky. So cool. Luffy's eyes lit up. Zoro couldn't help but say, is it time to envy now? Chapter 268 Bloodstained Sea. 3 relatively large flying fish flew in the sky, and without saying a word, they dropped 3 torpedoes directly, but it was just a test, and did not hit the 1,000-mile Sunny. Damn. Frankie looked up and said, they actually attacked directly. Chopper said in surprise, can flying fish fly so high? Sanji said, they are coming again, Usopp, turn the bow quickly. Really? Linhai drew out his sword and said speechlessly, I said what are you doing? Brook asked, Mr. Linhai, what are you doing? Linhai replied, we are not playing house, so we will chop them. One sword style, dog killing style. Clang. A flash of light flashed across the sky, and the 3 flying fish that flew over fell directly into the sea from midair, and then there was no sound. Sij, Kami and Hyaxing were stunned. Zoro on the side was embarrassed, because his sword was pulled to the middle, and the enemy was gone. Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at the base of the Flying Fish Knights. Frankie said, it seems that's where it is. Luffy asked, that guy named Zioba was captured there, right? Go and save the takoyaki. Frankie replied, I know, wait for me for a moment. Hyaxing corrected Luffy, it's the owner of the takoyaki shop. Sanji, who was standing on the side, turned around Kami with red hearts in his eyes, and said in a coquettish tone, I can help you find him out in a moment, Miss Kami. Fortunately, Kami is simple-minded, otherwise she would definitely kick him away. Thank you, Sanji. Kami said seriously with a fist, everyone must be careful. I have been caught more than 30 times by Makuro's gang alone. Linhai wanted to ask, how did she escape? Usopp said speechlessly, you are too easy to be caught, right? Linhai hurriedly said, Sanji, come to work quickly, Don't pick your feet there and make people disgusted. Sanji kicked Lin Hai, you bastard. At this time, Brooke said, it's too quiet around here, isn't it? Frankie said, we have entered their territory. Ah. Usopp said with cold sweat, the long-lost disease of not being able to go to the island has come back again. Frankie, this is not an island, right? It should be a residential area built on the sea. Usopp, I have a disease that prevents me from entering a residential area built on the sea. Lin Hai said speechlessly, are you two telling crosstalk? I can't help but want to chop this place up. But it's really quiet, I really want to sleep here. Hey everyone. After a while, Usopp covered his heart and said, I have a bad feeling, Luffy, this place. Luffy pointed directly to the front and said, forward. Usopp said speechlessly, can you give me some tactics first? At this time, Robin asked, what is the black thing in the cage in front? Kami said quickly, let me see. That should be Zioba. Starfish jumped onto the pole and said, great, Kami, there is no enemy now, they must have gone to eat snacks. Kami, yes. Lin Hai slapped his forehead, mermaid, Lin Hai was convinced. Usopp couldn't help but said, do you really think so? No matter who sees it, it's obviously a trap, right? Frankie also said, it must be that everyone is hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to attack us. After being explained by Frankie and Usopp, Starfish and Kami were shocked by lightning, their eyes bulged. Kami, what a strong insight. Starfish, no, I didn't expect there would be such a sinister thing. Frankie said speechlessly, that's why you always get caught. Everyone. At this time, Hachi in the cage not far away said, I'm here, Kami, I'm fine, don't worry. Kami replied happily, it's Hachi, hey. Why are you all black, what happened? Hachi replied, there is a reason for this, anyway, this is a trap, you guys go back quickly, you know how strong I am, right? No problem, go back quickly. Zoro on the side said with fish eyes, this tone plus the rare outline, it's true Nami, what do you think? Nami said speechlessly, rather than saying it's suspicious, it's better to say it's almost. Luffy asked in confusion, what is it? Lin Hai said speechlessly, hey Hachi, where is A Long buried? Hey. Hachi turned around and replied, A Long? You said brother Arlong, his body seems to have been taken away by the Navy and Shu and Kroby were also captured by the Navy. I was the only one who escaped. Now I have opened a takoyaki shop that I have always dreamed of. Hee hee. It is very rare that Zoro, Nami and Lin Hai have the same expression on their faces. Arlong? Ah, Luffy exclaimed, it's you, Octopus Zioba. Zioba only then reacted, oh no. Asshole octopus. Luffy said indignantly, if we had known earlier, we would not have come to rescue you. But, you make takoyaki, is it really that delicious? Damn, Luffy, just keep on acting. Lin Hai sat down directly. To be honest, it was too embarrassing for Lin Hai to socialize with Hachi. After all, those things in the past really happened. So let Luffy handle it. At this time, Nami said, didn't we say before, rescue Hachi? Hachi is fine, he is a harmless guy, and we promised Kami before, Kami. At some point, Kami had jumped into the sea and was caught by Makuro and his gang. We caught you, Kami. Ha ha ha, now we are rich. Hachi, who always comes to rescue you, is in such a miserable state now. You can't run away this time, right? Kami. On the Thousand Sunny, Zoro asked, why did Kami and the others go there? Lin Hai stepped forward and said, leave it to me. Lin Hai looked at Makuro and his gang and shouted, you, let them go. Muhaha. Makuro laughed, idiot, who do you think you are? Dawes echoed, don't hinder our dream of becoming rich, human. An incredible scene, Garo raised the sword in his hand and said, don't underestimate us Makuro and his gang. I have recently developed this goldfish sword technique. Do you want to stain the sea with blood? Lin Hai was silent. The crowd on the side looked at Lin Hai with interest, and Luffy couldn't help scratching his head and said, stain the sea with blood? So familiar. Zoro, I have this feeling too. Isn't this the scene when Lin Hai pointed at Buggy with a slipper? Bayou. Suddenly, a sword flashed next to Makuro and his gang, and Lin Hai said with a gloomy face, "I say it again, let them go." Makuro and his gang were almost scared to death. Chapter 269 The Most Domineering. Just after Makuro and his gang finished their harsh words, a sword light as fast as lightning flashed by their ears. This scene really scared them. They looked behind them mechanically, and then their foreheads were full of cold sweat. No matter how stupid they were, they understood what was going on. So, the three of them turned their heads back mechanically, and quickly released Kemi and Hixing, shouting at the same time, "I'm really sorry for disrespecting you." Lin Hai on the 1,000 miles sunshine felt better, these guys could still be saved. However, after Makuro and his gang ran away, they started to talk nonsense again. "I'll let you go today." Lin Hai. Ha ha ha, Sanji laughed while holding his stomach. "I'll let you go today, ha ha ha, it really made me laugh to death." Lin Hai was speechless again. At this time, Luffy said, "Zoro, cut down the cage." Zoro smiled and said, "No big deal." Seeing Zoro's playful smile, Lin Hai felt bad. Was he laughing at himself just now? It's really outrageous. However, Lin Hai did not choose to take action, because just now, Lin Hai had thought about it. He, Lin Hai, is not a bloodthirsty person. If the sin of killing is too heavy, people will become cruel imperceptibly, and the result is that they may take action if they disagree with each other. This is very scary, and he, Lin Hai, does not want to be that kind of person. The stronger the strength, the more cautious you must be. Because unknowingly, people will be changed by this ability. One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a demon. Ignoring life, while hurting others, will also destroy yourself. Like Akainu, Big Mom, and the like, is it normal? As strong as Kaido is, he is not a bloodthirsty person, but he is not much better. His hobby is to drag the defeated opponents to mine, which is really speechless. In the world of pirates, many things are ridiculous, such as the Sabayati archipelago. Not far away is the Navy headquarters, but in this case, there are so many people nearby that base. When absurdity becomes a norm, then it is relatively normal. If you are incompatible with it, then the clear stream will be wiped out. After all, the fittest survive, right? In a flash, Lin Hai was excited. When did he become so smart? Like those poets, weak. He, Lin Hai, should be a philosopher, scholar, thinker, wow. So, in order to celebrate, Lin Hai quickly bit on the cigar, bang, took a deep breath, and then sighed in front of the mirror, "Handsome, so handsome, why are you so handsome? I really love you." Ding, congratulations to the host for his epiphany, comprehending the mainstream thoughts different from the world, entering a unique field, and advancing to the fourth stage of the domineering color domineering. Note, the host's domineering color domineering has formed its own unique style, which is superior to the domineering of anyone in the pirate world, but the host should not be too happy, you can't entangle yet, and the domineering has not been cultivated to that level. Fourth level domineering color domineering? It doesn't matter. Lin Hai doesn't live for power. Gains and losses are up to fate. Lin Hai is not like Blackbeard. He will plunder any powerful devil fruit he sees. Lin Hai, who was originally happy, became even more narcissistic when he saw the flirtatious system giving him another reward. At this time, the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates had long been attracted by Lin Hai, who was lighting a cigarette. As a result, when they saw Lin Hai's painful scene, they couldn't help but stare at him with fish eyes. Hixing, who returned to the boat, also saw the scene. He couldn't help but weakly asked Usopp beside him, "What kind of disease is this, do you know?" "Usopp?" Sanji took a deep breath and turned to look at Chopper. "Hey Chopper, this guy is sick again, hurry up and give him some medicine." Chopper waved his hand and said, "This can't be cured." At this time, Luffy had already grabbed the bow of the ship, stretched out his arms and said, "You idiots, is this the time to talk about this? Zoro, Zioba is in your hands, guess it." Nami, who reacted, said quickly, "Hey Luffy, what do you want to do?" "Luffy, I want to fly in the sky for a while, rocket launcher." Nami shouted quickly, "I said Luffy, wait. Before he finished speaking, Luffy had jumped on a flying fish and flew into the air. "Okay, I caught it." Luffy said to the man driving the flying fish, "Let me do it." As he said that, the man was thrown down by Luffy, and then he excitedly drove it and had a lot of fun. Chopper's eyes widened, Luffy jumped on that. Sanji said speechlessly, don't mind him. Sanji couldn't help but twitch his eyes, stop taking pictures, bastard. How confident are you about your appearance? Lin Hai turned around and said, more handsome than you. Sanji. In another place, seeing the Straw Hat Pirate's ship enter his territory, Debaru immediately entered a house where a Den Den Mushi was placed, which was the command center. Debaru asked the Den Den Mushi, who will do the human attack? Human attack. Everyone on the flying fish was shocked. Human attack means riding the flying fish directly and crashing into the Straw Hat Pirate's ship without caring about their lives. Faced with such a proposal, there are still people who value money over life. One of them said, interesting, but boss, if you want to do it, you have to risk your life. Another asked, will you give us enough medical expenses? Debaru, I'll give you 1 million. Woo. A strong man who drove a flying fish immediately stood at the front of the flying fish, spinning a huge hammer in his hand, and said, just say that, boss, let me do it. Soon after Debaru gave the order, there was a sudden explosion above his roof. It turned out that Luffy, who was sitting on the flying fish, didn't know how to drive, so he crashed into this house with the fish. It was a coincidence that Luffy crashed into this house among so many houses. At this time, Debaru was not wearing a helmet, and his face was seen by Luffy. Luffy saw Debaru's face, and he was like seeing a ghost. His hair stood up and he exclaimed, you. Debaru put on his helmet again and asked, did you see it? Luffy replied with sweat on his forehead, it's you. Debaru picked up the weapon next to him, stood up and said, you know me. Although Luffy was a thick-skinned man, he was also shocked and incoherent when he saw this face. Back on the Thousand Sunny, Lin Hai was looking in the mirror when he was hit on the head by Nami. Nami angrily said, get up and fight. Lin Hai stood up depressedly and asked, it's just some minions. Chopper patted Lin Hai and said, a big guy is coming, swinging a big iron rod. Lin Hai asked, what does he want to do? Sanji replied, that guy didn't even hold the steering stick. He's not going to use his body to hit our boat, is he? If that kind of guy hits us, the boat won't be able to hold on. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, what happened to me at that time? Let me do it. The big man waving a big stick on the flying fish laughed and said, wait for death. The huge destructive power of falling at this speed is enough to rival a meteorite. Tisk. Lin Hai said contemptuously, rival a meteorite? Look, there's a cow flying in the sky. What? Chopper exclaimed, where? Where? The big man on the flying fish couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction Lin Hai pointed. Nami, Sanji, and others. Chapter 270 I miss you so much. Space Field. Suddenly, Lin Hai appeared in front of the big man and asked softly, big guy, where are you looking? What? The big man was surprised, how did you appear here? Lin Hai was too lazy to answer, high kick. Table tennis. The flying fish kicked away by Lin Hai directly hit other flying fish flying in the air in the distance, and Lin Hai carried the big man to the Wanli sunshine. Under the confused eyes of the big man, Lin Hai shouted loudly, brothers, beat me. Everyone. Oh, hit. Asshole, you wanted to destroy our boat just now, right? I let you be arrogant, I'll kick. Nami raised her eyebrows, I say you, stop fighting, and get rid of the other flying fish in the sky. At this time, Brook stood up and said, everyone, let me help you. If you just want to reduce the number of flying fish, although I am not talented, I will also try my skills. After speaking, Brook jumped into the air with the help of the main pole as light as a swallow. What a strong jumping power! Chopper exclaimed immediately. Lin Hai asked in confusion, is it stronger than your hoof? Hoof, hoof. Why is this weird? However, before Chopper could refute, Brook in the air took out his violin and played, lullaby melody. An amazing scene appeared. Those people riding flying fish fell asleep. Chopper and Lin Hai on the 1,000 miles sunshine also fell asleep. Nami exclaimed immediately, why are you guys going to sleep too? At this time, Nami appeared above the main pole. She was waving and smiling at the flying fish, welcome. A guy wearing sunglasses on a flying fish muttered, is it a woman? It's a pity, but the order is to kill without mercy. Just as he swung the stick, Nami replied playfully, can you kill me? Shadow. The man on the flying fish exclaimed, what's going on? Before he could wonder, he crashed into the black cloud in front of him with the fish. It turned out that Nami was on the lawn. She waved the weather stick proudly and said, "Mirage weather, please pay attention to the thunderclouds ahead." The flying fish crashed into the black cloud layer created by Nami one by one. Lin Hai's eyes bulged out immediately. "Hey Nami, you are really a genius. How did you make that lifelike phantom?" Nami raised her eyebrows proudly at Lin Hai and said, "What phantom? This is magic. You should call me a magical beautiful girl." "Beautiful girl?" Lin Hai raised his eyebrows. Nami blushed and stared at Lin Hai. "Nibanju." Robin on the side closed his eyes and crossed his hands to display his flower fruit ability. The man on the flying fish behind Robin's head was directly solved by Robin. Chopper on the side jumped up, put his hoofs together, carved hoof. Diamond. The flying fish was directly blown away. The captain of the flying fish team saw this situation and ordered, "Don't disband the formation." Frankie turned his head and looked up, asking, "Are you calling me?" Sanji and Usopp said, "Who called you?" Frankie replied, "What? So you're not talking about me?" Ding ding ding. The people on the flying fish kept shooting at Frankie's chest with pistols, but it was useless. "What's going on? Guns don't work on that guy." The minions on the flying fish were confused. "Hey!" Frankie turned around and said, "Powerful hammer." In one Lin Hai, who was standing by, was picking his nose. "What a bunch of willful guys, fighting is fighting, but it's like a party, tisk." Sanji shouted loudly, "Stop picking your nose there, come over and help me." Lin Hai said, "Isn't this a chance for you to show off? If you are afraid, go into the house." "What did you say?" Sanji was furious. At this time, on the shore, Luffy was being chased by a huge bull. Who else could it be if it wasn't Debarra sitting on the back of the bull? Mao! Boom boom! Zoro, who met up with Hachi on the shore, was attracted by the noise. "Luffy!" Zoro couldn't help wondering. Luffy said as he ran, "Run away, the big guys are coming." Hachi asked, "Is it the Iron Mask?" Luffy replied, "It's the guy with the mask and the cow." Boom! A wooden house was directly knocked open by the huge cow, and Debarra on the back of the cow said, "They knocked us down one after another. You are not a bunch of mosquitoes and flies, flying fish knights." Usopp on the boat said speechlessly, "Put your show up after trampling the land." Lin Hai picked his nose and echoed, "How willful." Dibala said, "This base is no longer needed, as long as we can kill the Straw Hat Boys." The commander of the Flying Fish Knights hurriedly returned to Debarra and said, "I'm very sorry, boss, we will drag all the leaders into the sea and kill them all. Get out of here." Debarra said angrily, "Fishmen, mermaids, and starfish, I have no grudge against you, you can escape wherever you want." Humph! As he said that, Debarra turned his head and looked at the Flying Fish Knights, saying, "I don't like kidnapping, you should know it, right?" "Of course I know it, boss." Everyone in the Flying Fish Knights echoed. Debarra said excitedly, "Today is such a happy day. The man I dreamed of killing is now in front of me. Thank God, it seems that God really exists. That day, the man who suddenly dragged me into the abyss of hell, even if I die here with you today, I must kill you, Pirate Blackfoot Sanji, I miss you so much." "Me?" Sanji was confused and asked with a confused face, "Why did that guy want to kill me?" Frankie asked, "Sanji, who is that guy? He seems to hate you with gnashing teeth." Nami asked, "Did they make enemies in the restaurant? Think about it." Sanji scratched his head and said, "It happened so long ago, even though he did some hateful things all day long." Usopp put his arm around Sanji's shoulder and said, "Then go and die, you deserve it." Lin Hai touched his chin and said playfully, "There is only one truth, that is, Sanji flirted with a woman in the restaurant, and that woman was the fiancée of the big guy opposite, and their relationship was destroyed by Sanji." After hearing what Lin Hai said, everyone's face turned black. "What a joke!" Debarra yelled with bloodshot eyes, "Don't play dumb, Blackfoot, it happened recently." As he said that, Debarra actually took out a spear gun, and the tip of the arrow was covered with venom. Seeing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little angry, damn it. Space field. All the arrows shot at him fell into the sea, and Lin Hai stared at Debarra with a gloomy face and said, "That's all, if you want to die, I can send you off." Although he did not release the Conqueror's haki, Debarra was stared at by Lin Hai, and cold sweat inexplicably flowed from his back. Chapter 271 Wulong's Bounty Order. Although he was stared at by Lin Hai, he felt fear in his heart, but hatred did not make Debaru give up on destroying the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, Luffy on the side said to Zoro beside him, "I saw the face under the mask." "Zoro, really? Who is he?" Luffy replied, "Don't be scared, you know that face too." As he said that, Luffy ran and kicked the mask off Debaru's face. "Okay." Debaru said, "Just take a good look at my scarred face." "Nani?" Usopp said in surprise. "No way." Nami quickly covered her mouth. "Hey!" Chopper's eyes bulged. Although Lin Hai knew that Debaru looked very similar to the bounty order that Sanji had scribbled on, he didn't expect it to be so similar. It was just like him. It was really exaggerated. What an idiotic face. When Sanji saw this face, he was also sweating profusely. Wow! Frankie burst into tears, "I'm going to cry." At this time, Debaru took out a bounty order for Sanji and said to Sanji, "Damn it, I finally waited until today. I went out to sea with the determination to kill you, but you are so damn hard to find because the bounty order and the real person look so different. Totally different. Even if the Navy and bounty hunters meet you, they may not recognize you. No, it's not like that. They will find me. Then they will say to me, 'We found you, Blackfoot Sanji.' Then I will say, 'I never knew that guy. I'm not even a pirate.'" After listening to Debaru's story, Nami exclaimed, "That faces there is such a thing. Chopper, there is a guy in the world who looks exactly like the scribbled portrait on Sanji's bounty order. Hachi, they look alike. Zoro, they are simply printed from the same mold." Lin Hai covered his mouth and laughed, "Sanji, when you see your twin brother, go over and say hello." "Oh my!" Brook almost died of laughter while holding his stomach and lying on the ground. What a joke! Sanji's face turned black and flames appeared all over his body. He jumped directly into the sea and prepared to settle the matter with Debaru on the other side. Debaru on the shore kept chattering, "Blackfoot Sanji, it's all your fault. Can you understand the horror of being targeted by countless people one day? Why do I have to be hunted by the Navy headquarters? I was almost killed by a world-famous bounty hunter. Why? Give me back my life." Tap, 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 tap. Sanji ran, jumped up, and kicked Debaru in the cheek. "It's none of my business." Debaru said, "Why is it none of your business? Who else can be responsible for me besides you?" "Sanji, stop talking nonsense, I was the one who was furious about the bounty order." For a while, the two of them were at loggerheads, and everyone on the Thousand Sunny was speechless. Nami was the first to sigh, "I was shocked. There are so many strange things in the world. Usopp, Sanji was born under the aura of the miracle star, right? Robin, he will definitely die very interestingly in the future." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I say, it's not surprising that two people look alike. Can't Sanji and that Debaru be twins?" Sanji said, "Damn Lin Hai, do you believe I will kill you?" As he said that, Sanji turned to Debaru and said, "Since you don't want to be like the portrait on the bounty order, can't you change your hairstyle or grow a beard?" After a moment of stunned, Debaru punched his palm and exclaimed, "Ah, so there is this trick." Sanji angrily said, "Are you complete idiots? We are not stupid." Debaru retorted, "Blackfoot Sanji, we were originally a small mafia in a remote village in this sea area, and we lived by extorting villagers everywhere every day. How happy and wonderful that life was! But I didn't expect that tragedy would suddenly befall my peaceful life, Blackfoot, can you understand? I, who had only done extortion, suddenly became a wanted criminal with a bounty of more than 90 million Baileys one day, and was hunted by a group of powerful navy all day long. In order to avoid the world, I had to wear an iron mask. It was all because of you that my life was messed up. Even if you go to the end of hell, I will chase you. If you don't want to, just kill me here." "Shut up!" Sanji said with a gloomy face, "I would rather die than be painted like the one on the wanted poster. That kind of person cannot exist in the world." Debaru also said angrily, "In that case, then you go to death." Do. Debaru took out his fish gun and shot at Sanji. Sanji kept dodging, then jumped up, eyes, nose, cheeks, mouth, tongue, chin. Sanji kept kicking Debaru in the face. Plastic kick. The last kick directly pushed Dibaru into the house. Sanji muttered, "Just enjoy the delicious food cooked by the highest skills, bastard." Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates returned to the Thousand Sunny. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "What is this? It's just a farce." But Sanji, who is so talented, better than Usopp's painting skills, he drew you so vividly. Yo-ho-ho. Brook sighed with a smile, "Mr. Sanji, there is actually someone who looks so much like you, it's really unbearable for my heart, although I don't have a heart." Sanji said angrily, "Believe it or not, I will kill both of you." Luffy said impatiently, "I'm talking to you, is this the time to talk about this?" "Hachi, takoyaki, takoyaki." Kami then reacted, "Yes, I almost forgot, I promised to treat you to takoyaki, so please pay 500 Baileys each." Starfish said again, "Is it the time to do business now?" "Ah." Kami held her head with both hands and exclaimed, "I made a mistake." Hachi smiled and said, "Straw Hat Pirates, you are really good people, not only saved Kami and Starfish, but also saved me, you are our lifesavers. I treat you to free takoyaki, eat as much as you want." Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, "Really?" Chapter 272 This is not a show, right? In a sea area near the Sabayati archipelago, on a small boat next to the Thousand Sunny. "Delicious, delicious." Luffy was eating takoyaki quickly. Kami smiled and said, "I'm right, right? The takoyaki made by Hachi is the best in the world." Luffy replied while eating, "I can't stop eating. The more I eat, the more I want to eat. How can there be such delicious takoyaki?" Lin Hai said with disgust, "No one is competing with you for it. Really, chew slowly, bastard, can you have some manners? It's so hot." Luffy put his hand directly on the teppanyaki and screamed. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Look at you, you are so proud, you are acting like a treasure, Tisk Zioba, if you don't bring the takoyaki, I will shoot you." "Really?" Sanji said, "Be quiet." After that, Sanji sighed, "This is really delicious, especially how is the flavor of this sauce made?" Usopp's mouth was full of takoyaki, and he turned his head leisurely and asked, "Doing business with houseboats is also a different flavor, hey Chopper, what's wrong with you?" "Water, water, bring water quickly." "Brook, this is my first time eating takoyaki, it's so delicious that my cheeks are swollen, although I don't have cheeks." Nami on the side looked at Lin Hai, and she also started eating. It's really hard to learn to be like a baby. After all, some things are not so easy to let go, right? At this time, Xiao Bie, who was busy with 6 hands, saw everyone eating there, especially Nami was willing to eat what he made, he was relieved, and the guilt in his heart became less painful. Because in life, the sins committed in ignorance will be very tormenting when you wake up. If there is no such awakening, then as the Buddhists say, you will fall into hell. His result is often not good. For a while, Xiao Bie smiled and said, "You are worthy of being a member of the Straw Hat group. No matter how much you eat today, it is free. Just take it as a thank you gift for saving your life." Kami was also busy, "This is for adding broth, and this is for adding glutinous rice." The starfish next to Kaimi kept adding sauces. Seeing this, Lin Hai smiled and said, "I said you are really a group of good people. Don't be so polite. Try your best. We can still eat it." "Good people?" Xiao Bie couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat, looked up at Nami, "Nami, what do you think?" Suddenly, the boat became quiet, and Luffy didn't dare to speak. After a while, Xiao Bie, who was simple-minded and didn't have complicated thoughts like others, asked again, "This taste, how does it taste?" Alas, some people are often led by others to commit evil deeds, and when they reform, it is difficult to atone for their sins. However, everyone has a chance to reform, right? Otherwise, will those who have reformed be killed directly? Nami ate for a while and replied, "You don't think that I will forgive you if you do this, do you?" "No, no." Xiao Bie said in panic, "How dare I think that, I don't mean that. I really just want to ask you how it tastes." Nami ate another takoyaki, turned around and smiled, "It's delicious." Lin Hai immediately patted Luffy on the shoulder and smiled, "Luffy, our navigators are so good, much more reliable than you." "He he he." Luffy smiled, "Of course, she is our navigator." Sanji immediately muttered with red hearts in his eyes, "Ms. Nami, I will also make takoyaki for you when the time comes. Xiao Bie, who was on the side, was excited when he saw Nami was willing to reply. If Nami was unwilling to talk to him, it meant that she must still be entangled in that matter in her heart. In this way, he, Xiao Bie, really didn't know what to do with his sins. Really? Really? Xiao Bie said with tears streaming down his face, great, that's great. You all eat more, eat as much as you can. Luffy, just work hard, we will eat it all. Happy times are always short, because here comes a speechless guy. Hey, brothers, young master, wait for me. No need to think, it's Dibara's voice. Who is it? Who is this voice? Hee hee. Lin Hai replied, this voice has a bit of a sassy air, and it's Sanji's twin brother. What? Usopp said in surprise, what is he doing here? Isn't he here to cause trouble again? Oh no. Xiao Bie also said in surprise, is it Dibara's group? Are they here to catch Kami? Soon, Dibara's group had arrived on the Straw Hat group's ship. Dibara smiled and said, why did you leave without saying hello? Luffy asked in confusion, who is that guy? It turned out that Sanji had reshaped Dibara's face, so Luffy couldn't recognize him. Ahaha. Dibara showed his white teeth and smiled, I'm a handsome guy, no, it's Dibaru, ha 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 ha. Luffy asked, does that guy look like that? Sanji replied, I don't even have bones. He has changed everything, so he should have no reason to complain about me anymore. Dibara said, you are so polite, Master Blackfoot. We were all shocked when we regained consciousness after you kicked us in the face. As he spoke, Dibara took out a mirror, looked at himself in the mirror and sighed, you made me so handsome that even I was fascinated by myself. Now girls will definitely chase me. My life will be rosy from now on. Aha, aha, ahaha. Seeing the Straw Hat Pirates looking at him, Lin Hai said angrily, why are you looking at me? Am I that stupid? Hey. At this time, Dibara said, although I really want to go back to the countryside and live a carefree life, if I go back without repaying my gratitude, I will have nightmares. This is your first time in this sea area, right? If you need us, please feel free to tell us. Sanji replied, as long as you are satisfied, if you must ask us for anything, then please don't show up in front of us again. Without waiting for Sanji to continue, Dibara picked up the mirror again and said, so handsome, just ride a white horse. Lin Hai. Sanji couldn't help but said, are you listening? Dibara's younger brothers hurriedly reminded, boss, listen to what I say. Yes. Dibaru, who reacted, asked, am I handsome? Sanji said, I never said you were handsome, did I? Do you want me to give you the portrait face I drew before? At this time, Dibara didn't listen to Sanji at all, but when he saw the sauce on his lips being wiped with a tissue, Dibara thought it was Nami blowing him a kiss, so he couldn't help but say, although you are very shy, I still accepted your flying kiss. Nami said, who blew you a kiss? I was just wiping the sauce off the takoyaki. How many optimistic illusions do you have? Dibara picked up the mirror again and said, magic mirror, am I the most handsome man in the world? Lin Hai on the side said speechlessly, Sanji, why didn't you kick him to death? Usopp replied, just ignore him. He is an idiot at heart. There is no hope for him. Hey. Dibara turned to look at Usopp and asked, are you jealous? Usopp's eyes bulged, only a ghost would be jealous. Luffy rarely held Usopp, calm down, Usopp. There is nothing to argue about with that kind of personality. Dibara took a Den Mushi number and said, here, young masters, this is my number. Please call me anytime. I will definitely help you. I really caused you a lot of trouble. I am deeply sorry. Goodbye, let's go, Knights of Rose Life. Get lost. Everyone shouted. Chapter 273 World Nobles. After a hearty meal and a rest, everyone continued sailing. After some questioning, Hachi realized that the Straw Hat Pirates were going to the Sabayati archipelago to coat the ship, and the place they were going to was Fishman Island. So, Hachi felt obliged to be the guide, and also took everyone to the home of a coating worker named Rayleigh. However, when they were about to reach the Sabayati archipelago, Hachi hurriedly said, Straw Hat Pirates, I will take you to see a trustworthy craftsman. But in return, I hope you can promise me one thing. Luffy asked, what is it? Hachi said, after entering the town, you can see the world nobles. Chopper was puzzled, world nobles. Luffy asked, who are they? Robin replied, they are residents of the Holy Land of Marijoa. Lin Hai then remembered that he couldn't walk on the streets of the Sabayati archipelago in a swaggering manner. After all, there were navy there, and he might even run into the idiot who was beaten by him and had a runny nose. At this time, Luffy asked, residents of the Holy Land of Marijoa? What happened to them? Hachi replied with a very bad face, you have to promise me that no matter what happens on the street, don't conflict with the world nobles. Everyone's face changed, and Nami asked with some fear, no matter what happens. Listen carefully. Hachi said, even if someone is killed in front of you, you must pretend not to see it. I say it again, you must pretend not to see it. Usopp, who reacted, turned his head to look at Lin Hai and asked, if I remember correctly, Lin Hai, you seem to have beaten a celestial dragon. Is he a world noble? Nani? Hachi, Kemi, and Hikesing's eyes bulged out. Lin Hai nodded and said, yes, otherwise how could I be suddenly offered a bounty of 300 million Baileys? Hachi stammered in fear, you hit the celestial dragon. Lin Hai nodded and said, there's no need to be so scared, right? Last year, there was a celestial dragon who looked like an idiot and dared to ask me to kneel down for him. It was really unreasonable, so I slapped him, and it felt pretty good. Hikesing couldn't help but said, do you understand the seriousness of the matter? Can you be more serious? Luffy asked in confusion, Hachi, what will happen if you hit the celestial dragon? Why are you so scared? Hachi replied with a dark face, after hitting the celestial dragon, the navy will immediately surround the entire island, and then the admiral will come over because the navy headquarters is very close to here. In short, remember, don't conflict with the world nobles again, do you understand? Chopper asked, why is the status of the celestial dragons so high? Starfish replied, because they inherited the blood of the creator. 800 years ago, 20 kings founded the world government, and their descendants are the celestial dragons. After a long time, they have gained unparalleled power and evolved into the current situation. Tisk. At this time, Lin Hai put on a mask that just covered his nose and eyes, and then said, I say everyone, in this case, they should not recognize me, right? Nami said, I think it's safer for me to stay away from you. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Usopp, Chopper, are you polite? Usopp and Chopper replied at the same time, we agree with Nami. Lin Hai. Soon, the Thousand Sunny stopped at a secret port on number 41. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Frankie stayed on the ship. Nami and Robin went shopping, while the others went to Rayleigh, the coding worker. Seeing Chopper and the others looking at him with vigilant eyes, Lin Hai said speechlessly, I've put on a mask, what do you want from me? I've said I won't fight the world nobles, why don't you believe it? Chopper replied, the most worrying thing here is you, okay? Usopp told me before that you not only beat up the celestial dragons, but also spit. Lin Hai said depressedly, I'm different from Luffy, that idiot. I'm very reliable. Xiao Ba replied, you must remember what I said just now. Don't worry. Lin Hai waved his hand and replied, you should focus on Luffy, this guy is the most worrying. Luffy turned around and asked, am I that great? Everyone said, who praised you? When everyone passed a street, a strong man about 5 meters tall suddenly ran past in the distance. He had an iron ring around his neck and walked towards the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates with a staggering gait. The pedestrians on the street saw his appearance and could not help but avoid him. Suddenly, the strong man picked up a woman next to him with one hand, held the iron ring around his neck with the other hand, and said, help me take it off quickly, please, take this off for me. I want to go home. When the woman saw the iron ring, she naturally understood that it was a slave of the celestial dragons. As long as she had anything to do with him, she would end up miserably. Thinking of this, the woman shed tears in panic and said, please let me go. The strong man asked for help everywhere, shouting, please, I beg you, anyone can do it, whether it is an axe or a saw. Anything is fine, lend it to me quickly. I just want to destroy this collar, I won't hurt you. The residents did not answer him, but moved away from the strong man. The woman in the strong man's hand cried and begged, please let me go, I don't want to die. The helpless strong man threw the woman away and shouted, I have given up the new world, my wife and children are waiting for me in my hometown, please help me. Space field. Space exchange. The iron ring on the strong man's neck suddenly disappeared and appeared in Lin Hai's hand. Lin Hai said speechlessly, look, I'm very stable. As he said, Lin Hai threw the iron ring directly into the space backpack. He did not intend to detonate the iron ring, because when the iron ring exploded, it would attract the celestial dragons. The sturdy man over there realized that the iron ring on his neck was gone amid the exclamations of the residents. The sturdy man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times, looking up at the sky and said excitedly, thank God for hearing my cry, thank you so much, by the way, I want to go home, my wife and children, I will never be a pirate again. Hey. Lin Hai said speechlessly, let's go quickly, be careful to meet the world nobles. Everyone. After reacting, Xiao Bie hurriedly said, let's leave here quickly, it will always be a troublesome thing if we meet the world nobles. Chapter 274 I'm very strong. Soon, everyone walked up an uphill road, and Haixing's eyes bulged out, Xiao blackmail bar? Xiao Bie, this store blatantly says blackmail. Chopper asked, isn't that craftsman a very violent person? It's okay. Hachi replied, everyone is a good person, my childhood friend. It seems that the store is open. Really, Shaky? Hachi pushed open the door and saw a middle-aged lady holding a bleeding pirate in her hand. The middle-aged lady, with black shoulder-length hair and a cigarette in her mouth, turned her head with bright eyes and asked, welcome, what do you want? The Straw Hat Pirates. Could this be Hachi? Long time no see. Shaky said first. Entering the store, Hachi greeted, long time no see, Shaky. Shaky, yes, I haven't seen you for almost 10 years. Said, Shaky turned to the Straw Hat Pirates and said, sit down and wait for a while. I was just trying to extort extra living expenses from these kids. Crackle. After a beating, the pirate was thrown out of the bar. After a round of greetings afterwards, Xiaoqi asked, by the way, what do you want to drink? Luffy had already opened the refrigerator without being told, and then started eating by himself. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Luffy, the meat is cold, can you eat it? Be careful of diarrhea tonight. Haixing's eyes bulged, don't just rummage through other people's refrigerators, and you told others not to eat, but you ate it yourself. Chopper reminded with a horrified face, Luffy, Lin Hai and Brook, you will be blackmailed. Xiaoqi smiled and said, it doesn't matter, whatever you want. Then, I'll give you something good too. As she said that, Xiaoqi took a marshmallow and gave it to Chopper. Marshmallow. Chopper took it immediately with his eyes shining, so sweet, so delicious. Xiaoqi smiled playfully, this one costs 100,000 Baileys. Chopper immediately replied with a pitiful face and tears in his eyes, I don't have that much money. Xiaoqi said with a smile, sorry, I'm joking, I won't take money from Xiao Ba's friends. At this time, Luffy turned around and asked, Auntie, how do you know Chopper likes to eat this? Xiaoqi replied, of course, after all, you are also a group of popular figures, and I am well informed. After that, Xiaoqi looked at Lin Hai playfully. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows, why are you looking at me? You don't want to ask me for money, do you? Sister Xiaoqi, how do you know I have money? Hehe. Xiaoqi said speechlessly, if I remember correctly, a year ago, you caused a riot in the Sabayati archipelago and almost caused trouble for my family. Xiao Bie said excitedly, Xiaoqi, is really okay? Xiaoqi replied, don't worry, he's fine. Although I'm well informed, I didn't know you had another moving skeleton companion. Xiaoqi walked to the bar and looked at Brook curiously. Ah. Brook put down the chopsticks in his hand and said, sorry, I'm late to introduce myself. I'm Brook who is dead and only has bones left. Please take care of me in the future. What color underwear are you wearing? Xiaoqi replied, this, I remember I'm wearing. Lin Hai. After a while, everyone sat at the bar, and Xiaoqi said, my pleasure now is to support you newcomers. Support. Lin Hai said speechlessly, why do I feel that when pirates become popular, it seems to be to complete a certain mission? Hey, Luffy, I don't go to sea for these messy things, it's so stressful. Xiaoqi asked curiously, then sleep god Lin Hai, can you tell me why you go to sea? Why? Lin Hai wiped his hair with both hands, and then replied, of course, I go shopping, pick up girls, tell fortunes, steal jade and steal xiang, romantic and unrestrained. Luffy turned around and said, what are you talking about? Of course I went to sea to become the Pirate King. Tisk. Lin Hai poked Luffy's head, the Pirate King is great, I despise the Pirate King. Hey! Chopper's eyes bulged, what a pity. Seeing Xiaoqi looking at him with interest, Lin Hai spread his hands and explained, can't I brag? No matter how great the Pirate King is, he has no right not to let me despise him, right? If you have the guts, ask him to crawl out of the grave and beat me. Hehe. Xiaoqi couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. At this time, Hachi said, by the way, Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi waved her hand and said, you don't need to say it, I understand everything. Hachi and Kami came here from the land, they must have brought Monkey and others here to coat the ship, right? In other words, you want to ask Rayleigh to help with the coating, right? Hachi, yes. Xiaoqi replied, but he is not here now. Hey! Luffy replied, the craftsman is not here? We really want to go to Fishman Island. Xiaoqi replied, don't worry, he will not leave this archipelago, he may be hanging out in a bar or casino. Luffy asked, if we wait here, he will come back sooner or later, right? Xiaoqi said speechlessly, yes, he will come back, but he hasn't been back for half a year. Half a year? Everyone shouted. Xiaoqi sighed, once you run away from home, it will take a long time to get back. This is the nature of pirates. Luffy asked, was the craftsman a pirate? Xiaoqi replied, yes. Brook said, this is a headache. If he is not here, we can only go to find him. By the way, Miss Xiaoqi, where will he go? Well. Xiaoqi replied, probably in the woods 1 to 29. Chopper said in surprise, Xiao Ba said before that there is no way out there. At this time, Xiaoqi said, my family, he is a notorious villain. It is not convenient for him to move under the surveillance of the navy. By the way, in addition to this range, he also likes the Sabayati Archipelago Park. Amusement Park. Luffy was immediately excited, okay, let's find it there. Amusement Park, everyone couldn't help but jump for joy. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I said you are they children? Forget it, although he knew something, Lin Hai was too lazy to care. With such a personality, he could make whatever trouble he wanted. Lin Hai couldn't wait to go out for a walk. The famous scene of kicking a supernova with one foot was too exciting. At this time, Xiaoqi reminded, in short, no matter where you go to find him, you must be careful. According to the information I have, after you landed here, there are now 12 bounty criminals with a bounty of more than 100 million on this archipelago. Chopper and Brook immediately broke out in cold sweat. Xiaoqi said, among these 12 people, in addition to Monkey, Roronoa, and Sleeping God Lin Hai, there are 9 people. They are the same as you. They have experienced dangers and arrived here. However, so far, it is very rare for new people in the world to gather together at the same time, especially Kid, Luffy, Hawkins, Dorak, and Law, whose names often appear in newspapers. The number of pirate groups swarming in from the entrance of the Grand Line is now limited. The Grand Line is like a huge survival elimination game. Those who successfully arrive here through various routes can be said to be carefully selected elite pirates. One of these pirates may grow up to be the leader of the next generation of pirates. In short, with so many newcomers entering the new world at once, the new world will not be safe and sound. After speaking, Xiaoqi took a deep breath of smoke, then looked at Luffy and added, by the way, among these captains, Kid's bounty is higher than yours, Luffy. The reason why he is higher than yours is that they have caused a lot of losses to ordinary people. It's not cute at all, right? So I will naturally support you, Monkey. Luffy replied, it turns out that there are so many pirates with more than 100 million on this island. Xiaoqi asked, didn't you read the newspaper? Luffy replied, I don't read the newspaper. Xiaoqi smiled slightly and said, intelligence is a weapon, you still need to know the name of your opponent. Lin Hai picked his nose and said speechlessly, Sister Xiaoqi, we are not going out to sea to fight for supremacy, it feels so boring. Hehe. Xiaoqi laughed, you are really an alternative among pirates. Speaking, Xiaoqi turned her head and looked at Luffy. Luffy laughed, I just want to be happy, hee by the way, it's really worrying that the craftsman uncle stays in that kind of town. Hee. Xiaoqi replied, you can rest assured about my family, he is 100 times stronger than you, of course, except for the one next to you. Seeing Xiaoqi looking at him, Lin Hai proudly wiped his hair, showing his white teeth, and laughed very arrogantly, I am very strong. Everyone. At this time, Lin Hai stood up and said, pay attention, I will meet those supernovas, it is really exciting. Luffy smiled and said, okay. Chapter 275 Supernova. Lin Hai, wearing a mask, ran to the Sabayati archipelago to stroll around. When he first crossed over, he didn't pay attention because he was running for his life. Now Lin Hai realized that this place is so damn beautiful. It's just like a scene in a dream. Bright sunshine, various buildings, these buildings are completely different from those in later generations, even some shops are built like a castle, Western style, but different from Western style. People come and go on the road, with all kinds of clothes, and green grass on the ground, bubbles popping up from time to time. No wonder this place has become a favorite place for the world's nobles to visit. But if I remember correctly, many businesses here are related to that Doflamingo, right? Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh, this scum is really a genius in the world of black hearts. At this time, in a small shop, a creature that looks like a white bear whispered to the person wearing a spotted hat beside him, Captain, a strange person came in. The man wearing a hat and called the captain is one of the supernovas who came to this island, Trafalgar Law. Luo drank a drink leisurely and said calmly, that's none of our business. Let's eat something quickly. It will be very interesting later. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Hai sitting at a table. Although he was wearing face, Trafalgar Law recognized the person in front of him and couldn't help but get nervous. After all, Luo knew more or less about Lin Hai's deeds. At this time, Lin Hai, who sat down, said, Boss, come first with a beer. The shopkeeper squinted and said, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Seeing Luo, Lin Hai couldn't help but be stunned, but the bear next to Luo was more attractive. Lin Hai asked, cosplay? Bear? The bear is actually a fur tribe. His name is Popo. He is Luo's crew member and his behavior is not much different from that of a human. Seeing Lin Hai asking him, Popo lowered his head and whispered, I'm sorry. Lin Hai. At this time, Luo smiled evilly and said, I really didn't expect a big shot to come here. If I'm not mistaken, you are the head of the sleeping god, right? Sleeping god? Is it the one with a bounty that is more than twice as high as yours? Several crew members next to Luo were shocked. One of the crew members asked, Captain, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Calm down. Luo looked at Lin Hai and whispered, why don't you see the straw hat head? Now there are more than a dozen new pirates with more than 100 million yuan landing here. It's getting more and more interesting. What do you think, the head of the sleeping god? Lin Hai sat directly next to Luo with a beer. You mean Luffy and the others? They are playing in the amusement park. By the way, what do you mean by getting more and more interesting? Luo replied playfully, with so many people squeezing into the new world at once, do you think the new world will be peaceful? By the way, how many people have been killed? Me. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I am a good pirate and I don't kill people. That bear over there, do you want a beer? I'll treat you. Popo, sorry. Lin Hai. At this time, there was a noise outside, as if someone was fighting. Lin Hai and Luo looked at each other, and both of them couldn't help but walk out of the store and ran to watch. It turned out that the people fighting outside were the strange monk Uroki with a bounty of 108 million belly and the killing warrior Kira. The strange monk Uroki is a strong man with a pair of white wings on his back, and he is a resident of Sky Island. And Kira, he is a crew member with a bounty of 315 million kid. The reason for the fight between the two is unknown. Uraj was holding a huge columnar object as a weapon, and every blow caused vibrations on the ground, while Kira was holding two strange short knives, and his hands and feet were very flexible. Lin Hai asked Luo next to him, who do you think will win? Luo replied playfully, who knows? At this time, a supernova came from another place. His name was Red Flag X Drake, with his chest exposed, and a big X on his chest. He was a pirate with a bounty of 222 million berries. Seeing Yurij and Kira fighting each other, Drake jumped up with an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, and separated the two. Drake said, "If you want to make trouble, go to the New World." Yurij waved the huge weapon in his hand easily after being stopped by someone, and said, "So that's it, is it the fallen Navy Dorak?" He. Yurij turned his head and looked at Kira, saying, "You really saved your life, the guy wearing a mask." Luo, who was sitting in one place, lowered his head and said with a smile, "Just now, we were about to put on a good show, Dorak, how many people did you kill?" Tisk. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I'm speechless. I say, you two, you can't be scared by that strange guy, right?" Kira on the side remained silent. Because he was wearing a mask, his expression could not be seen, and on the side Yurij smiled and asked, "Who are you, little brother?" Lin Hai replied, "Big guy, you are a pirate, right? People who don't know would think you are afraid of him. His name is the Fallen Navy Drake, right?" Dorek frowned, looked at Lin Hai, and said, "If we make trouble here, what if we attract the Navy?" Lin Hai replied, "If you are afraid, don't be a pirate." Drake asked, "You seem to be hostile to me." Lin Hai replied frankly, "We were watching a good show, and you suddenly stopped us. We are a little unhappy, but you seem to be very proud." Drake glanced at Lin Hai and simply said, "See you in the New World." "How can you tolerate this?" Lin Hai was speechless. He wanted to teach this Navy undercover a lesson, but he didn't expect this guy to not do it. If he didn't do it, Lin Hai couldn't do it either, right? After all, there is a reason to beat someone up. After Drake left, Luo said to Lin Hai with a playful look, "It seems that he has remembered you." Lin Hai spread his hands, "It doesn't matter. I tell you, if he dared to make a move just now, I would have kicked him away. Do you believe it? I am very strong." He. Luo stood up and said, "Sleep God, I heard that you guys are crazy. Today I have seen you. Let's say goodbye." At this time, Lin Hai used his observation haki. He was very confused. Why did Zoro circle around alone? Therefore, Lin Hai separated from Luo and had to quickly bring back Zoro, who was a road idiot. Chapter 276 Meet the Celestial Dragons again. Not long after Luffy and Lin Hai left the Thousand Sunny, Zoro, who was on the ship, also got off the ship to take a walk. At this time, a scene of celestial dragons crossing the street was happening right in front of him. On the street, residents were kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up. This street was exactly where Lin Hai and Luo had left before. In the middle of the street, the Tianlong man sitting on a man's back had a round bubble on his head, holding an ice cream in one hand and two chains in the other. On the other end of the chain were two young and beautiful women. The Tianlong man had dull eyes and a little stubble, and looked very silly. He was Charlos, who was knocked unconscious by Lin Hai before. At this time, behind Charlos, the two women followed behind with dull eyes and staggering steps, moving forward step by step. Behind the two women, there were several guards. Yurij on the side said speechlessly, "Are they celestial dragons? They dare to be so arrogant in the lawless zone. They are such a troublesome race. It seems that we can only kneel down and let them pass." At this time, Charlos shed a snot, took a deep breath, and said, "Where did Charla and father go after abandoning me?" The man in a black suit following Charlos replied, "I know their final destination, so please rest assured." Charlos stepped on the head of the man below, and said as he stepped, "Boy, it's all your fault for being as slow as a turtle, and it's shaking so badly. I'm about to vomit riding you. You're really annoying." After pedaling for a while, Charlos couldn't help but gasp. But at this moment, Charlos found that there were actually several people passing by there who didn't kneel down. So, Charlos shouted, "Hey, stop right there." It turned out that there were two people in white clothes carrying a stretcher, and a seriously injured person was lying on the stretcher. A beautiful nurse next to him was holding a bottle of drip in her hand. It seemed that they were taking that person to the hospital for emergency treatment. Charlos didn't care about that. He got off his mount and said angrily, "How dare humans walk around in front of me?" As he said that, Charlos threw away the ice cream in his hand and walked towards the nurse. At this time, a doctor said, "Yes, sorry, please be kind and let us pass. This is an emergency patient with severe bleeding. We have to race against time. The hospital is right in front of us." Charlos glanced at the bleeding patient and replied, "Really? This won't do. We have to hurry to free him." No one expected that Charlos would kick the patient down. Yuriki was speechless. He really does whatever he wants. The other supernovas watching on the side were also silent. At this time, Charlos turned around and asked, "Which is more important, the etiquette towards me or the life of the untouchables?" The person behind Charlos replied, "Without the celestial dragons, there would be no untouchables." At this time, Charlos found that the nurse was quite pretty, so he stepped forward and looked at her, and said, "Okay, you can be my wife." The man in a suit and leather shoes immediately said, "Then we will immediately handle the procedures for you to welcome the 13th lady to the Holy Land." Charlos said, "I'm tired of the wives from 1 to 5, let them go back to being untouchables." The man in a suit saluted and replied, "I understand." The nurse hurriedly said, "Wait." The other man was even more anxious. He ran out excitedly and said, "Please wait a moment, she is my fiancée." Bang! Before he finished speaking, the running man was shot. Charlos fired and said, "Standing in front of me again." "Ah!" The nurse screamed immediately, "Killing in broad daylight, how could this happen? Who will save him? Come and save him." At this time, not far from the celestial dragons, two people were walking swaggeringly. Who else could it be if not Lin Hai and Zoro? Lin Hai took a sip of wine and said, "I'm talking to you, it's a pity that you can wander around in one area. If it weren't for me, hey." Zoro rolled his eyes and said, "Stop talking nonsense, why is this island like a maze, by the way, why are there so many people kneeling next to it?" Lin Hai replied, "Something seems to have happened ahead." Zoro replied, "That's none of our business, by the way, this wine is really good." The people watching on the side were all stunned, but they didn't dare to stand up and remind the two men, lest they get into trouble. Lin Hai naturally knew what was happening in front of him, and he was thinking about how to deal with it later. If I remember correctly, Luffy would also beat up the celestial dragons, right? In that case, beating one is beating two is also beating, as long as people don't recognize it, isn't it fine? Who is that guy? That guy should be a pirate hunter from the East China Sea, and the one wearing a mask seems to be the sleeping god Lin Hai. Why are you wandering around in the middle of the road so brazenly? Don't you know anything? Those two guys are very dangerous. People on the side began to whisper. At this time, Lin Hai and Zoro stopped, because Charlos was looking at them with snot and wide eyes. Zoro asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Want to ask for directions." Lin Hai. Charlos seemed to be familiar with Lin Hai's figure and eyes, and asked incredulously, You are?" Seeing Charlos like this, Zoro turned his head to look at Lin Hai and asked, "Do you know each other?" Lin Hai said, "Knowing shit." Charlos was furious, "You lowly person, it turned out to be you." Lin Hai was surprised, "Oh? You know me? Oh, this person can't keep a low profile after becoming famous, really?" At this time, Charlos raised his pistol and pointed it at Lin Hai, and Zoro was ready to draw his sword. "Hey hey!" A supernova watching on the side said, "What does that guy want to do?" Instantly, Lin Hai looked up and glared at Charlos, only to see Charlos, the man in a suit and several guards behind him, as if they saw a huge black shadow behind Lin Hai, with white light in the shadow's eyes. Instantly, Charlos and the guards and others foamed at the mouth and fainted. The people watching on the side were all stunned to see the celestial dragon fainted. And some knowledgeable supernovas couldn't help but sweat. Is that Conqueror's Haki? That is indeed Conqueror's Haki, but it is more advanced than Conqueror's Haki. Tisk. Zoro said speechlessly, "Why don't you let me take action?" At this time, Lin Hai turned around and taught him a lesson. "Zoro, didn't you listen to what Xiao Bie said? Don't offend the celestial dragons. If you dare to chop him, we will all be waiting to die in the future." Zoro was speechless and said, "You did it, didn't you?" Lin Hai retorted, "I didn't do it. By the way, run away quickly." Then, Lin Hai turned around and said to the residents, "You don't want to cause trouble, right? He just fainted. Just pretend you didn't see it. Go do what you need to do. Open it, ugh everyone." Spacefield. While the two women were freed, Lin Hai fed the celestial dragon a pill of Sanluo milk powder bought from the Feng Shao system. It was so expensive. Chapter 277 Prosperity or Repression. While Lin Hai and Zoro were doing this on this street, a group of residents were also kneeling on a street in Area 1. In the middle of the street, a puppy was walking, and the puppy's head was also wrapped with a round bubble. The dog walked up to a person lying on the ground and urinated. Seeing this, all the residents knelt there silently. This scene seemed a bit strange and incredible. At this time, 2 Tianlong people came from a distance. "You are so unworthy, monkey." The speaker was Charlos's sister, Charla. She said, "Really, father, another one is broken." Shalia's father said, "Do you feed him sedatives on time every day?" Shalia replied, "I did, but it doesn't work for this idiot. Please buy me a new one." Shalia's father said, "You really don't know how to train slaves. You have broken my captain's collection one after another." Shalia replied, "It's all because this guy is so useless." As she said that, she kicked the man lying on the ground while cursing. After kicking for a while, she was still not satisfied, so she took out her pistol and fired at him. After firing a few shots, Charla turned around and said, "Next time I want a giant slave." Shalia's father said, "You should start training with human children. The auction is about to start. Let's go and see if there is anything interesting." After the two left, a group of Navy soldiers immediately ran out to clean up everything. Navy headquarters. In an office, Garp was sitting there eating senbei in big mouthfuls. After swallowing, he asked, "Is Pluto, Silver's really?" A Navy replied, "It seems that no one around has noticed. Everyone thinks he is just an ordinary old man and is about to sell him at an auction." Ah ha ha ha! Garp picked up the senbei again and laughed while eating. "Are you going to sell Pluto at a human auction?" Ah ha ha ha! The Navy asked, "If it is really him, it would be incredible. The subordinates seem to be. I'm not 100% sure. What should I do?" Vice Admiral Garp, "Do you want to report to Marshal Sengoku?" Garp replied, "No, leave this matter to me. Don't tell anyone, including Sengoku. Tell your subordinates not to talk too much." The Navy couldn't help asking, "But if it's really him?" Garp smiled and said, "It should be him. I occasionally get some news about sightings of him. Maybe he lost money in gambling and used himself to pay off his debts. Even if he is a veteran, if he rashly confronts Rayleigh head-on, it is likely to be a disaster for the Navy. Bring unexpected heavy losses, especially at this time. Do you want the Navy to fight 2 legendary figures at the same time?" The Navy couldn't help but sweat, but still reminded Vice Admiral Garp that. Garp picked his nose and said speechlessly, "Just say it if you have something to say." The Navy looked at Garp depressedly and said, "The Straw Hat Pirates also landed on the Sabayati archipelago. If they are there." When it comes to the Straw Hat Pirates, Garp feels a headache, but still said, "You don't have to worry about this matter." The Navy asked, "Is this really okay? He is your grandson." Garp replied directly, "Don't worry about it, just do your own thing." In fact, Garp is quite relieved about this matter, because he knows that someone will not let the Straw Hat Pirates die there. Even in another place, Luffy took Cammy and others to the amusement park to play. Because everyone was having fun, Cammy was kidnapped without paying attention. Because the nobles in the world of Sabayati archipelago are very interested in slaves, whether they are humans, giants, mermaids, or fishmen, especially mermaids. As long as there is enough profit, those guys who hide in the dark will naturally provide this kind of service. When Sanji and others received the news that Cammy was abducted, they immediately contacted the Flying Fish Knights they met at the beginning. After some inquiries, Cammy was caught in the auction in Area 1. So, the Straw Hat Pirates headed towards Area 1. Originally, Luffy planned to take Cammy back directly, but at the request of Hachi, in the end, Nami and Sanji decided to use Bailey auctioned Cammy back according to the rules here. In such a prosperous place like the Sabayati archipelago, such an ironic scene actually occurred, and this situation is common. Living in such an environment for a long time, it is no wonder that some people go to the sea and become pirates. For some people with a slightly hot temper, how can they not be forced to be more irritable by such an environment? For example, Kid, who was leaning against the wall of the auction venue at this time, looked at the 2 celestial dragons entering the venue and couldn't help but whispered in a mocking tone, "Celestial dragons, slaves, and human auction shops. Humph, compared with the greedy and powerful, the villains in the world are more or less humane. It is because garbage rules that garbage is constantly produced. Don't you even understand this truth? Compared with them, our evil is still quite cute, right Kira?" Kira, that's right. Kid smiled and said, if you see an interesting guy, buy it. A mummy-like man next to Kid whispered, Boss Kid, look over there, does it look familiar? That's Trafalgar Law, the 200 million bounty criminal in the North Sea. The rumors about him are quite bad. Some translations are Trafalgar Law. Noticing that someone was looking at him, Law turned around and smiled and gave Kira Yang a chin, which was considered a greeting. When Kid saw Luo like this, he also smiled provocatively, your attitude is also extremely bad. At this time, in an office at the auction venue, a staff member ran in and reported in surprise, Mr. Disco, another top-notch item today. Disco squinted and smiled, the highlight today is the giant, right? I know, leave it to me, I will increase the bid. Is the preparation of the child foolproof? The staff replied, it's not like that, it's a mermaid, a young mermaid. Now I can imagine how intense the auction will be later. Really? Disco's eyes narrowed even more, take me to see it quickly, this is really a big deal. Chapter 278 Zoro, come with me. Time goes back to the street where Lin Hai and Zoro left Charlos. After seeing the two bold men Lin Hai and Zoro leave, everyone reacted, because the celestial dragons were still fainted on the ground, and they all didn't know what to do. The long-standing concept has been deeply rooted, so they are still kneeling there, and the nurse and the two doctors have left. However, there are some people who dare to stand up, that is, the supernovas. They are still a little confused now, because they are shocked by Lin Hai's domineering. A female captain on the side, Bonnie, with a hot body, looked at the backs of Lin Hai and Zoro going away, she couldn't help but slap her forehead and murmured, I really don't know if this group of people is sick in the brain. Pirates should abide by the rules between pirates. What if they attract the Admiral of the Navy? One of Bonnie's men replied, Captain Bonnie, are we going to sail? Before he finished speaking, they immediately hid and knelt. At this time, because Charlos woke up, he was a little confused, as if he had blacked out. Charlos stood up and snot flowed out, which he licked, and said in confusion, why am I here? What was I going to do? As he said this, he chewed the paste-like thing in his mouth, which was salty and delicious. After swallowing it, he found that his guard was lying on the ground, so he kicked the guard. The guard stood up in a panic and said respectfully, Lord Charlos, I'm very sorry, just now. Charlos interrupted directly, where are my father and sister? I remember I went to find them, right? The guard's eyes were a little confused, but he knew what he should do as he had been educated by the Tianlong people since he was a child. He didn't dare to say anything extra, but said, Lord Charlos, please follow me, they are at the number 1 auction. Fortunately, the guard didn't say anything extra, otherwise he would die immediately. Because he was still in the ability field opened by Lin Hai. At this time, the residents found for the first time that this celestial dragon was actually somewhat cute. He would not pursue what happened just now? Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Charlos leaving, but they didn't know that Lin Hai had fed Charlos a pill of Sanluo milk powder when he left. Whoever uses Sanluo milk powder knows. The effect is that while forgetting things for an hour, intelligence will also decrease as time goes by. At the beginning, Lin Hai searched for a long time in the system and only found this most effective good thing. At this time, a subordinate of Capone Becky, the godfather who offered a reward of 138 million Baileys, said, what happened to that celestial dragon? Fortunately, the worst thing didn't happen. Capone Becky held a cigar in his mouth and said expressionlessly, those two people, one is the pirate hunter Zoro, and the other should be the god of sleep Lin Hai? What a bunch of lunatics. I heard that group of people are not doing things properly, and they dare to touch the celestial dragons. Basil Hawkins, who offered a bounty of 249 million belly, said expressionlessly, it is God's will that they are saved. They are not dead now. Skirikaman APU, who offered a bounty of 198 million belly, said speechlessly, the murderous aura exuded by those two guys is really amazing. APU couldn't help but recall the look in Zoro's eyes when he drew his sword. What's even more speechless is that one of them actually released Conqueror's haki. Urich on the side smiled and replied, the bounty of the second person is higher than that of the captain, and the other one also has 150 million belly. Neither of them seems to be inferior to others. It seems that their captain has an extraordinary demeanor. These supernovas were commenting on Lin Hai and Zoro, but they didn't care at all. At this time, they had already gone to auction shop number 1. Zoro took a sip of wine and said, "Tisk, this place is really annoying. You said we can't beat up the celestial dragons, but what if he wakes up?" Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said with a sly smile, "I gave him something good to eat. Do you want one too? It's free. I don't give it to ordinary people." Tisk. Zoro rolled his eyes at Lin Hai directly, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. It turned out that it was because Lin Hai had stopped Zoro from cutting people just now. However, seeing Zoro's hateful expression, Lin Hai couldn't help but say, "Aren't you uncomfortable?" Zoro ignored Lin Hai, but filled his glass with wine again, and said with a figure-8 step, "Are we going to auction shop number 1? Tisk, those guys are really troublesome. What's wrong?" Lin Hai stopped and looked at Zoro with fish eyes. Zoro turned his head and asked in confusion, "I'm talking to you, let's go quickly, Kami's matter is important." Lin Hai slapped his forehead and asked speechlessly, "Is there any road ahead? Why is there a straight road? You walk to the big tree next to it." "Stop talking nonsense." Zoro quickly changed the subject and asked, "I said Lin Hai, sense the breath nearby, is this the observation haki?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes, you have signs of awakening, but you have to learn to control it, otherwise, you can't even sleep well, every day is like having tinnitus." Before he finished speaking, Zoro said, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and catch up with me, I don't know if Luffy and the others have arrived." "Hey? What's wrong?" Lin Hai replied with a dark face, "You went astray again." Zoro. When Lin Hai and Zoro rushed to the number 1 auction, 3 staff members were grabbing Kemi to enter the backstage of the venue. "Let me go, it hurts." Kemi kept struggling, but her arms were grabbed and her lower body was lifted, so she couldn't get away at all. "Damn it, let go, don't." In the quiet backstage, a group of people were imprisoned in the fence, and they all sat there silently. Kemi's shouting did not attract their attention, because those people had iron rings locked around their necks, and the scene in front of them had long been numb. "Don't move, otherwise you won't know the number of the collar," one of the staff members holding Kemi ordered. Suddenly, Kemi was stunned. She saw a man holding the explosive iron ring coming over. His purpose was self-evident. Hearing the sound of the iron chain dragging on the ground, Kemi immediately thought of her fate after putting on the iron ring. She immediately shouted in fear, "I don't want it, Zioba." The staff quickly grabbed Kemi and scolded, "Little scum, if you don't want to suffer, be honest." "Ah, no, I don't want it, Zioba, save me." Kami cried out and struggled. Chapter 279, The Celestial Dragon was knocked unconscious? No matter how Kami wailed, it did not affect the people in the iron ring in the fence. They seemed to have accepted their fate. Due to Kami's fierce resistance, the staff were about to take violent measures when the auction manager, Disco, came here from the office. Seeing this scene, Disco smiled as usual, squinted his eyes, and said in a gentle professional tone, "Don't waste important goods casually." A staff member turned around and greeted, "Mr. Disco." Disco stepped forward and said, "Is that her? The mermaid has arrived." As he said, he looked at it carefully and smiled, "Ho ho ho, it's really a treasure, fresh and energetic, it will definitely sell for a high price." "Who produced it?" A staff member replied, "It's a hound pet." Disco replied, "Is it Peterman? He's really good at it. Did the Flying Fish Knights do nothing this time?" In short, a high price is undoubtedly a price. This group of inhuman guys, from their tone, made Kami angry and cursed back, "Go to hell." Pia. Disco suddenly went crazy and slapped Kami in the face, saying with a ferocious face, "What do you mean by that expression? Bastard, a fish is arrogant." As he said, Disco wanted to step on Kami, but was stopped by the staff, "Mr. Disco, this is an important product. If it is injured, it will lose its value. If you really want to kick the belly covered by clothes or something." Kami, who was lying on the ground, sat up and turned his head. He roared, "Xiao Ba will definitely come to deal with you bastards. You dare to talk back?" Disco's eyes widened, but he was reminded by the staff that he knew he couldn't hit Kemi, so he said, "Hey, give me the collar." At this time, Lin Hai and Zoro, who came here, also arrived. They came down directly from the roof. After all, Lin Hai's ability is still very convenient to use, isn't it? It was just that when using the observation haki to find Kemi, some time was wasted. However, when Lin Hai came here and saw this scene, he couldn't help but say with a gloomy face, Zoro, those unhappiness just now are nothing. Now, I can't help but want to kill someone. At one side of the fence, there was an old man with grey hair and lowered his head next to him. At this time, he couldn't help but raise his head. The glasses he wore reflected the light, making it impossible to see his expression. Ah! Zoro replied in a low voice, I want to kill someone too. Lin Hai said, you are too kind, let me do it. Hey, who are you? A staff member found out why two people suddenly appeared here. Another staff member said, guests, if you want goods, please go to the auction site. This is not the place for you. Seeing that the two people looked very scary, Disco hurriedly carried them out of the backstage and said, you two, get out quickly. This is the property of the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo. If the auction cannot run normally because of you, not only will the celestial dragons blame you, but you will also offend Lord Doflamingo. Hey, bring me the collar. Disco believed that if he brought out these two big backers, the two people in front of him would be scared by his words and run away, right? But life is unpredictable, this is life. Lin Hai drew out his sword Gao Feng. When Lin Hai raised his eyes, he didn't say much, and saw a ray of light passing through Disco and the others. After a while, Disco and the 3 people fell down. Open, ugh. Lin Hai couldn't help spitting thick phlegm on Disco's face, and then kicked him directly against the wall. After a while, Kami jumped into Lin Hai's arms and cried loudly. Lin Hai didn't know how to comfort her, so he had to pat Kami on the back. After all, such a simple-minded girl suddenly saw such ugliness, and I don't know if she would have any psychological trauma. At this time, Soran on the side reminded, you two, now is not the time to reminisce about the past, what's next? As he said, when Soran looked at the fence, the people imprisoned inside showed a glimmer of hope in their eyes, but it soon dimmed. Because of the collar around their necks, they were desperate. At this time, Lin Hai patted Kami and said, stand aside first, let me, the handsome guy, rescue those people. Zoro asked in confusion, will this cause a riot? Riot? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, it's already a riot outside. Even if it's not a riot, seeing so many people like this, can we just sit back and watch? It's all because of me who is so excellent. Why is my heart so soft and I can't bear to see others suffer a little bit? Alas, excellence is also a sin. Bullshit, I killed people just now without blinking an eye. Zoro said with a dark face, hurry up and do your work, don't be so conceited there. Ha ha ha. The old man in the fence suddenly laughed. He was Rayleigh, who Luffy and the others were looking for. Hearing that Lin Hai had to praise himself before saving people, Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh. Giant friend, it seems that we are going to be rescued. The giant was a little confused. After all, there was no key to the collar. If you try to open it, the bomb installed inside will explode. Clang! Zoro chopped the iron door with his knife. Space field. Delaying. All of a sudden, the collars on everyone's necks fell to the ground, and the originally quiet backstage could not help but boil. The collar is open. This can't be true. Hit, it's open. Are we saved? Are we dreaming? Dang dang! Lin Hai patted the iron door with his knife and said, be quiet, follow the giant in an orderly manner, and run for your lives. Run for your lives? Yes, yes, thank you. Lin Hai said speechlessly, thank you for nothing, the Navy will surround this place later, if you want to thank me, don't get caught again. Outside the venue, when Lin Hai and Zoro arrived, Luffy also came to the number 1 auction on a flying fish, but the flying fish could not stop in time, so the driver listened to Luffy and crashed directly from above. Coincidentally, Charlos couldn't remember the human mount he had at the time, so he changed his mount and rushed here. As a result, the flying fish that Luffy and his friends were riding directly hit Charlos, who entered the venue. This guy's luck was really good. Maybe this is fate? After Luffy knocked Charlos unconscious, he didn't know who he hit, but complained to the pilot of the Flying Fish Knights, what are you doing? Can't you land better? How is this possible? The pilot retorted, this is a flying fish. And Sanji on the side exclaimed, Luffy, Nami, Chopper, Hachi and others. I couldn't help but look at the celestial dragon with bubbles wrapped around his head, and my eyes twitched. Did Luffy get into trouble? Kid on the side was also speechless. He reminded, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, you seem to have hit someone. Everyone looked. Everyone was shocked. The celestial dragon was knocked unconscious. Chapter 280 Rayleigh. Starfish and Hachi, who were preparing to auction off Cammy, were already dumbfounded. The celestial dragon was knocked unconscious? It's over, Hachi, the Straw Hat Boy is really messing around. What should we do now? Starfish shouted to Hachi in panic. Luffy looked at Charlos who had fainted, and sighed, this guy's luck is too bad, isn't it? Everyone was speechless. It was a big deal to knock out a celestial dragon. Should he say such a thing so lightly? Cha, Saint Charlos, a guard in the venue whispered. He really didn't know what to do. Maybe he would be executed later. Hat. Luo, who was sitting in one place, raised his mouth and whispered, this is the Straw Hat Master. And Kid on the side couldn't help but smile and whispered, let's see how you will deal with it next. At this time, Luffy, who reacted, was silent for a while, holding his hat and turned to Nami, Frankie and others and said, I'm sorry, everyone. I heard that offending the celestial dragons will attract the admirals and warships of the navy. Xiao Bie, you are in big trouble. Sanji lit a cigarette, it's impossible to prevent Luffy from making trouble. Since it has happened, it's impossible. There is no solution. Nami slapped her forehead, I knew this would happen. Frankie said, so what should we do next? Luffy replied, of course, save Cammy. Chopper asked, but the auction hasn't started yet, and Cammy isn't here. She should be somewhere in the backstage, right? Charlos's father said in disbelief, Charlos. Shreya also said, brother Charlos, even father hasn't beaten him. Charlos's father looked at Luffy in anger, and said in a low voice, asshole, you low-class pariah dared to do this to my son. Bang bang bang. As he said that, Charlos's father took out a gun and fired several shots at Luffy. He angered the celestial dragons. Run outside. Get out, don't push me. The nobles of the world who were preparing to auction things ran out of the venue in panic after hearing the gunshots. At this time, Charlos's father ignored the nobles, but shot at Luffy and said, I want to let you know what the consequences will be for us who offend the descendants of the creator of this world. Luffy remained silent. It was an accident just now. Did he, Luffy, hit it on purpose? If he pushed the responsibility onto others or found some excuse, Luffy would not do it. Just when Luffy was thinking about how to solve it, Sanji jumped up, kicked the gun in Charlos's father's hand, and replied, that has nothing to do with us, you bastard. The guards then realized what they should do. So the guards all took action, you bastard, how dare you be rude to Saint Rizward. Cheek, crush it. Sanji jumped back and attacked the two guards. For a while, the auction venue began to fight. Sanji hurriedly said to Frankie, go backstage Frankie and rescue Miss Cammy. Frankie replied, okay, leave it to me, the super. Chopper's eyes bulged out, no way. So many guards rushed in at once. After a while of fighting, Rizward saw that the Straw Hat pirates kept defeating the guards who came in, and he couldn't help but angrily said, are you going to fight us to the end? Luffy turned around and replied, Cammy is not a commodity. Luffy's words made Rizward feel inexplicable. Shouldn't he be punished for knocking his son unconscious? In this case, Rizward stopped talking nonsense and turned to a man in a suit and said, call the admiral and the warships and teach them a lesson. Backstage, Zoro was surprised and said, hey Linhai, this is too coincidental, right? He is the coding craftsman we are looking for. Rayleigh smiled and said, don't worry, brother, I am quite confident in this craft. Zoro asked with a dark face, why were you caught here? Rayleigh replied, I lost the bet. Everyone was speechless. The giant on the side, what a bad old man. Rayleigh took out the bottle of wine in his arms, there is no wine, so what's next? Linhai quickly threw a bottle of white liquor to Rayleigh and said, that's enough, be careful and drink slowly, this wine is very strong. Rayleigh rolled his eyes at Linhai indifferently, and he was alive. At half an age, Rayleigh has had all kinds of wines? Do I need to be reminded? Really? Rayleigh drank it carelessly, and then he froze there. It felt like a ball of fire from his throat to his stomach, warm, and his stomach no longer hurt. Linhai, who was next to Rayleigh, had his hands frozen in midair, and Zoro asked playfully, Uncle, how do you feel? Ahem, Rayleigh exclaimed, good wine. The giant said, isn't it time to taste wine now? It seems very lively outside. Yes, yes, yes. Linhai replied, let's go out quickly. Soon, just as Frankie jumped onto the stage of the auction venue, he stopped, because as the wall in front of him was torn open, a domineering aura swept through the venue, and the celestial dragons and guards fell down. Seeing this scene, the eyes of those who had not fainted were naturally attracted, and there was silence in the venue. Neither Luo nor Kid, who were sitting there, broke out in cold sweat. How could there be such a person here? Look! Rayleigh, who was walking in front, said, the venue is in chaos. Has the auction ended? I just picked up some money. Let's go back to the casino next. The giant following Rayleigh asked speechlessly, what a bad old man. Are you here to rob money? Rayleigh replied, if I'm lucky, I'm going to rob my buyer, but it shouldn't be possible. Think about it, if it were me, I would definitely not want such an old man to be a slave, right? Ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Hai, who came out from another place, said speechlessly, Uncle, you are standing too conspicuously. And, you just drank my wine, so you must help our ship with coding. Zoro spit out a mouthful of wine and exclaimed, so you had planned it. As he said that, Zoro looked at the wine in his hand, and it suddenly didn't smell good. Wouldn't this guy do the same thing? Rayleigh was confused. Was he hit? Frankie, who was not far from Rayleigh, finally reacted and exclaimed, how did you get out? Kami. Everyone was happy to see Kami on Lin Hai's back. Luffy was the first to smile, Kami, I'm so glad you're okay. Hachi said in surprise, Straw Hat Luffy and his crew, let's run away quickly before the navy comes. Yes, yes. Nami said first, if you have anything to say, wait until it's safe. If you don't hurry up, the warships and admirals will be here. Law, sitting on a chair, said leisurely, the navy has already come, Straw Hat Boy. They surrounded the venue before the auction started because the headquarters is stationed on this archipelago. Although no one knows who they want to catch, no one would have thought that someone would actually touch the celestial dragons. Hehe, you guys let me see a good show, Straw Hat Boy. But what is even more unexpected is that such a big shot also appeared in this venue. It's getting more and more interesting, hehe. Chapter 281 The quarrel started. When chaos broke out at the auction venue number 1 in the Sabayati archipelago, at the request of Rosewood, the servant beside him informed Marshal Sengoku of the situation at the venue through Den Den Mushi, and asked to send warships and admirals over. Marshal Sengoku, who received the news, was in a gorgeous room in the Holy Land of Marijoa at this time. Ding-ling-ling. A cup fell to the ground and made a slight sound, like a wind chime, but the people in the room could not feel the pleasant sound. The cup rolled on the ground for a few times like last year, and slid to the feet of Admiral Kizaru who was sitting on the chair again. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, this scene seemed familiar. Sengoku, who received the news, took a few steps, put one hand on the desk, and slapped his head with the other hand, and said speechlessly, is it that kid again? It's over and over again what happened to the bloodline of that clan? There are actually 2 on one ship. Sengoku's head must hurt, how to deal with Monkey D. Luffy. That kid is the grandson of Garp, who has been with me for many years. If he is killed, and Garp goes berserk. Besides, things are not just that simple. A war of the century is coming. If Monkey D. Dragon is attracted because of this, I dare not think about it. What is even more speechless is that a year ago, Lin Hai, who beat up the celestial dragons, actually joined the Straw Hat Pirates ship. According to information, even Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was abused by him. His strength. At this time, the reporting personnel on the side saw that Zhang Guo was silent, and he quickly added, according to the intelligence, in addition to the Straw Hat Pirates, there are also the pirates Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law. It has been confirmed that there are 14 bounty criminals in total, 6 of which are newcomers with a value of over 100 million. The main culprit is of course Monkey D. Luffy who hurt the celestial dragons, the entrance black shop. Oh no, it's the Occupational Security Center. Our contact with the guards there has also been interrupted. It is very likely that they have been wiped out. In short, we can judge that they have taken 3 celestial dragons hostage. This is an unprecedented vicious incident. Zhang Guo asked with a headache, did they make any demands? Hui the informant replied, no, not yet. Kizaru on the side knew that he could not escape, and after drinking a sip of tea, he said, anyway, since they have taken action against the world's nobles, we can't remain indifferent, right? Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku turned his head and said with a sad face, Kizaru. Kizaru stood up and put the teacup aside, and said with an intriguing expression, let me go out, I will be back soon, please rest assured. Unfortunately, Sengoku had too many things to consider and did not think deeply about Kizaru's words, I will be back soon. What did they mean? Time returned to the auction venue. After Law's explanation, Robin explained to Luffy, he is the pirate Trafalgar Law of the North Sea, with a bounty of 200 million Baileys. Luffy's attention was on the bear next to Law, and he asked, is he the same? Popo blushed and glanced away quickly. Robin explained again, the guy over there is also a pirate, Eustace Kid, with a bounty of 315 million Baileys. At this time, Rayleigh and Lin Hai had already come down from the main stage. Rayleigh said to Xiao Bie, oh Xiao Bie, it's been a long time since we last met. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Xiao Bie took over Kami and replied, I brought the straw hats to coat the ship, and this happened. Rayleigh smiled and said, I understand. As he said that, Rayleigh turned his head and looked in the direction of Luo and Kid. Asked, are you pirates here to visit? Kid replied, I didn't expect to meet such a big shot here, Pluto, Silobaz Rayleigh. It must be right, I didn't expect the legendary man to be here, you released that domineering aura just now, right? Rayleigh shook his head and replied, that was not released by me. People on this island call me Master Lei, the coding craftsman. Don't call me by that name rashly. I, an old soldier, just want to spend my old age in peace. By the way, let's leave here quickly. At this time, Kid next to a crew member next to him said in Kid's ear, we are completely surrounded outside, boss. Just as he finished speaking, a trumpet sounded in the meeting hall, prisoners, release the Risward family quickly, the general will arrive soon. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences, newcomers. Aro was still sitting there leisurely and smiled, we are not only implicated, but we are simply regarded as accomplices. Kid also said, I have seen the Straw Hat Boys who acted as recklessly as rumored, although I have nothing to complain about, but I don't want to run into the Admiral here. Rayleigh said, on this island, as I said just now, I can't act at will. It's up to you to break through. If my true identity is known to the Navy, it will be difficult to survive here. Seeing Rayleigh looking at him with interest, Lin Hai replied speechlessly, Tisk, I did that just now because I didn't want those people to see your face, okay? Don't be ignorant of good people. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Luo and Kid couldn't help but narrow their eyes. It turned out that this guy released it. But for Kid, he has never been convinced by anyone. What if he can use the domineering color domineering? He was just surprised for a moment, and said very provocatively, I didn't think of asking the old man to take care of me. The longer the time drags on, the more troops the Navy will have. I'll go first, and help you by the way. I will help you clean up those at the door, don't worry. As soon as Kid finished speaking, Luo, Luffy and Lin Hai were immediately unhappy. Listen, is this human language? Luo didn't want to lose in momentum, as if his own pirate group needed help from others. Luffy and Lin Hai also had this idea, and who wanted favors from other pirate groups. Soon, a quarrel was heard at the entrance of the passage. Lin Hai said, this is our Straw Hat Pirates' fault, so we will solve it. You two, go away. Luffy echoed, yes, this is our business, not yours. And Lin Hai, you go away, I'll do it. Lin Hai said, you are all too slow. Luo, just keep arguing, I'll be here. Kid said back, you are so nagging, I want to do it alone, you all go away. Luo also said back, go away, I'll do it alone. Kid, I'm so annoyed, you all shut up, leave it to me. Luffy, what are you talking about? Go away. Lin Hai, Luo is nagging, I'll do it. Kid, don't get in the way, didn't I say I'll do it? Luffy Fei, no, let me do it. Lin Hai, you are too weak, let me do it. Luffy, no, let me do it. Luo, don't give me orders. Kid, a bunch of brainsick guys. Lin Hai, are you the one with a brain sickness? Soon, the four people walked out of the venue, and Luffy was the first to say, you all go away. Kid, did you hear me? I told you all to go away. Luo, order me again, and I will kill you first, Eustace is the boss. Lin Hai picked his nose and said, it doesn't matter your business, right? Go wherever you feel cooler. I'll be fine here by myself. The four of them posed in what they thought was their coolest poses, looking at the navy that had already deployed their formations, and the dense gun muzzles. 3 of those 4 are captains. The other one is a newcomer with the highest bounty. Are they leading the charge? Everyone, get ready to go in and shoot. Chapter 282. Luo seems to have realized it. Bang bang bang. The Navy's first round of artillery fire has been fired. Guess, balloon. Luffy took a deep breath, made his belly bigger, and then bounced the shells back. And Kid stretched out a hand and used his ability to reflect the shells in front of him. Room. Law also made a move, and a round bubble wrapped a navy. When the navy was wondering what it was, he suddenly found himself flying. It turned out that Law had cut the navy's head with a knife, but the man was fine. Slaughterhouse. At this time, the shells fired at Luo were exchanged with the navy's head by Luo using his own ability. Lin Hai, who was beside Luo, said speechlessly, I say, Luo, you are too messy, right? Look at me. Space field. Nanny. Luo was shocked, you guy. Kid also looked at Lin Hai and Luo in doubt. Isn't the devil fruit unique? Could these 2 people have eaten the same devil fruit? And Luffy on the side was also surprised, Truman, you also ate the space fruit? Sije. Luo turned his head to look at Lin Hai, and asked in confusion, space fruit? Lin Hai ignored the 3 people, but opened a much larger ability field than Luo's. Lin Hai smiled wickedly, today, I will show you what art is. Space exchange. Hey? Where is our cannon? Why did it suddenly disappear? Look, it's over there. Why did our cannon suddenly go over there? What kind of ability does that guy have? Clang. Lin Hai drew out his sword, chopped at the exchanged cannon, and then combined them into a certain shape. Luo, who was beside Lin Hai, was full of doubts. He couldn't help asking, how did you do this? Luo couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't the exchange be done by barter? If there is no need for barter, it would be too abnormal, right? Lin Hai replied, it's done by using the ability. Each devil fruit has its own unique properties and uniqueness. Boom. A burst of smoke and dust dissipated, and a navy man exclaimed, look, our cannons have been combined into a very avant-garde work of art. What is that? That's the shape of a fist, right? And it looks like that fist is pointing its middle finger. Is this the time to talk about this? A bunch of idiots. Commodore, we have lost all our cannons, what should we do? The commanding Commodore was very scared, what about this newcomer? However, out of duty, he quickly ordered, without cannons, everyone use guns to shoot for me, and we must hold on until that lord comes. Kid, who was next to Luo, looked at the fist formed by Lin Hai's random hacking, and couldn't help but smile at Lin Hai, ha ha ha, you are too bad, aren't you? Law was silent. How come he didn't know how to make this kind of artwork before? Lin Hai smiled and said, how about it? Isn't it interesting to greet the navy in this way? Law, he seemed to have realized it. Hey, hey. Luffy taught, is it time to appreciate this now? Let's try it out, Bone Ball. Kid also understood that he had to make a quick decision, so he also stretched out a hand and said, Sleeping God Lin Hai, borrow your artwork for a while. Hey hey. Wait before Lin Hai finished speaking, the artwork was directly attracted by Kid's magnetic force, along with the knives and guns in the hands of the navy. For a while, weapons were flying all over the sky, and this scene scared the navy. Room Luo smiled evilly and said, now is not the time to be in a daze. As he said that, Law chopped several times, and the bodies of the marines in the power field were cut apart, but they were fine. The marines panicked. Law smiled and said, now is not the time to be fascinated. As Law began to operate, the bodies and objects of the marines began to move around a certain point in Law's power field, and then Law began to piece them together. When Lin Hai was about to attack, he found that he seemed to have nothing to do. Giant pistol. Take it. Luffy and Kid attacked at the same time, one was a huge fist, and the other was a huge fist made of metal objects, and both fists blasted forward at the same time. The marines who were in formation were swept away one by one, and at this time, Zoro and others in the venue also came out. Hey, why did it become like this right at the beginning? So amazing, I can't believe my eyes. The captain is messing around again. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh smiled and said, it seems that everyone is quite reliable. Space field. Seeing Lin Hai attack again, Zoro asked in confusion, what's wrong? Lin Hai did not answer, but used those weapons to piece together a fist with a raised middle finger and stood on the left side of the auction venue entrance to greet the families of the world nobles. Luo, who was next to Lin Hai, sighed and said, sleeping god, you are too bad, right? Room. Soon, Luo also made a fist on the right side of the auction venue that was very similar to Lin Hai's artwork. After doing it, Luo turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Lin Hai. Lin Hai was speechless. The people on the side looked at the two men with fish eyes. Soon, the auction venue gathered a steady stream of navy again, and the Straw Hat Pirates, Kid and Luo's group each chose the direction of escape. Such a navy naturally could not stop the three major pirate groups. After escaping the pursuit of the navy, the Straw Hat Pirates followed Rayleigh to Shakey's blackmail shop. Rayleigh looked at the closed door in front of him and shouted, hey Xiaoqi, I'm back. After Xiaoqi opened the door, she replied, Master Lei, you're back really early. Anyone could hear that Xiaoqi's tone was full of resentment. However, Xiaoqi still invited everyone into the house. She smiled and said, you really found him. After preparing the tea, Luffy exclaimed with sweat on his forehead, Uncle Rayleigh, you are actually on the Pirate King's ship. Lin Hai pushed Luffy away with a look of disgust on his face, and said speechlessly, the Pirate King is the Pirate King. What did he do to make you admire him so much? He is really useless. Luffy said indifferently, but... Rayleigh poured himself a glass of wine and replied, I am the former Vice Captain, Sirabaz Rayleigh, please give me more advice. Vice Captain. Nami and others also exclaimed. Lin Hai looked at these people strangely. He really couldn't understand the people in this world. If it was the old man who drew a circle on the map, it wouldn't be strange to have such an expression. But... forget it, Lin Hai still had to adapt and adjust himself and respect their amazement. Seeing everyone's surprise, Xiaoqi on the side couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ba, didn't you tell them? Xiao Ba replied, because the coding matter is more important. Lin Hai also replied, I'm talking to you, didn't Kid already say it at the auction? Nami asked, he seemed to be talking about a legendary figure, Sirabaz Rayleigh. We didn't think about it at the time. Yeah, that name is well known and has been published in various books. Indeed, everyone has heard of this name at least once. Brooke said while eating beans, it seems that there was a newcomer named Gold Roger before, but it seems that there wasn't. Lin Hai smiled and said, look, as a pirate, Brooke's expression is so normal, a pirate should have his own momentum. Zoro asked Rayleigh, why would a big man like you know that octopus? Rayleigh replied, you mean Xiao Ba? More than 20 years ago, he saved my life when I was in distress at sea. Lin Hai turned around and asked, Kami, how do you feel now? Have you recovered from the shock? Kami shook his head and said, I'm fine now. I don't regret going to the amusement park. I have to thank you for letting me realize my dream, although there were some twists and turns, hee. Usopp was surprised and said, what a strong heart. At this time, Sanji lit a cigarette and said, I have a question. Gold Roger was executed 22 years ago. As the vice captain, why haven't you been beheaded yet? You guys should have been caught by the navy, right? Rayleigh raised his mouth and replied, he was not caught. Roger surrendered himself. The government may have announced that he was arrested in order to show off its power. Then, after Rayleigh explained to everyone that Roger was dying, the Straw Hat Pirates seemed to have heard something incredible. Chapter 283 Luffy's Pretending Moment. After a while, Rayleigh asked, in the East China Sea, have you heard of a pirate named Buggy? He and Shanks were both trainee crew members on our ship. When the Straw Hat Pirates heard Buggy, they immediately showed a look of disdain, but Lin Hai was different. Uncle Rayleigh, you said Buggy, I don't know where he went since we parted in Rogue Town, I really want to treat him to a meal again. As he spoke, Lin Hai began to be intoxicated, the feeling of not having to pay for a meal was really intoxicating. Luffy, who was eating, exclaimed, has Shanks ever been on the ship of the Pirate King? Rayleigh replied, haven't you heard of it? I ran into him by chance on this island about 10 years ago. At that time, I found that his iconic straw hat and left hand were gone. When I asked the reason, he talked about you very happily. After that, I thought that one day I must meet you, Monkey D. Luffy. When Shanks was mentioned, Luffy pulled down his hat happily and said with nostalgia, "Shanks. I really want to see him again." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Now is not the time to miss him, right? We have to hide quickly, and we can't bring huge trouble to Uncle Rayleigh." Rayleigh stood up and said, "Yes, the current situation is very bad. You are here to commission. You asked me to coat the ship, right? Then I will start to fulfill my current duties." Hachi said, "Speaking of which, coating seems to cost a lot of money, right?" Rayleigh smiled and said, "It's okay, Hachi, I won't charge your friend." Usopp said happily, "That's great, although I don't know how much it will cost, but it's great to be free." Nami's eyes were suddenly full of Bailey, and Sanji smiled and said, "Thank you, you are worthy of being a senior, you are so generous." Tisk. Lin Hai said, "Uncle Rayleigh, do you look down on us? Tell me, how much is it? If you dare not charge us, you are not giving us face. If you dare not give us face, even if you are a legendary thing, I will beat you up anyway." Duan. Nami directly hit Lin Hai and taught him a lesson. "What are you talking about? It's rare that people give us free coating." Lin Hai said, "Can't I scare him? Tisk, a bunch of guys who don't understand the ways of the world." Ha ha ha, Rayleigh laughed, "What an interesting guy." At this time, Robin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and asked, "Mr. Rayleigh, I want to ask a question. What exactly is the so-called Will of D? The historical text I saw on Sky Island has Roger's name engraved in ancient characters. Why can he use that kind of characters? Do you know what happened in the world in the blank 100 years that began 900 years ago?" Rayleigh replied, we know everything about history. But little girl, don't be impatient, please move forward step by step with your ship. Maybe we in O'Hara were a little too hasty at the beginning. Even if I tell you everything about history here, it will not help you now. After you travel around the world, the answers you get may not be the same as ours. If you still want to know, I can tell you everything about this world now." Robin pondered for a while and replied, "Forget it, I plan to continue sailing." Rayleigh said, "One day, you will see everything clearly." "Is this really enough, Robin?" Usopp asked hurriedly, "Didn't you miss a great opportunity?" As he said, Usopp ran to Rayleigh and asked, "Uncle, I have something to ask you, the unique treasure One Piece, is it really in the last?" Usopp. Luffy suddenly stepped on the bar and said angrily, "I don't want to know where the treasure is, and I don't even want to know whether there is a treasure. Although I don't know anything, everyone is risking their lives to go to sea. If the uncle reveals the details here, I will not be a pirate. I don't want to take boring adventures." Usopp quickly replied, I know, I just said the wrong thing accidentally, I don't want to know, I have a disease that will kill me if I know the great secret treasure." Suddenly, Rayleigh turned to Luffy and said, "Can you do it? The difficulties of the Grand Line are far beyond your imagination, and the enemies are also very strong. Can you rule this tenacious sea?" Luffy and Rayleigh looked at each other for a while, and suddenly laughed, "I don't plan to rule. The freest person on this sea is the Pirate King." Rayleigh seemed to see the shadow of Roger in Luffy's smiling face. Just when Rayleigh felt very cordial, an inappropriate voice sounded. Lin Hai, who was sitting next to Nami, picked his nose and complained, "Luffy is quite self-aware. With his half-baked cultural level, he can't even manage himself, let alone rule. I say Uncle Rayleigh, don't joke." Duan. Nami gave Lin Hai a slap, "Turn off your broken recorder." At this time, the blackmail shop was still playing the BGM of Red Hair's appearance and Hawkeye's sword. Lin Hai covered his head and muttered, "Isn't Luffy trying to show off? I'll just give him some music to set off the atmosphere, right? You women really don't understand feelings, bah." Everyone was speechless. Rayleigh got his answer, and at the same time, he looked at Lin Hai unexpectedly. He always felt that Lin Hai was different from the current people in terms of skills and thoughts. After a while, Rayleigh said, "Is the ship in the 41st forest? I plan to go and see first, what are your plans? Maybe the Admiral has arrived at the island." Nami said, "Staying here will only cause trouble for you, I'd better go shopping." Usopp's eyes bulged, "Are you playing with your life? We are being hunted, we must act secretly, idiot." Lin Hai said, "Can you all be more stable? I'm going to meet an acquaintance and will meet you later." Acquaintance? Everyone was puzzled. Luffy asked, do you have any acquaintances here? Lin Hai replied, it's the Shishibukai Kuma from Thriller Bark. What? Is he here to hunt us down? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, be quiet, let me make it short. His hidden identity is actually a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, that is, a subordinate of Luffy's father. The news, you all remember it, if you reveal his identity, it will kill him. The 7 warlords of the sea are. Hey Lin Hai, why do you know such a secret thing? Is it the observation haki? Lin Hai said speechlessly, don't talk about it anymore, just remember it, don't let it leak out. After saying that, Lin Hai still felt uneasy, and said again, now you all remember it, don't ask me why. We may not be able to leave this archipelago. If that happens, the 7 warlords of the sea bear may come to send us away. But you remember that the world government has imitated many cyborgs based on Bear's body. The difference is that Bear wears gloves and holds a book. If Bear is slapped away, we will all gather here 2 years later, what do you think? Luffy. 2 years later today. Slapped away. Hey, hey. Sanji said speechlessly, why did you suddenly say something inexplicable? Usopp asked with cold sweat, yes, Lin Hai, we have to gather here in 2 years? Luffy, Zoro and others also looked at Lin Hai with serious expressions. Lin Hai said concisely, think about it, our ship will not set sail until at least 3 days later, and this place is so close to the Navy headquarters, and the Admiral is here again. You can guess the worst case scenario yourself. Besides, gathering in 2 years is not a bad thing. With our current capabilities, we can't sail far at all. It's better for each of us to practice, right? Lin Hai turned his head and looked at Luffy again. Luffy nodded and said, hearing what you said, the situation is indeed very serious, so everyone, let's hide in the playground? The Navy will definitely not find it. Everyone. Rayleigh touched his chin and said, if the worst case happens, this guy's suggestion is still very reasonable. It depends on how you choose, Luffy. Xiaoqi also said at this time, little monkey, this is a good choice. After thinking for a while, Luffy said seriously, everyone, if the worst situation really happens, then do as Lin Hai said. 2 years later, we will meet here again. Frankie said, although that's what I said, it hasn't happened yet, right? Let's leave here first. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, everyone, be careful, don't lose your life. Usopp exclaimed, don't say such unlucky words, bastard. Hee hee. Robin chuckled, the captain is still the same, calm and composed. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Luffy. This guy has never been beaten. If I remember correctly, this guy almost had a mental breakdown in the original work, right? To be honest, Lin Hai didn't want to give everyone advice at all, but these guys had to do it. At present, the Straw Hat Pirates are invincible in the face of hard power. Do they have to rely on the elderly Rayleigh to rescue them as in the original work? That's too embarrassing. After a while, Rayleigh handed his life card to the Straw Hat Pirates. If the worst situation did not happen, they agreed to meet at the 41st Forest in the evening 3 days later. If they couldn't find it, they would look for it according to the life card. When Lin Hai and Rayleigh walked out of the store, Rayleigh was still shocked, but he still asked, is Luffy's father really Dragon? Lin Hai nodded and said, that's right. After getting the confirmation, Rayleigh's face showed a rich expression, secretly sighing that red hair is really good at picking people. Chapter 284 Yellow Monkey's Sense of Oppression. In a secret place, Lin Hai followed the breath of the bear and came here, and Rayleigh followed. Because Rayleigh had tested Luffy, and like Shanks, he was ready to put some hope on the Straw Hat Pirates, so he was still concerned about their safety. At this time, the bear was holding a book, standing straight there, he whispered, long time no see sleeping god Lin Hai. As he said, the bear turned his head to look at Rayleigh and asked, you are the Pluto Rayleigh, right? Rayleigh smiled and said, I didn't expect that there are still 7 warlords who know me. You came to this island, is there anything? The bear whispered, the Straw Hat Pirates made a big fuss on this island, and the Admiral of the Navy has come. Out of some friendship, I want to help them. Lin Hai said, help us? Then I would like to thank you here on their behalf. Rayleigh asked, is he trustworthy? Without waiting for Lin Hai to answer, Xiong said, my situation is not good, believe it or not. Lin Hai smiled and said, Mr. Xiong, there is no need to lie to us. By the way, you are going to use your ability to take us away from this island, right? Just like you took the ghost princess away last time. Xiong looked at Lin Hai unexpectedly. Is this guy's observation haki so strong? The last time the two were very far apart. But now is not the time to entangle these things. Xiong replied, yes, if you want to travel, where do you want to go? Lin Hai replied with a black face, don't be so scary, okay, let them see the high-end combat power of the Navy first. If they are not crushed, those guys will not know how high the sky is. By the way, Mr. Xiong, when the time comes, please also Luffy and I were photographed at the same place, because we have something very important to deal with. After thinking about it for the past few days, this is the best way to deal with it. If Zoro and others were allowed to participate in the war on the top, it would be a joke. At this time, Xiong said, no problem, by the way, is Fire Fist Ace the brother of Straw Hat Luffy? Lin Hai replied, they are sworn brothers who grew up together. Even in another place, the Kid Pirates and Laws Pirates, who had just separated from the Straw Hat Pirates, were blocked by the cyborgs created by the Navy, the pacifists, which put them in a difficult struggle. Even the combat power of the pacifists made it so difficult for these supernovas to deal with them, so Lin Hai would say that they were too weak. While they were fighting, Admiral Kizaru also came to the Sabayati archipelago. In one place, Basil Hawkins, whose bounty was 249 million, was sitting by a fountain. What is this commotion? Said one of Hawkins' crew members, Captain Hawkins, we. Hawkins sat there and replied calmly, we don't need to worry, our fate has been decided. Well, I have something to ask. At some point, Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of Hawkins and the others, asking with a face that deserved a beating. Kizaru, Kizaru. Everyone exclaimed. One of the crew members said, leave it to us, Captain, you run away quickly. Hawkins looked up and said expressionlessly, don't panic, today is not the day I die. As he said that, Hawkins took out a very special poker card and told his fortune. Seeing Hawkins like this, his crew members were not calm. Captain Hawkins, I beg you, run away quickly. Hawkins told his fortune, fighting, 100% defeat rate. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile on his face, can I bother you for a moment? I'm looking for a man named Jean Doan, hey. Hawkins continued his fortune-telling, escape, success rate 12%, defense, avoidance rate 76%. After the divination, Hawkins replied, I haven't heard of that man, you can ask someone else. Kizaru, it's going to be hard if we can't find him. Well, we're just sitting around doing nothing anyway, so there's no reason to let you go, right? The magician with a bounty of 249 million, Basil Hawkins. After saying that, Kizaru started kicking, speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Instantly, Kizaru's foot turned into a beam of light, sweeping across Hawkins' right cheek. Boom! Instantly, Hawkins was kicked into the building by Kizaru. Everyone present heard the noise, and then reacted, exclaiming, Captain! However, what is incredible is that Hawkins is actually safe and sound. It turned out that Hawkins used his ability to transfer the damage to others. This move is really speechless. At this time, according to the information from the observation haki, Kizaru knew that the guy kicked away by him was still alive and kicking, so he pointed to where Hawkins was and fired a laser, which immediately caused a big explosion in the building. In the thick smoke, Hawkins still walked out safely. Hey? So strange. Kizaru was very surprised. Is this the magician? Seeing Kizaru looking at him, Hawkins said, as expected of the Admiral, his strength is far beyond imagination. I didn't expect that 2 of them have been killed. It's a bit guilty to rely on only 10 to deal with the Admiral. As he spoke, Hawkins' right arm ejected 2 smoking scarecrows, which then fell to the ground. At this time, a strong man fell from the middle of the 2 men. The columnar weapon and the Buddhist beads on his neck, wasn't that Yuroki who had crossed paths with Lin Hai before? As Yuroki landed, a strong man also appeared here. He looked almost the same as Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He was the cyborg developed by the Navy, a pacifist, but the supernova here didn't know the inside story. Yuroki, lying on the ground with blood on his forehead, sighed, I'm really impressed. How powerful this is. Baggins reminded, there are more powerful enemies than this. Yuroki glanced at Baggins, then turned his head and looked back, and was immediately shocked, that's Kizaru. How unlucky this is, with the Admiral of the Navy in front and the 7 warlords of the sea behind. Is this the end? Baggins said, not necessarily, judging from your face, you are not dead yet. Yuroki stood up and replied, is that so? Hawkins of the North Sea, ha ha ha, even if it is a friendly joke from the enemy, I appreciate it. At this time, the strong man who looked like a bear saw Yuroki standing up. When he was about to punch him, the fallen Navy Drake jumped out from a place and kicked the pacifist directly into the building. Drake turned to Yuroki and said, is your strength limited to that extent? Weird monk. Yuroki, it's you again, hum. Yuroki couldn't figure out why this guy paid so much attention to him, and repeatedly Ansan inserted himself into his battle. At this time, Kizaru, who was watching on the side, said, Major General Drake. Drake exclaimed as if it was a matter of fact, oh no, I didn't plan to meet Kizaru. Kizaru looked at Drake with meaningful eyes. Is his acting too bad? It's simply a case of trying to cover up the truth. You. Suddenly, Yuroki let out a powerful shout, and his body became very large, nearly twice the size of the pacifist. Yuroki stood up and transformed and said, although I was beaten badly, is there any hope? Let me confirm it, then try to counterattack one by one, cause and effect. For a while, the scene of Yuroki beating up the pacifist appeared in the field. Boom boom. The pacifist was blasted into the house by Uraj, who said proudly, it's a little effective, right? Hawkins asked, Monk Uraj, how can a man who was beaten half to death just now have such a strong power after becoming giant? What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, Uraj's left shoulder was suddenly pierced by a laser, and he fell to the ground, it's so hot. At this time, the pacifist walked out from the smoke and dust. Drake found the equipment in the center of the pacifist's palm and was shocked, is that Kizaru's laser? Major General Drake. Kizaru suddenly said, it's Major General Hara, are you investigating him? Try to fight him. Now that you know the inside story, I believe you will feel more desperate, right? And, be extra careful, young ones. A gust of wind blew, lifting Kizaru's coat. Kizaru raised his eyes and said, because I'm standing here too. All the supernovas present were sweating coldly. Chapter 285 Kizaru, so scary. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, the supernovas present could not help but feel pressure. But now they can't think too much, because the pacifist has come out of the house and is ready to take action. Seeing this, Drake pulled his gloves and instantly transformed into an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. He directly grabbed the arm of the pacifist with his claws. Roar! Drake, transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, opened his bloody mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and saliva was still flowing on the white serrations. This scene not only shocked the supernova next to him, but also shocked Hyaming APU who was hiding on the rooftop in the distance. APU is also a supernova with a bounty of 198 million Baileys. He and Kid had fought once before because they didn't like each other. Seeing Drake in the distance open his mouth and bite the head of the pacifist directly, APU couldn't help but exclaimed softly, wow, I saw another interesting thing. This should be an extremely rare ancient species of the animal system? This is the first time I have seen it. In the field, the pacifist's head was bitten and couldn't get rid of it, so he raised his palm directly, and the tube in the center of his palm emitted a dazzling light, and directly shot out a laser, penetrating Drake's shoulder. Immediately, a sound of beasts crying came from the field. After being hit by a laser, Drake returned to human form. He smiled and looked up, I didn't expect you to bleed red blood. It's really surprising. Uraj, who was watching from the side, also sighed, I really saw something rare. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru behind Uraj said, I just said that I'm here too. Uraj just reacted and was about to turn around to look when Kizaru kicked Uraj on the waist with his heel. Boom boom. In just a moment, there was a loud noise, and Uraj, who was kicked out, pierced through several walls in succession. Seeing this, Hawkins had to use his strongest move. His body turned into a scarecrow, more than twice as tall as Kizaru. At this time, Hawkins' arms were made of straw, with sharp weapons tied to the ends of his fingers. Yellow Ape looked up and said, you guys with bounties of over 100 million are all like monsters, so scary. Hawkins didn't care about Yellow Ape's teasing, but took action, demon slaying face. Hawkins used the sharp weapon at the end of his finger to sweep at Yellow Ape, but after sweeping several times, he swept into the air. Did he disappear? Just as Hawkins was looking for Yellow Ape, 2 fingers suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then a strong light burst out. Ah! Eyes! Eyes! Hawkins instinctively retracted one hand to cover his eyes, thus blocking the strong light. For a moment, Hawkins was blinded for a short time as if he had been hit by a flash bomb. He didn't know how to use the haki of observation haki, so he stood there blankly, while Yellow Ape easily raised a finger and fired several lasers at Hawkins' stomach. Looking at Hawkins in this state, Kizaru said, "I don't know your ability, but the entity is still there. It seems that it is not a natural system." At that moment, many abandoned scarecrows popped out from Hawkins' body and fell to the ground. "Captain!" The crew members of Hawkins who were watching on the side couldn't help but exclaimed with sweat on their foreheads, "Oh no, it's going to exceed the limit of damage. It's really going to die. Get rid of one first." As he said, Kizaru raised one foot and circled it. The light of the circle continued to gather, and in the center of the light was a huge cross light. Kizaru, who was gathering strength, said, "You have come here after a long journey. It's really hard for you." Just as Kizaru was about to kick, a piece of music sounded. The music mixed with many elements attracted Kizaru's attention. Who else was playing the music but APU? On the roof, he started a solo, doing the work of the whole band alone. APU's head became a metal percussion instrument, his chest became a drum, and his teeth became a piano. He played there with one hand. Then, he made a saxophone with one hand and played it. I don't know what the instrument is called, so I just expressed it with a metal percussion instrument. A fashionable singing and dancing rap, mixed with heavy metal elements, very fashionable, beautiful music sounded. Huang Yuan turned to look at APU with a confused face and asked, "Who is that guy? Champagne? Yo, yo yo, yeah, yo, do you hear this music?" APU rapped and danced. "Don't change the channel if you hear it, Admiral Huang Yuan, yeah, yo, yo yo, everyone please continue to enjoy the battle dance." While singing, APU suddenly slapped his head with a palm. Cut. A strange scene appeared, one of Huang Yuan's hands flew up inexplicably. "Hey!" Huang Yuan glanced at the flying hand, but he was fine, but turned to look at APU, full of confusion. "What's wrong?" APU continued to sing for a while, and suddenly punched his chest. "Here we go, explode!" Boom! Suddenly, Huang Yuan's waist exploded, and at the same time, his limbs flew around, and his upper body and lower body separated. Huang Yuan was speechless. Ah! Bang! Bang! AP jumped for a while without knowing how high the sky was. After seeing that Kizaru was hit by his moves, he put his index finger and thumb together at a 90-degree angle and pointed at Kizaru, shouting, "Check it out! Check it out!" Done! AP looked at Kizaru lying on the ground and said, "It's impossible for the Admiral of the Navy to be killed like this, but I really saw a lot of interesting things today. Then I'll run away first, bye." It's impossible for the Admiral of the Navy to be killed like this, not to mention that Kizaru is a natural ability user. Kizaru lying on the ground couldn't help but be speechless. It's really too much. Suddenly, the lower half of Kizaru stood up, and the upper half decomposed into light particles, which quickly gathered at the lower half. Yellow Monkey, who had completed the gathering, said, "Oh, you scared me." As he spoke, he glanced at Apo who was jumping from the floor and put his hands on his chest, palms facing each other, 8-foot mirror. Immediately, a golden beam of light refracted along the building and appeared in front of Apo, and Yellow Monkey instantly appeared in front of Apo with the help of the light path. Before Apo could react to what happened, he was kicked down by the building below. Boom boom! The whole building collapsed instantly. At this time, Drake on the street was looking up at the flash in the distance. Suddenly, the flash disappeared. Before Drake could react, Yellow Monkey had already kicked Drake in the face. There was another loud noise on the street. Kicking Drake away, Yellow Monkey raised one hand, pointed his index and middle fingers at Hawkins who was standing in one place, and a laser went through Hawkins' chest directly. With one move, the 4 supernovas were killed by Yellow Monkey in seconds. This is the strength of the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Chapter 286 Six Paths. Kizaru was about to give Hawkins the last blow when the Den Den Mushi rang. Perhaps it was because of Hawkins' unwilling look, or perhaps there was more calculation. After all, letting these supernovas muddy the water in the New World can not only avoid the loss of the Navy, but also test. For some unknown purpose, Kizaru let go of the 4 seriously injured supernovas. However, after Kizaru searched for a long time and connected to the Den Mushi, he heard the nagging of Kizaru's subordinate gendarmerie from the other end. "Old man, what are you doing? You should have arrived on the island a long time ago, right?" Kizaru replied, "No, I just can't contact you." On the other end of the Den Mushi, gendarmerie holding a big axe asked speechlessly, "Are you talking to the black Den Mushi again? Didn't I tell you before that the black Den Mushi on your wrist is for eavesdropping?" Kizaru, "Oh. Okay, let's get things done quickly." Gendarmerie hurriedly reported, "The criminals have been dispersed. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Captain Kidd, Trafalgar Law, which one should we deal with first?" Kizaru, "Is that so, then?" Time goes back to where the Straw Hat Pirates came out of Shaky's blackmail shop. The Straw Hat Pirates walked on the vast lawn, and Luffy said, "I told you, let's hide in the amusement park." Usopp said speechlessly, "Stop talking nonsense, you just want to play, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a giant man came in front of them. His appearance was almost the same as that of the 7 warlords of the sea, but he didn't hold a book in his hand. However, the Straw Hat Pirates were still startled when they saw him for the first time, mistaking him for a bear. Nami blurted out in horror, "No way! Where's Lin Hai? Shishibukai!" Everyone shouted. Zoro said, "Wait, remember what Lin Hai said before? And the aura of this person in front of you is not right." Robin asked, "What do you mean?" Before the Straw Hat Pirates could continue to explore, the pacifist had already stretched out a hand, and the tube in the center of his palm suddenly emitted a bright light, and then a laser shot directly towards Luffy. Boom boom! A huge explosion sounded in the distance. "It's not a shock wave. No way, what kind of ability is this? Oh, is he a cyborg? Whether it's or not, this ability is too abnormal, isn't it?" Luffy and Chopper's eyes lit up and they said enviously, that light wave." Usopp said again, "Why are you still excited at this time? Think about what to do." Robin on the side asked, "The 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew. Kuma has the meatball fruit, and he has the light wave in his hand, so." Zoro pulled out 3 swords and said, "We have to deal with the enemy in front of us first." Sanji lit a cigarette and replied, "Yes, there are so many people like this on this island. The longer we delay, the more." The following words, needless to say, everyone understands. Second gear. Luffy half crouched, one hand on his thigh, one hand clenched into a fist and stood on the ground, looking up and saying, "No matter if he is a Shishibukai or not, we have to fight quickly now. We can't be dragged here." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, everyone felt the pressure. "We can only fight." Sanji loosened his tie. After a while of confrontation, Kuma took the lead. He opened his mouth, light waves gathered around him, and a laser shot towards the Straw Hat Pirates again. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji chose to avoid and kept approaching the pacifist. Frankie and the others naturally couldn't participate in this kind of battle. Frankie, who had been observing for a while, exclaimed, "It's incredible." Usopp said with cold sweat, "Hands and mouths can actually shoot. Brook, how terrible." Tisk. Zoro was speechless and complained, "This guy can only shoot rays?" Luffy replied, "I understand, Sanji. Go on." The pacifist kept shooting lasers at the 3 people, but they were dodged one by one. 3 swords flow, 600 treble whines. Guess, jet machine gun. Devil wind leg, mutton shoot. Siege cannon. Boom. The 3 attacked the pacifist's belly, and the pacifist was blown away, dragging a long groove on the ground, and then crashed into a house, which collapsed. Nami was surprised and said, "Okay, we killed him." Robin shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be that simple. Look at Luffy's expressions." At this time, Luffy released his second gear and asked, "Is the gap that big?" Sanji replied, "According to Lin Hai, there are several such guys on this island. Are they all so strong?" Zoro said, "Now is not the time to think about these things. We have to put the guy in front of us first." At this time, there was a sound in the collapsed house, and Zoro said, "You guys step back first, I'll try to see if I can cut this guy down." Tisk. Sanji said speechlessly, "It's just a bit difficult." Although he said so, Sanji still wisely stepped aside, and Luffy said, "Be careful. Don't worry." As he said that, Zoro took off the headscarf on his arm, tied it on his head, and then bit a knife in his mouth and held a knife in each hand. However, this time the starting gesture was a little different from the past. The 3 knives Zoro held at this time were in a parallel state. At this time, the pacifist had walked out of the collapsed house. Zoro stared at the pacifist like a beast, and said slowly, "The secret of the 3 swords, the 6 paths." I didn't expect that when he asked Lin Hai what the 6 chi were, Zoro would realize a fatal move from the 6 chi. In an instant, Zoro turned into a residual image and flashed past the pacifist. Did it succeed? Usopp, who was watching on the side, asked excitedly. Chopper also exclaimed, "Awesome!" In the field, 2 horizontal dents and 1 vertical dent appeared on the pacifist's body, but the knife did not cut into it. Tisk! Zoro said speechlessly, "What is this guy made of? So hard? Is this the limit of not being able to use domineering? Hey, green algae head!" Sanji suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way!" At this time, the pacifist was still fine, but his palm was facing Zoro, ready to fire a laser. Kedi! Sakura Fubuki! At this moment, Chopper, who had transformed, jumped up and used his powerful hoof to hit the pacifist's chest. As a result, the pacifist stopped shooting lasers at Zoro. Suddenly, Chopper was grabbed by the pacifist with one hand. When the pacifist was about to use the other hand to shoot a laser at Chopper, Frankie attacked, powerful hammer. The pacifist's hand was knocked away, and it was Frankie's turn to attack the pacifist's chest, Frankie punch. However, Frankie hit for a long time and it didn't work. The pacifist punched Frankie back and knocked him out. Yo-ho-ho! Brook used his light body to run up the giant tree, and then jumped upside down. "Please be careful, I'm on it." Flying swallow. Charge. Ding. Yo-ho-ho! Suddenly, Brook found that the pacifist was fine and looked up at him. At the same time, the pacifist opened his mouth, and it seemed that he was ready to shoot a beam of light at him. However, the cane sword was stuck on the pacifist's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Brook couldn't help but snort and said in panic, "Wait a minute, this is very dangerous. Do you want to kill me?" "Ah, although I'm already dead." "Ah, now is not the time to talk about this. Must kill." Atlas Comet. Boom. The bullet shot by Usopp split into several, each hitting the key parts of the pacifist. Although the power of this bullet is not very good, Brook was saved. "Run away now." Usopp, who fired a bullet, immediately turned around and ran. Brook, who escaped, was so scared that he ran with Usopp. Brook said in horror, Scared me to death, thank you very much." Chapter 287 Fighting Dalmarib blocking the road. Usopp doesn't care, his luck can only be explained by metaphysics. As a result, a bullet shot by Usopp entered the mouth of the pacifist, causing the circuit in the pacifist's body to malfunction, and thus it was no longer as terrifying as before. Because at this time, the pacifist knelt on the ground, like a huge beast that was exhausted to death. However, this level still could not completely defeat the pacifist. When he stood up again, the first thing he saw was Nami running on the lawn, and he fired a light wave directly at her. Sanji, who discovered this, quickly reminded, "Miss Nami, he found you, danger." The pacifist opened his mouth, and a wave of light was gathering in his mouth. "Oops!" Nami exclaimed. 80 rounds of flowers bloom. 4 trees, attack. Robin, who was on the side, crossed his hands, used his flower fruit ability to grow dozens of hands on the shoulders of the pacifist, and then directly hit the top of the pacifist's head. This resulted in the pacifist who was about to fire the light wave, and the light wave exploded directly in his mouth. Usopp was pleasantly surprised, "Great, the light wave went off in his mouth." Crackle! Nami had already arranged her own lightning attack. She held the Queen of Heaven stick in her hand and chuckled like a devil, "Brother, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Be careful of the thunder weather here." A gathering black cloud appeared far behind the pacifist. Nami, the pacifist, and the black cloud formed a straight line. Lightning gun. A beam of light and thunder instantly penetrated the pacifist's chest. The pacifist, who was hit by this, was covered in black smoke and had arcs flashing from time to time. Brook was pleasantly surprised, "It worked now, well done." Due to this attack, the pacifist began to really run away and began to emit light waves everywhere. At this time, Sanji spun on the ground at high speed for several weeks, raised his fiery left foot and said, "If you give up on yourself, the battle is over." Zoro, who was standing on the other side, tied his headscarf again and said, "Hey, chef, kick him over here." Sanji ran and complained, "You are just showing off." Devil Wind Kick, the finishing touch kick. For a moment, the pacifist was kicked by Sanji to the direction of Zoro, and Zoro once again performed his ultimate move. Ghost Chi. Nine Swords Style, Ashura. This scene scared everyone around. Brook exclaimed first, then, "What is that?" Chopper also asked, "Zoro has become more? Why?" Without waiting for everyone to wonder, Zoro, who turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, began to slash the pacifist who fell down, Magic 9 Flash. Now, Zoro can become smart. If he can't cut the alloy, he can cut the parts, right? What is rare is that after the pacifist was hit by Zoro's move, blood came out of his mouth. But the Straw Hat Pirates certainly understand the principle of taking advantage of his weakness to kill him. At this time, Luffy, who was falling from above, bit his thumb. Gear 3. Guess Giant's Spinning Bomb. Boom. The pacifist finally lost the connection. After a while, the Straw Hat Pirates who were sitting in a place to rest couldn't help but breathe heavily, because the pressure from the pacifist was too great. Frankie said, "Did that bastard finally stop?" Usopp replied, "We all tried our best, it's time to stop." Nami asked worriedly, "It looks like he can still move, it's really scary." Usopp replied, "If that's the case, what should we do? Where's Lin Hai?" Zoro said, "Don't worry about him for now, we don't need to worry about him, how are you all? We can't stay in this place." Luffy leaned on a broken stone and said, "Yes, but let me rest first. I didn't expect to fight with all my strength right away." Sanji stood up and said, "It's time to rest well. Lin Hai, that bastard is right. Let's hide first. If there is another guy like this now." Luffy sat up and stuck out his tongue, saying dully, "That's right, but wait for me for a while." Just after he finished speaking, the Straw Hat Pirates heard a voice, "You bastards, you are really good." Usopp immediately looked around and asked, "Who is it? Is it another enemy? Where does the sound come from?" Chopper exclaimed, "Above, above." Boom. The 2 giants on the tree jumped down from the tree, causing a huge noise. A burst of smoke and dust dissipated, and what came into view was a short and strong man holding an axe. He looked short and strong because his body was too wide, although he was not short. But his dress was very different. A man actually had long hair, and there was a suture scar from his left eye to his mouth. He was Gendarmerie, who had called the bug to inform Admiral Kizaru before. After receiving Kizaru's order, he chose to capture the Straw Hat Pirates first. At this time, seeing the pacifist who had been beaten to a pulp, Gendoan couldn't help but complain, "Hey, PX4, you look so embarrassing. It costs a warship to build one of you. How can I explain this later?" Ah! Usopp and others saw the pacifist behind Gendoan and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Hey, do we still have the strength to fight that monster now? Lin Hai, where are you? Come and save us." Frankie asked, "What are you? A big axe?" Gendoan replied, "You actually call people by the name of weapons. No matter how much you ask, I am useless. I won't tell you anything. I am the man with the strongest defense in the world. And I am also very tight-lipped." Usopp said speechlessly, "At least tell me your name." Gendarmerie replied, "I don't need to answer you, right? I have already said that I am the man with the tightest mouth in the world, Gendarmerie." Usopp crossed his arms and replied, "So that's it, your name is Gendarmerie." Gendarmerie was stunned and replied, "Just now, that's what I wanted to say, so I didn't answer your question." As he said, Gendarmerie turned to the pacifist behind him and said, "Let's start the battle, PX1. For a while, the Straw Hat Pirates were forced to join the battle. Chapter 288 Kizaru vs Lin Hai. After dodging the attack of PX1, the Straw Hat Pirates felt the huge pressure again when they saw Gendarmerie and the pacifist in the field. At this time, Luffy took a breath and said seriously, "Everyone, the situation is not good, it is best for us to run. But we can't gather together, everyone disperse." This is the first time that the Straw Hat Pirates have made such a strategy since their establishment. However, Usopp and Chopper immediately echoed, "Long live escape." For a while, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji took the lead and led everyone to escape in 3 directions. After making a decision, Sanji's eyes were full of hearts and said, "I will protect Miss Nami, even if it means gambling with my life." Frankie couldn't help but said, "If you want to die, just go and be the bait for everyone." Sanji said arrogantly, "I only protect ladies, bastard, you can protect yourself, underwear man." Suddenly, the pacifist fired a beam of light at Usopp, and Usopp was so scared that he jumped on Zoro immediately. "Zoro, you have to protect me with all your strength, please." Zoro, whose throat was strangled, could not help but replied in a cold sweat, "Wait a minute, Usopp, I am very." Brook, who was running side by side with Zoro, replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Zoro, I will cover you, even if it costs my life." In another direction, Chopper and Robin followed Luffy to escape, and Luffy ordered, "Everyone, gather at the Thousand Sunny in 3 days. If there is really no other way, do as we said before." Luffy was running, and an axe fell in front of him, and then gendarmeries stood in front of him. Guess, machine gun. Being blocked from going, he could only fight. Facing Luffy's dense fist shadows, Gendarmerie released his unique moves, with both palms facing forward, and a special domineering aura directly shook Luffy into the air. Luffy was confused. What kind of move is this? Gendarmerie said, "The attack power is indeed extraordinary, but my defense is the strongest in the world, I can walk alone in the air." Luffy fell from midair and was directly hit into the building by Gendarmerie's domineering palm in the object. Luffy will feel pain when he is hit because of the rubber fruit. As for internal injuries, they can't be caused yet. And crashing into a building will not cause any harm to Luffy. This is the abnormal part of the rubber fruit. At this time, Gendarmerie looked at Luffy lying on the ground and said, "Let me say this in advance. I'm not a person with special abilities." Luffy touched the back of his head as usual and said speechlessly, "It hurts so much. This guy's moves are so strange." Elsewhere, Zoro was running, and a golden light flashed beside him. Because of the fast speed, Usopp and Brook hadn't reacted yet. Seeing Zoro stop, Usopp asked, "What's wrong?" "Let's run away." Zoro said solemnly, "Get out of the way." In front of Zoro, a flash of light appeared, and a hand suddenly stretched out from the flash, and a laser directly penetrated Zoro's chest. Everything happened too fast and unbelievably, causing Zoro to be hit. "Zoro!" Usopp and Brook cried out when they saw Zoro lying on the ground. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Zoro. Who else could it be but Kizaru? Usopp immediately pulled out his slingshot. "Who is it? Get out of the way, you bastard!" Brook also asked in panic. "Zoro, Mr. Zoro was hit by the light wave." Usopp, "Hold on, Zoro. You're so slow." Gendarmerie on the side said, "Is that old man Kizaru finally here?" "Kizaru?" Robin said with fear on her face. "Usopp, be careful, he's the Admiral of the Navy." "Hey!" Brook suddenly had a runny nose and exclaimed, "Admiral!" The smoke and dust dissipated, and Kizaru's figure appeared. "Oh, it's too late, bounty 150 million Baileys, pirate hunter Zoro, I heard that you are an extraordinary swordsman, I didn't expect you to be knocked out by me in one move." Cough. Zoro spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he breathed smoothly. And Lin Hai in the distance couldn't watch any more. Kizaru came too fast just now, so that Lin Hai, who wanted to stop him, didn't have time. Because of the 8-foot mirror's moves, if Kizaru enters the channel of light, there are really few people who can stop him from stopping. At this time, Lin Hai glanced at the bear next to him and whispered, "Mr. Bear, you find the right opportunity to cut in and send everyone away." Rayleigh asked, "Brother, that is the general, do you really not need my help?" Lin Hai replied, "How can we be embarrassed in your situation? I'll go first." Rayleigh smiled and said, "Then I wish you good luck." At this time, Kizaru had stepped on Zoro with one foot and raised one foot, gathering enough light waves, ready to hit Zoro. Frankie immediately exclaimed, "That guy can also shoot light waves, think of a way quickly. If you are hit so close, you will die." Luffy also exclaimed, "Danger, Zoro." As soon as Luffy reminded him, Usopp quickly fired bullets at Kizaru, and Brook also stabbed with a sword, but it was useless. Robin quickly used her ability to pull Zoro away from Kizaru's feet, but Kizaru stepped on Zoro again and raised his foot as if he had used teleportation. At this time, Lin Hai had already started to approach Kizaru at high speed from a distance. He really didn't dare to joke with Zoro's life. If he got away with it, it would be interesting. At this time, Rayleigh in the original work of Lin Hai Scholar kicked Kizaru's foot away. Boom boom. Lin Hai. Where the hell have you been, bastard? You scared me to death. Woo, Zoro is finally saved. Brook had never heard of the knowledge of haki and natural devil fruits before, and he muttered in confusion, no matter how I stab, it's always empty. Lin Hai blocked it. Why? Lin Hai greeted everyone, then put his hands in front of him, used his thunder fruit ability, and condensed a knife, Thunder Blade. Kizaru also got off Zoro's back and said, is it your turn to appear? Huaxia.d. Lin Hai. It can be seen above. I think highly of you. I didn't expect that it was you who fought against the celestial dragons last year. Young people are so fearless. It's really scary. As he said that, Kizaru also used his flash fruit to condense a laser sword, Sword of the Sky Cloud. Lin Hai held the condensed thunder blade horizontally in front of him, raised his head and replied, is it scary? Stop lying. When Lin Hai teased him, Kizaru squinted his eyes, his mouth seemed to be pouting, and he said in a very obscene voice, you are also a wanted criminal, 425 million Baileys. Ah! As he said that, Kizaru charged a sword and chopped it vertically towards Lin Hai, while Lin Hai held his sword horizontally to block Kizaru's sword. Due to the great power, the Sword of the Sky Cloud and the Thunder Blade collided with each other, bursting out powerful energy. In the field, with the collision of the two swords as the center, golden light exploded on Kizaru's side, while blue lightning exploded on Lin Hai's side. This scene was like the end of the world, shocking everyone watching on the side. Jean Doan said with cold sweat, I didn't expect that the sleep god Lin Hai has grown to this point. This is the first time I see the old man's moves being blocked by someone. Usopp on the side burst into tears, great, great, I knew that you bastard Lin Hai is very strong. Brook muttered stupidly, S.I. Gao Yi. Woo woo woo. Chopper. Also said with tears in his eyes, great, I was scared to death just now, I thought Zoro. Zoro, who was lying on one side, looked up with difficulty and watched Lin Hai and Kizaru fighting in the field. He couldn't help but secretly hate his own weak strength, and a kind of brilliance burst out in his eyes. He didn't have a fear because he almost died just now, but was full of longing for the future. In the future, Zoro will also reach this level. At this time, after Lin Hai blocked Kizaru's sword, he looked up and pretended to be very scared and said, Uncle Kizaru, be gentle, I almost couldn't block it, it's so scary, Navy Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru was teased, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes again, and said softly with a pout on his mouth, stop lying. Lin Hai was speechless. Is this the cause and effect reincarnation? Lin Hai exerted force and pushed Kizaru's sword back, one sword style, thunder slash. Boom boom. Lin Hai responded to Kizaru with a move, but this move was blocked by Kizaru. Because the gathered thunder energy was too huge, after colliding with Kizaru's aim no Kyume sword, a huge thunder sound broke out, and thunder energy continued to overflow from both sides of Lin Hai. Of course, Kizaru was no exception, and golden light also burst out from both sides of him. However, the main energy overflow still went from the top of the collision. Kizaru, who blocked Lin Hai's move, saw that Lin Hai not only had this kind of devil fruit ability, but also judged by the power and speed of swinging the sword, he actually had this kind of physical skills and domineering. Thinking of this, Kizaru shrank his head back and sighed, how terrible, so young. Lin Hai grinned and replied softly, stop lying. Now it was Kizaru's turn to be speechless. Chapter 289 Teasing and Heartbreaking. What's wrong with this guy? Listening to Lin Hai's tone, Kizaru felt as if he was being teased. So, this time it was Kizaru's turn to push the sword forward, and the two separated again, but Kizaru would not give Lin Hai time to breathe, and slashed with his sword, saying, be serious, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai. Boom. The swords of the two people collided again, and different colors of light burst out. Every sword used a force that those supernovas could not resist. At this time, Usopp, who was stunned on the side, was reminded by Luffy, and he immediately carried Zoro on his back and chose to run away. In the field, Lin Hai and Kizaru began to compete in swordsmanship. Kizaru's swordsmanship made Lin Hai speechless, with strength and speed, and the ability of the flash fruit. If Lin Hai had only focused on developing the fruit ability at the beginning, he would definitely be taught a lesson here today. Fortunately, Lin Hai knew his own limitations and didn't waste his time on those messy moves. Ding ding ding. In just a few seconds, Lin Hai and Kizaru fought dozens of moves, and the two separated again. Looking at Lin Hai's face without blushing or panting, he couldn't help but feel depressed. It's really a headache. Let's deal with Roranoa, who is about to die first. Yasakamai. Suddenly, Kizaru put his hands on his chest, palms facing up and down, and a golden light refracted along the obstacle to the direction of Usopp's escape. Naturally, Lin Hai would not let Kizaru chase them. Armament color hardening. At extreme speed, Lin Hai cancelled the ability of the Thunder Fruit, and directly took out his sword Gao Feng, and slashed at the light column. After all, what Lin Hai is most used to and most proficient in so far is the combination of space fruit and swordsmanship. And Kizaru, who was about to move with the help of the light column, had to avoid the sudden slash. At this time, Brook, who was running away, saw the flash disappearing in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he was almost scared to death. Brook said in shock, "It's terrible. The flash disappeared? Does that mean he didn't catch up?" Usopp looked back at Lin Hai and Kizaru, who were confronting each other, and he was also secretly relieved and replied, "It seems that Lin Hai blocked us. The Admiral of the Navy is really terrible. Let's run away quickly." Zoro, who was on Usopp's back, said, "I didn't expect that the gap between us and Lin Hai would be so big." Usopp said speechlessly, "Is it the time to talk about this now? Escape is important." In the field, Kizaru frowned at Lin Hai, "It's really a headache. I came to this island with a relaxed and happy mood." Lin Hai held the sword in his hand and replied, "Uncle Kizaru, can't you just pretend that you didn't see us?" Sword of the Heavenly Clouds. Kizaru used his ability to gather a laser sword again and said, "Are you kidding? If we let you go, our marine headquarters will lose face in front of the celestial dragons in Mary Goase." "Wait a minute." Lin Hai said, "Can you listen to me, Admiral Kizaru?" Kizaru held the long sword with both hands and replied, "You don't want me to let you go, do you?" "No, no, no." Lin Hai said, "Excuse me, does the marine headquarters really have face in front of the celestial dragons?" Seeing Kizaru's eyebrows raised, Lin Hai said with a piercing look, "It would be strange if those scumbags walked on the street without being beaten, because they do nothing, don't you think so, Admiral Kizaru?" According to Lin Hai, their marine headquarters is serving the scumbags mentioned by Lin Hai. "Hey, hey!" Kizaru said speechlessly, "You are very dangerous. Not only did you beat up the celestial dragons, but you even dared to slander the Navy." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Kizaru, "Did I slander? The so-called descendants of God are simply nonsense. There are people in this world who call themselves gods. I almost laughed to death." "Stop it. You dare to say such things in front of the Navy Admiral?" After being teased by Lin Hai, Kizaru slashed at Lin Hai with a heavy sword, but Lin Hai took it easily. Lin Hai did not give up teasing. There were some things that he couldn't help but say. So, Lin Hai continued, "By the way, that celestial dragon named Charlos, I think he is just like an idiot. He was beaten, so he was beaten. He was not killed. It is unexpected that your navy actually ran out of a person like you, and you are not happy until the world knows about it. Your navy is really willful." Ding ding ding. Kizaru really didn't expect that there would be such a fearless guy who dared to say such a thing, but it seems to make sense. Kizaru reacted and launched a fierce attack on Lin Hai. "What about the celestial dragons? It's not your turn, a sinful pirate, to comment, right?" Lin Hai picked up Kizaru's laser sword and replied, "Sin? Uncle Kizaru, is it a sin to trade so many people around here? Stop it." Kizaru stabbed Lin Hai with a sword. Lin Hai disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Kizaru. He slashed at Kizaru with a sword. Kizaru turned back to block Lin Hai's sword. Both of them used their strength and jumped away again. In another place, Usopp, who was running away with Zoro on his back, was stopped by PX-1. Because Zoro had lost his fighting power, Usopp was no match for PX-1. Just when PX-1 fired a laser at Usopp, Shishibukai Kuma appeared and said softly, "Wait, PX-1. Hey!" Usopp turned his head in horror and his mentality collapsed. He seemed to have forgotten what Lin Hai had said before and shouted in horror, "Another one? I've had enough." And Zoro, who was lying on the ground, got up with difficulty and sweated coldly, muttering, "This guy is the real one." Kwa took off his gloves and asked, "If you go on a trip, where do you want to go?" Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone realized that Kuma had a book in his hand. But everyone was still terrified. Although Lin Hai said he was here to save everyone, how could he save them? Shoot away? It's not like everyone hasn't seen it before. The things this guy shoots are deadly. But before everyone could wonder, Kuma, who was ruthless and didn't talk much, shot directly at where Zoro was standing, and then Zoro disappeared. When Zoro disappeared, the Straw Hat Pirates were confused and panicked. Soon, only Luffy was left sitting there, not knowing what to do. Lin Hai, who was fighting with Kizaru, was also speechless. Didn't he explain it to Luffy before? This guy actually showed such an expression now. Did he really think his companions disappeared? Ding! A stream of energy overflowed upwards, making a special sound. The two swords collided again, and Kizaru turned around and complained, "Bartholomew Kuma, what on earth do you want to do? I said that pirates are not reliable at all." Lin Hai asked hypocritically with a dark face, "He actually dared to shoot my crew away? Admiral Kizaru, can you please get out of the way? I'm going to kill him." "Well, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai." Kizaru chopped down with a heavy sword and said, "Since they were not caught, I have to hand you over to the celestial dragons." At this time, Kuma instantly moved in front of Luffy. Kizaru frowned and asked, "What on earth do you want to do?" "Kuma." Kwa replied, "As long as it is not something the government instructs us to do, we have no obligation to cooperate with the Navy, and I will not answer your questions." Lin Hai bounced Kizaru's sword away, pretending to be angry and shouting, "You bastard, you actually shot all my partners away." At this time, Luffy lay on the ground with tears in his eyes and muttered, "I can't even save a partner. Oh my! Are you into the play?" Lin Hai's eyes twitched suddenly. Chapter 290 Wearing Cool. Kizaru, who had been fighting with Lin Hai for a while, understood that he could not take down Lin Hai in a short time, because Lin Hai's spatial ability had not been used yet. For people of this level, it is easy to know what level of fruit development they have reached. Seeing that Kuma was in front of Luffy, Kizaru stopped attacking Lin Hai, and Lin Hai would naturally not take the initiative to attack the Admiral, right? The angry Admiral is really no joke. At this time, Kizaru put away his sword and turned to look at Kuma, asking, "Are you going to knock him away and end it? Are you ready to explain it? This is a big problem." Kwa remained silent for a while, turned to look at Luffy, and Lin Hai on the side knew that the opportunity had come. Lin Hai said angrily, "7 warlords of the sea, right? You dare? Space field. Hey!" Kizaru frowned and looked behind. Swoosh! Lin Hai instantly appeared beside Luffy, and Xiong slapped him with his palm. Luffy and his partner disappeared at the same time. Kizaru and Gendarmerie were speechless. Kuma naturally didn't care about the consequences, because he had some unknown deals with Vegabank and others. Anyway, he would lose consciousness soon, which was no different from being dead. And Kizaru, what could he do? The Straw Hat Pirates were all blown away, and the responsibility could not be blamed on him. In another place, Lin Hai and Luffy, who were blown away, were flying at high speed in a bubble shaped like a bear's paw. Luffy was still sad. "Everyone, weevu. Doan." Lin Hai sat there and punched Luffy directly, angrily saying, "How long are you going to cry?" Lin Hai, but Luffy was still sad, not coming out of his previous emotions. Lin Hai poked Luffy's head and asked, "What did I tell you at the beginning? They are all fine, they were just sent away like us, let's meet again in 2 years." Luffy was surprised by Lin Hai's reminder and said, "Is that so? It turns out that everyone is not dead, but we have to wait for 2 years. Lin Hai was too lazy to pay attention, and directly threw the newspaper that Ace was going to be executed to Luffy. After a while, Luffy was shocked to see the contents of the newspaper. Fire Fist Ace was about to be executed. Lin Hai said unhappily, "Hurry up and get your mind ready. After landing, we will go to save Ace." "Yet," Luffy replied, "we must save him. I didn't expect Ace to be executed. By the way, did you know it a long time ago?" "Hey!" Lin Hai replied with fish eyes, "What if you know? Do you want to take everyone to the Navy headquarters to save people?" Luffy asked quickly, "Is Ace in the Navy headquarters?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "He should be in the underwater prison. Don't think about it there. The most important thing for us is to wait until we land before making plans." For a while, the two fell silent. After a while, Luffy said, Lin Hai, thank you. Lin Hai turned around and handed Luffy a chicken leg, smiling, thank you for nothing, eat your chicken leg. Luffy quickly took the chicken leg and asked while eating, by the way, will we be able to catch up with Ace's execution? If not. Lin Hai lay down, put his hands on his head and replied, do your best and leave it to fate. We should think about where to land now, and then we can think of a way, right? Yet? Luffy asked, Lin Hai, do you have any more chicken legs? I'm hungry, the chicken legs you gave me are the most delicious, here, give me another bottle of Coke, the Coke you gave me is the most delicious. Lin Hai glared at Luffy with a dark face, this guy. Just like that, the two flew in the air for an unknown period of time, anyway, it was a very long time. Flying across the blue sky, across the starry sky, across. Lin Hai, how long are we going to fly to? That bear is so abominable. I will never let him go when the time comes. Luffy said angrily. Ha ha ha, Lin Hai said with a smile, you still have the right to be angry with him? Without him, we don't know if we can get out of the Sabayati archipelago. Anyway, this incident tells us that we should do everything within our ability. If we know that we can't face the opponent, we have to admit defeat and run away when we should. This is the correct way to open the pirates. Is that so? Luffy snatched the chicken leg from Lin Hai's hand, and ate it without caring that Lin Hai had bitten it. Then I forgive him. Lin Hai, do you still have that hamburger? That hamburger is the most delicious. Lin Hai pushed Luffy away directly, and said with disgust, stay away from me, you only know how to eat every day, look at your silly look. What did you say? Believe it or not, I will beat you. Asshole, be quiet, I don't know if this bubble is stable, don't move around. It was unknown how long it had been, and the bear paw-shaped bubble landed in a forest. Because they had been flying in the air for too long, both of them were numb. Seeing several birdmen flying overhead and the cries of some animals, Luffy asked first, can these birds fly so high? Lin Hai replied, you can live so long, why can't birds fly so high? No. Luffy hurriedly touched the ground and said in surprise, hey Lin Hai, we have landed, get up quickly. Lin Hai pushed Luffy away with disdain, I know, look how happy you are, it's just landing, wow. Luffy stared at the front and drooled immediately. Because a big wild boar appeared in front of the two of them. This big wild boar was originally out hunting, but when it saw these two humans, it was a little confused. At this time, Lin Hai poked his palm and said with a sly smile, little pig, come here quickly, I have good things here. Luffy can't wait any longer. After all, in these 3 days and 3 nights, he ate some fried foods that he couldn't eat enough. No matter how delicious it is, he will get tired of it, right? Guess what? Boomerang. Boom. Lin Hai turned to Luffy and couldn't help but said, won't you let me finish my words? Stop talking nonsense. Luffy Fei immediately said, we seem to have returned to our previous lives. Hurry up and pick up some firewood. It's time to eat. As Lin Hai and Luffy started to make a fire to cook, some smoke inevitably rose from the forest, and this scene naturally attracted the people patrolling here, so those people rushed to Lin Hai and Luffy. What's strange is that all the people who rushed over were women. These women each had a long snake wrapped around their bodies, and their clothes were even cooler. Chapter 291 Lin Hai's Nonsense. At the auction venue number 1 in the Sabayati archipelago, a group of Navy officers lowered their heads and waited for orders. Rizward and his daughter woke up, but Charlos was still in a coma. Looking at his unconscious son, Rizward gritted his teeth and whispered in a low voice, my son, Charlos. Xiaololia on the side couldn't bear it anymore. She shouted to the Navy, haven't they been caught yet? A leading Navy lowered his head and reported, Admiral Huang Yuan has gone to hunt them down. I think it's only a matter of time to catch them. Please wait a little longer. Xiaololia roared, a group of dogs who are not good at doing things. They not only offended the dignity of our celestial dragons, but also let all our slaves go. What do they think of the blood of the creator of this world? Listen to me, after catching them, I must make them kneel down and beg for mercy, and taste the taste of hell on earth. In another place, due to the previous explanation, the flag of the 1,000 Miles Sunshine had been put away long ago, and it was taken care of by Dibaru and his group. And Rayleigh, who returned to the bar where Xiaoqi blackmailed, sat at the bar and couldn't help but sighed, are all young people nowadays so fierce? Rayleigh had been watching the battle between Lin Hai and Kizaru just now. Rayleigh couldn't understand how such a person was tricked by Luffy to board the ship. Xiaoqi poured Rayleigh a glass of wine and asked, "Straw Hat Pirates, are they okay?" Rayleigh picked up the glass and replied, "Ah, they were all sent away as planned, nothing's wrong." Xiaoqi smiled easily, "That's great, the unprecedented big waves are coming, they can't lose to this wave." After Rayleigh drank a glass of wine, he couldn't help but recall the conversation between Lin Hai and Kuma at that time, which really shocked Rayleigh. An island in the doldrums beside the Grand Line, Daughter Island, is where Lin Hai and Luffy landed. The two of them didn't know that they had caused trouble because of the fire, and were eating barbecue in high spirits. "Hurry up, there's smoke." Did the group of people anchored nearby sneak onto the island? If so, it's a serious matter. No, the island is heavily guarded, and if they break through the guards and sneak in, they won't deliberately attract our attention like this, right? Several women who were running expressed their doubts while running. Lin Hai, who had just finished eating barbecue and was lying down to rest, found that Luffy couldn't calm down at all. He found many colorful mushrooms nearby, and said happily, "Lin Hai, come quickly, there are many delicious mushrooms here, do you want them?" "Duan." Lin Hai punched Luffy directly, and said unhappily, "Colored mushrooms are generally not edible, okay? In the past, you, a fool, stole them and asked Sister Magino to bring a doctor to treat you. Don't forget the pain after the scar heals." Luffy said with regret, "It's rare to have so many colorful mushrooms." Test. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Just finished eating barbecue, you are hungry again?" "Wait, someone is coming." Luffy asked, "Who is coming?" Soon, 3 women appeared in front of Lin Hai and Luffy, one of whom was slender and graceful. She was taller than Lin Hai in high heels. The other woman was very cute and beautiful, but her height was so high that Lin Hai and Luffy were not as tall as her feet. "It seems that she belongs to the giant tribe, right?" "The last one, her name is Stoby, and her figure is stronger than Dodden in Windmill Village." At this time, Luffy asked first, "Who are you? What's the matter with you here?" The leading woman, her name is Margaret, with short golden hair, the ends of her hair are slightly curled up, and her figure is slender, which is slightly taller than Lin Hai. She asked vigilantly, "Who are you? Why did you invade here? What's your purpose?" The tallest Everlander scratched her head with an index finger and asked tentatively, "Are they the Navy who sneaked in?" "Margaret." Another sturdy Stoby asked, "They look so strange, with flat chests." Luffy replied, "What are you talking about? We were photographed here." "Photographed here." Everlander was full of confusion. Margaret immediately made an attacking posture and said, "Invaders, can't you make up some decent reasons? Just surrender." "What are you talking about?" Lin Hai said straight. Then he pushed Luffy away and explained, "This is what happened. A few days ago, we had a dispute with the Admiral of the Navy in the Sabayati archipelago. That Admiral dared to say that he was more handsome than me. Who can tolerate such a lie? So, we fought with that guy called Admiral Kizaru. At that time, I fought with that old man Kizaru in the Sabayati archipelago for several days and nights. It was a battle that was so fierce that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. Just when we were about to use our own special moves, a Shishibukai ran out Bartholomew Bear. Who knew that the bastard bear would use his meatball fruit ability to slap us both here while I was using my power? Well, that's what happened." As soon as he finished speaking, several people suddenly opened their mouths wide, their brains were full of confusion, and it was as if a few crows flew over their heads. Luffy was also confused. What the hell was Lin Hai talking about? Although it was a bit exaggerated, it seemed that this was how it happened. "I just felt that something was wrong." Hey. Lin Hai waved his hand in front of Margaret and the others, and said, "Did you understand? That's what happened. We fought with Admiral Kizaru, and then were slapped here by the 7 Warlords Bear." Everyone was speechless again. Why didn't they say that just now? Margaret reacted and immediately made an attacking gesture, saying, "It's nonsense. This is a doldrums. Who can shoot people so far?" Stoby echoed, "This is Amazon Lily. No matter whether what you said is true or not, it's best to surrender and wait for Lady Snake to come back before making a decision." Flandra said, "But I think what he said is true." Luffy objected, "Surrender? No, we still have important things to do. Who wants to be caught by you?" Lin Hai patted Luffy's shoulder and said, "Let's talk it over. We will go with you." We won't resist. After saying that, Lin Hai turned to Luffy and whispered, "Stupid, this is their country, they have their own rules. We are leaving the island and still asking them to do something. Don't make trouble." After a while, Lin Hai said speechlessly, "You don't need to tie your hands? Why do we two look like prisoners?" Luffy said, "Didn't you just say that we can't be impulsive? We still have something to ask of them. Anyway, we are going to see that person, so what's the problem with tying your hands?" He. Lin Hai was speechless. Luffy made a lot of sense, and Lin Hai couldn't refute it. Chapter 292 Pirate Queen. After her hands and feet were tied, Margaret, who was stared at by Lin Hai, blushed inexplicably. She didn't know why her heartbeat accelerated, but she quickly avoided Lin Hai's eyes. In this case, Lin Hai naturally looked at Everandra next to Margaret, the long-legged girl in a bikini. Margaret suddenly asked Lin Hai, "Did you eat the mushrooms over there?" "Mushrooms?" Lin Hai replied, "No, that should be poisonous, right?" Stoby said, "Yes, it's the mushrooms over there. After eating, they will grow on the body, and then grow all over the body, and finally lose life." "What?" Luffy's eyes bulged out, and he said in surprise, "Fortunately, I didn't eat it just now, but it's a pity." Suddenly, a scene that Lin Hai didn't expect appeared. Margaret Lit squatted down and curiously held the things in front of Lin Hai, and asked, "If you didn't eat it, how could there be mushrooms here?" Eflandra echoed, "Yes, he doesn't have any on him." Lin Hai was shocked and said quickly, You be careful." Margaret quickly retracted her hand that had just been touched by Lin Hai's shout, and looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" As she said, she looked at the place where her hand had just touched, and said curiously, "It's so strange." Luffy on the side said speechlessly, "It's you who are strange, don't you know what it is?" As he said, Luffy looked at Lin Hai with fish eyes. Lin Hai was speechless. Lin Hai, is a normal man, okay? The dress of the two women in front of him, and this strong vision, can he not respond? Ahem. Lin Hai said, "Business is important. Please take us into the town. We haven't had a decent meal in these days." Yes. Luffy said excitedly, "Can you treat us to a meal?" "Thank you." Soon, the five people entered the town, but Lin Hai and Luffy looked completely different from the people here, which attracted the whispers of the residents here. "Look, those two people look so strange." Yes, their hair is so short and their chests are flat. Is this the point? They seem to be invaders, captured by Margaret and others, and their hands are tied up. Lin Hai and Luffy pretended not to hear these voices. Because at this time, Luffy's mind was attracted by the aroma of those foods. And Lin Hai was attracted by the bikinis on the island. Luffy pouts his nose like a pig, drools, and deeply inhales the aroma, while saying intoxicatedly, "It smells so good, it looks delicious." Lin Hai felt that he couldn't see it all. So many bikinis. At this time, Everlandra lowered her head and asked, "Snake Lady hasn't come back yet. How should we deal with them?" Margaret replied, "Lock them up first and ask my mother-in-law first." Margaret turned to look at Lin Hai and asked, "Is that really not a mushroom on you? If it is, it will be life-threatening." Lin Hai replied with a dark face, "That is not a mushroom." "Thank you for your concern." Margaret replied thoughtfully, "It does not feel like a mushroom. It is much harder than a mushroom." Luffy said, "You are so weird. It seems that there are only women here. Don't you have any men here?" Men. The three women were puzzled. They were all women here. Margaret, who had reacted, immediately broke out in a cold sweat and turned around to ask, "You two are you men?" Lin Hai replied with a dark face, "Yes." Luffy said, "Have you never seen a man? What a strange island. What the hell, can I eat something first? The food over there looks so delicious." As he said that, Luffy sniffed with his nose. At this time, Margaret had not heard Luffy's words. She was curious about what she had just caught. After a short episode, Lin Hai and Luffy were really locked up, but when they went in, Lin Hai still bought a lot of things to bring in. Luffy asked, "How do you have so many Baileys?" Lin Hai picked up the barbecue unique to Daughter Island and ate while replying, "Remember the auction venue? When we came out from the backstage with Uncle Rayleigh, didn't you cause a commotion? Those world nobles who evacuated from the safe passage became the big fat sheep for me and Uncle Rayleigh. I see, it's delicious. Before Lin Hai and Luffy landed, a warship was parked in the sea 3 kilometers away from Daughter Island. The warship was led by Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, and a huge sea king was floating next to the warship. A gorgeous ship smaller than the warship approached the warship. The gorgeous ship was the pirate ship of Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing that Boa Hancock was willing to come to see him, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel shouted, "I'm getting impatient waiting. Are you finally here? 9 Snakes Pirates. I'm Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel of the Marine Headquarters. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Pirate Queen, Boa Hancock, come out quickly, I'm here to pick you up." A woman on the 9 Snakes Pirates replied, "Unfortunately, Lady Snake will not come out. Hasn't she already answered many times? It's a man, what a rude creature. I haven't seen a living man for a long time." When they see the flag of the 9 snakes, no matter if they are pirates or merchants, they always get on a small boat and run away. The purpose of Flying Squirrel's coming this time was to summon the 7 warlords of the sea. The task was huge, so he didn't take their words to heart. He took out a newspaper and threw it to a crew member of the 9 Snakes Pirates, saying, "We have received the reply, saying that we will respond to the call immediately, but you have no signs of coming at all." After seeing a crew member of the 9 Snakes Pirates take the newspaper, Flying Squirrel explained, "This is this morning's newspaper. The location and date of the public execution of Porgas D. Ace, the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, have been determined. We can no longer make concessions. This mandatory call for the 7 warlords of the sea is a strict order from the world government. If you refuse, even if the agreement is broken, you will be deprived of the title of 7 warlords of the sea. Do you know what this means?" After being explained by Flying Squirrel, Boa Hancock in the cabin naturally understood that it seemed that some measures needed to be taken. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels hitting the floor came from the 9 Snakes Pirates, followed by the sound of a door opening. Everyone held their breath and waited for the owner of the voice. A beautiful woman with white skin, tall figure, long black hair and a princess hairstyle came out of the cabin. Her slightly wide forehead was smooth and flat, her big eyes were like autumn water, her eyes were slender and delicate, her almond eyes revealed a little coldness, her nose was high, and her lips were soft without a wrinkle. She wore a pair of snake-shaped gold earrings under her ears, a red cheongsam-style dress, and a pair of red high heels. If Lin Hai was here, he would definitely exclaim, "Isn't this a high-end version of Teacher Kang? She deserves to be called the world's #1 beauty." At this time, Boa Hancock came out of the cabin, and there was a very cute cat playing with a ball in front of her. Boa Hancock saw this and kicked the cat away directly. She said emotionlessly, "Who is it that threw a kitten on my avenue?" Everyone was speechless. The Flying Squirrel couldn't figure out the woman's mind at all. He only knew that she was powerful and very dangerous. However, for the mission in the face of the Navy headquarters, he said with a stiff upper lip, "Finally out?" Boa Hancock. Chapter 293 The Heart of a Stifling. The Flying Squirrel had heard of Boa Hancock more or less. She must have had her own strengths to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In addition, she kicked such a cute kitten at will. The Flying Squirrel turned his head quickly. "Remind your subordinates," saying, "Everyone must not relax, be alert. The Vice Admiral is right, that guy is the leader of the monsters, I don't know how scary he is, we must not take it lightly. But, she, is the Pirate Queen? The legendary peerless beauty is really worthy of the name." When a group of Marines saw Boa Hancock standing on the head of the giant snake and approaching, her black and shiny hair was neat and beautiful. Whether it was her dress or her snow-white skin, the Marines suddenly became uneasy, and their restless hearts began to beat faster and faster for some reason. Boa Hancock, standing on the giant snake's head, saw everything in front of her. She tilted her head slightly to the right and said, "Can you finally come to greet me? You are such an ignorant guy. The reply a few days ago was just to perfunctorily appease you. I will not go to the war. But I don't want to be deprived of the title of Shishibukai. Also, I want all the goods on your ship." The Navy was silent. The Flying Squirrel with black lines on his head couldn't help but roar, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who will agree to such an unreasonable request?" Boa Hancock smiled and lifted her soft hair. An irresistible charm instantly fascinated the Navy on the Navy ship. "Hurry, move quickly. What a beautiful person! I'll give you whatever you want. The flying squirrel was so angry that he quickly reminded his subordinates, why did you move all the goods out? Wake up! After being reminded, the Navy finally realized what stupid things they were doing. The flying squirrel did not forget his mission, and patiently turned to Boa Hancock and explained, Poor Gas D Ace's execution day is exactly 1 week from now. Fire Fist Ace will die in the square of Marineford Town where the Navy headquarters is located. That is to say, within this week, in order to rescue Ace, Whitebeard must take action. Our Navy headquarters will dispatch all the combat forces led by 3 admirals to fight against Whitebeard and fight to the death. Be stripped of the title of Shishibukai or accept the call-up, give me a choice now, the time limit is coming. After listening to the flying squirrel's explanation, Boa Hancock still kept smiling, and then whispered, I like the title of Shishibukai very much and don't want to be stripped. But the world government is very annoying, I don't want to listen to their orders, how about this? The Navy soldiers who came to welcome me, I encountered an incredible accident at sea, my body turned into stone, and the whole army was wiped out. The flying squirrel looked up with a dark face and said, I have warned you just now, don't think you can be forgiven for throwing a tantrum. Soon, Boa Hancock jumped onto the deck of the Navy warship and said, no matter what I do, whether it is kicking a kitten, pulling off your ears, or even killing innocent people, the whole world will forgive me. As for why, as you can see, because I am as beautiful as a fairy. Ah, Lady Snake. Ah, forgive you, forgive you. The word as beautiful as a fairy is like magic, making both Boa Hancock's crew and the Marines on the Navy warship fall into a state of obsession. At this time, Boa Hancock took action. She slightly spread her legs, smoothed her hair back with both hands, and said, the dirty mind tempted by me will harden your body. As she said, she put her hands together into a heart shape and aimed at the Marines on the deck, desperate soul snatcher. Sweet wind. Instantly, a peach-colored heart-shaped energy swept through the Navy group on the warship, and everyone turned into stone in an instant. Only Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was left on the warship. He stabbed a knife into the back of his hand and used the pain to keep himself awake. In this way, Boa Hancock willfully left the Marines here, and she took the pirate group back to Nine Snake Island. In another place, in a relatively large room, Lin Hai and Luffy were imprisoned here. Luffy touched his stomach contentedly and said, I'm full, the food here is so delicious. Lin Hai looked at Luffy with disdain, but still asked curiously, I say, your head really won't turn into rubber, right? There are so many bikinis outside that can't attract you. Luffy rolled his eyes at Lin Hai and replied, do you think I'm the same as you? Lin Hai. Tisk. Lin Hai said playfully, Yuta. Luffy was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and immediately said in surprise, how do you know Yuta? No, I don't like her. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy immediately covered his mouth. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and smiled, oh, so you don't like Yuta, then I'm relieved. If I meet her, I will chase her. No. Luffy immediately objected. Lin Hai turned his head and asked playfully, why? Luffy immediately looked away and said, anyway, you can't chase her. By the way, how do you know her? Lin Hai hand pillow on the back of the brain, leaning on the wall cozily and laughed, I don't know, the first time we were drinking the shameful Luffy stood up the Lin Hai, and shouted with a red face, you are too despicable. Lin Hai said angrily, stinky straw hat, you don't let me go, I will tell you at the time. Is it? Luffy replied but I didn't remember anything at the time. At this time, Lin Hai pushed Luffy away and asked, can't remember? Well, I'll say it again. I like Mr. Kang, Mr. Wu Tenglin, Mr. Hotano, Mr. Ming Buletin. What? Luffy picked his nose and said with a bored look, why are they all teachers? No, is it a leisurely time now? We have to find a way to get out of the island to save Ace. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Who made the rules of this country so speechless? I heard from the 2 bikinis just now that men who enter the island will be sentenced to death. I say, Luffy, maybe we will really be executed. Luffy said, I don't want it. I still want to save Ace and become the Pirate King. How about we just jump out from above? Chapter 294 Lin Hai's bad idea. After listening to Luffy's suggestion, Lin Hai couldn't help rolling his eyes. It was too ridiculous to do it like in the original book. The scene I still remember vividly is when Luffy was shot in the air and fell into the river, and then was taken away by a fish. What's even more ridiculous is that Luffy's hat got stuck on the fish's fin, and then was thrown into the forest. Lin Hai would never pin his luck on such a ridiculous thing. At this time, Lin Hai said, "Let's wait for the Snake Princess on this island to come back. Didn't they just say that this is in the doldrums, and there is only one ship going out to sea? If we make trouble now, do you think the Snake Princess will send us out, whether it is because of the rules of this country, her impression of us, or other reasons?" "Is that so?" Luffy replied, "Then let's wait for the one called Snake Princess to come back." Lin Hai looked around, and then said with shining eyes, "Luffy, if I'm not mistaken, 9 Snake Island is ruled by the Empress Boa Hancock. She is not only the Empress of this country, but also the most beautiful woman in the world." "Empress? The most beautiful woman in the world?" Luffy replied, "None of these are important, right? Anyway, she is not our enemy. If she can agree to our request and send us out of the island, that would be the best." "You said there are invaders? Where are they?" The voice of an old woman came from not far away. Margaret replied, "Grandma Jia, they are just ahead, we have controlled them." Everlandra said, "We don't know how to deal with them. They said they were filmed here. What should we do?" Stoby asked, "Grandma Jia, why don't you leave?" Grandma Jia stopped, looking a little terrified, and asked quickly, "You caught 2 men? Are they Navy?" At this time, Luffy at the fence picked his nose and said, "Lin Hai, is this the world's most beautiful woman you mentioned?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Luffy, waved to the women who came over and said, "Margaret, Everlandra, you are here, I feel better when I see you too." Stoby on the side felt a little unhappy for some reason, she always felt offended. Margaret greeted Lin Hai and Luffy, and then said to Granny Jia, "That's them, but they said they are not the Navy." Granny Jia shed a few drops of cold sweat and muttered, "Of course they are not the Navy. Wasn't this kind of person in the Sabayati archipelago a few days ago? How could they appear here?" Luffy asked, "Granny, do you know us?" Margaret and others also looked at Granny Jia curiously. One of them couldn't help but ask curiously, "Granny Jia, do you know them?" Granny Jia took out the newspaper in her arms and said, "It's hard not to know them." After a while, there was a cry of surprise outside Lin Hai and Luffy's room, "Hey! Straw Hat Boy Luffy is so bold that he beat the Celestial Dragons. They were eventually defeated by the Navy Admiral Kizaru, and now they are nowhere to be found." Elsewhere, Boa Hancock, who was returning to her palace, habitually kicked the cat playing with the ball in front of her again. At this time, Boa Hancock was walking to her seat. A woman next to her was holding a plate with an exquisite box in the middle. The woman said, "We have prepared for you the finest gems selected from the spoils of war." Boa Hancock stopped and opened the box. Suddenly, the gem inside the box emitted a dazzling light. Boa Hancock picked up the gem, looked at it for a while, and then threw it behind her, saying, "Decorations of that level will only hinder my beauty." "Anasaida, what is this?" Anasaida hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "This is the gift that the children in the village gave to Snake Princess. It was made by hand. They admire you, so they made a statue out of clay based on your appearance. You see, they must have spent a lot of time and effort. The children carefully moved the statue into the castle in order not to damage it. It was so cute." "Is that so?" Boa Hancock stretched out her hand in front of the statue and tried it, then pushed the statue back with one palm, boom boom. Immediately, the statue broke into pieces. Boa Hancock said, "You made a concubine out of clay? Don't move such a dirty thing into the castle, throw it away quickly and clean the floor. By the way, Anasaida, why didn't you see the figures of the National Defense warriors in the crowd welcoming at the port?" Anasaida replied, "They didn't come to greet because 2 men entered the island." Boa Hancock stopped, "Men? Are they the Navy who sneaked in? Did you catch them?" Anasaida replied, "They were caught, but they are not Navy. They said they seemed to be photographed on this island and are now being held outside, waiting for your decision." Boa Hancock said, "Photographed on this island? Forget it, go get me a glass of white wine first. Give me a glass too." After meeting Luffy and Lin Hai, Grandma Jia also came here. Seeing Grandma Jia, Boa Hancock sat down and asked, "This is my room, why are you here?" A guard hurriedly asked, "Grandma Jia, where did you come from?" Grandma Jia replied, "I can come in from anywhere." Boa Hancock said, "Throw it out." "Wait a minute, Lady Snake. Grandma Jia hurriedly said, the ship of the central gang is still anchored on the sea, right? That is the ship to welcome you, right? Yes. Boa Hancock replied, it is an invitation to war. Grandma Jia asked, then why don't you go? Go quickly. As long as you join the war, you can keep the agreement. You are so powerful that you will never die. But, Boa Hancock put one hand on her chin and pretended to be very scared and said, I am so scared. Instantly, Grandma Jia's eyes showed red hearts, and she almost forgot the purpose of coming here. Grandma Jia, who reacted, adjusted herself and said, now this country is protected by your title of Shishibukai. A long time ago, we relied on the powerful defense network of the Calm Belt to protect this island from foreign invasion. But now the people in the center have mastered a new shipbuilding technology and can come and go freely in this sea area. It is precisely because you are Shishibukai that even if the 9 snakes make a living as pirates, they will not set foot on this island. There are old and young people on the island. Once the title is lost and it becomes an ordinary pirate country, it will lead to tragedy. Boya Hancock took the white wine and said, you are just afraid, right? Grandma Jia replied, it doesn't matter whether I live or die, please take a closer look at this crystal ball. As she said that, Grandma Jia quickly took out a crystal ball. That is. The fulfillment rate is 200%, Grandma Jia's divination. The guards were all excited when they saw the crystal ball in Grandma Jia's hand. However, after Grandma Jia whispered a few nonsense words to the crystal ball, she quickly turned her back to Boa Hancock, then took out a brush and wrote go quickly on the crystal ball. Seeing this scene, Boa Hancock's eyebrows jumped. She couldn't bear it anymore, she crushed the wine glass in her hand, walked to Grandma Jia with an angry face, and directly grabbed her hair, ready to throw Grandma Jia out of the window. Grandma Jia quickly said, wait a minute, Snake Queen, I have another important thing. Boya Hancock looked at Granny Jia with a dark face. Granny Jia said quickly, there are 2 men on this island. Hancock sneered, so what if they are men? Just execute them directly. Wait. Granny Jia said, let's not talk about the 2 men first. One of them is Lin Hai, the god of sleep, with a bounty of 425 million berries, and the other is the captain with a bounty of 300 million berries. Boya Hancock frowned and asked, what about the god of sleep? Granny Jia replied, Lin Hai, the god of sleep of the Straw Hat Pirates, he told me to let them see you. Boya Hancock replied, can anyone who wants to see me? Give it to me. Grandma Jia, who was about to be thrown out, had to take out the bad idea that Lin Hai had given her at that time. Grandma Jia said, he said he has a scar removal cream on his hand. Whether it is a knife scar or an indelible scar, as long as you use his scar removal cream, all scars will disappear. After a moment of silence, Boya Hancock asked, does he know something? Grandma Jia replied, bring them to see you, and ask them yourself. Boya Hancock couldn't help but frown. The secret behind the scar removal cream, does that man know something? After thinking for a while, Boya Hancock said, bring them to see me. As she said that, Boya Hancock still threw Grandma Jia out of the window. Damn it! Grandma Jia's voice came from the air. Chapter 295 Meeting the Empress. Looking at Grandma Jia who was thrown out by herself, Boya Hancock couldn't help but frown. Although she usually gave people an unreasonable style of doing things, from the results, it was good for the interests of the 9 Snakes Island. She, Boya Hancock, liked the 9 Snakes Island. Now, she really hated to join the war on the top, let alone the forced call. Moreover, those celestial dragons treated all races except them as inferior creatures and treated them like livestock. She, Boya Hancock, was once one of the victims. The hate of implanted genes, for the celestial dragons, Boya Hancock was disgusted and feared. But for the sake of the 9 snakes, should she participate in the war on the top? Does a country really have to rely on the title of a 7 warlords of the sea to maintain its safety? This is obviously unreliable. In the world of pirates, strength is respected. This is not the current trouble. There is another more troublesome thing. Just now, there was a person named Sleeping God Lin Hai. He seemed to know something. What's wrong, Snake Princess? Guard Anasaida asked when she saw that Boya Hancock seemed to be in trouble. Boya Hancock shook her head slightly and said, prepare to clean up the scene, I want to take a bath. Anasaida asked in confusion, aren't you going to meet the 2 invaders? Boya Hancock smoothed her hair and chuckled, is it not possible? Yes, Snake Princess, I'll arrange it now. At one point, the bell rang on 9 Snake Island, and the guards began to move. Boa Hancock wanted to take a bath. Except for Boa Hancock's 2 sisters and grandma, no one could cross the cordon. Lin Hai and Luffy, who were being taken out of the cell, were happy to think that they could meet Boa Hancock and discuss leaving the island. Who would have thought that Margaret and others would directly let Lin Hai and Luffy wait for Snake Princess there? Looking at the big scene in front of him, Lin Hai couldn't help but complain, "Your Empress is so willful. She just took a bath, but she had to make it like Luffy, a fool." She looked embarrassed if the whole world didn't know about it. Luffy said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I really hate taking a bath." "Bah!" Lin Hai said contemptuously, "I'm just giving an example. Look at your behavior. When you eat, you always make a lot of noise." Margaret reminded in a low voice, "When you see Lady Snake later, be careful with your words. If you offend Lady Snake, let alone your request, it's still a question whether you can save your life." Luffy asked curiously, "Is your Lady Snake a bad person? How is it possible?" Margaret looked at the height of 9 Snake Island with admiration and said, "Snake Lady is the woman that everyone in the country admires. She is powerful and noble, and her beauty is the best in the world." Lin Hai said speechlessly, Hey, don't show that expression, right? Beauty is beautiful, power is powerful, and nobility is noble. Does it have anything to do with us? I think she is just wasting people's money and resources." "Yet," Luffy echoed, "she is so willful. It's just a bath, but she made such a big fuss." Lin Hai said, "Margaret, can you take off the handcuffs in my hand? I want to pick my nose." The people next to Lin Hai were speechless for a moment. Margaret said, "That won't work. You are still considered an invader. You can only be free after Lady Snake decides everything. But you have to be prepared. Lady Snake may sentence you to death." In this way, Boa Hancock took a bath in the bath for 2 hours, while Lin Hai and Luffy waited outside for 2 hours. But fortunately, Margaret and Everlandra chatted with Lin Hai and Luffy, otherwise, they really couldn't stay. During the period, Margaret told Lin Hai and the others why Lady Snake forbade others to enter when bathing. She said it was the curse of Gorgon. In short, as long as you see the backs of the 3 sisters of Boa Hancock, you will turn into stone. Soon, Lin Hai and Luffy were taken to a large execution platform, surrounded by people in bikinis watching. Lin Hai turned to Luffy and said speechlessly, "There is really nothing we can do. If there is a record pointer to the underwater prison, we don't have to beg others. Now we are being watched like monkeys." Luffy laughed and said, "What does it matter? Nami is not here. What on earth is this? It looks like a wire." Suddenly, the bikinis on the side of the audience screamed. It turned out that Boa Hancock walked up to her throne. Tap tap tap, the sound of high heels hitting the ground attracted the attention of Lin Hai and Luffy. A head of black and beautiful hair, skin as white as snow, tall figure, wearing a red cheongsam, she is worthy of being the world's #1 beauty. Last year, because he was on the run, Lin Hai did not appreciate her seriously. Today, he saw the charm of the Empress. The Empress who sat in the seat was also very curious about Lin Hai. Last year, this person named Lin Hai actually beat up the celestial dragons. In the Empress's opinion, even the dumbest person knows that god-dragon people cannot be offended. At this time, the Empress looked at Lin Hai curiously, and happened to meet Lin Hai's eyes. At this time, the Empress couldn't help but frown. She had never seen such a look before. It was not like obsession, admiration, but also not admiration, and there seemed to be a hint of disdain in it. How could the Empress tolerate this? Disdain? Why did he disdain? It's not Lin Hai's fault. At this time, he was attracted by the Empress's appearance, because isn't this a high-end version of Teacher Kang? Like a beauty like Kang, Lin Hai had studied and been intoxicated by her many times in the middle of the night, and even for this, he spent billions of dollars. Men. The Empress put one hand on her ear, and asked like a high-ranking Empress, "I ask you, what is your purpose and how did you enter this island?" Luffy was the first to reply, "I have said that we were photographed here by a guy named Kuma. In a blink of an eye, we flew in the sky, and when we came to our senses, we were already here." The Empress still sat there lazily and said, "Lie, don't try to get away with that ridiculous reason, you must have an intention." Luffy replied, "If you want to talk about intentions, just give us a ship." It would be even better if you can give it to me. In short, we have to leave here as soon as possible and go to where I want to go. Since you are the boss here, I'll leave it to you. Luffy is really greedy, giving away a ship? We are in the doldrums here, and there is only one boat. How dare he say that? As soon as he finished speaking, those bikini girls were immediately furious. What nonsense is he talking about? Snake Princess is right, this man must be lying. They must be up to something, don't try to deceive us. Chapter 296 Pure Heart Pill. Lin Hai gave Luffy a speechless look and said, "Let me tell you, you guy, didn't they say it before? There is only one ship here, and you still want them to give you a ship? I'm speechless." After complaining about Luffy, Lin Hai looked up and said to Boa Hancock, "Lady Empress, we are the Straw Hat Pirates, and we had another conflict with the Celestial Dragons when we passed through the Sabaody Archipelago. As a result, we beat up those scumbags of the Celestial Dragons." As soon as the words were finished, the three sisters of Boa Hancock were stunned. After all, the fear brought to them by the Celestial Dragons was deep in their bones. At the same time, they hated the Celestial Dragons to the core, but the Celestial Dragons were too powerful and could not be provoked. Now that Lin Hai said this, the Tianlong people were beaten again? After a long time, Boa Hancock came to her senses after being reminded by her sisters and asked, "You said you beat the Celestial Dragons?" Lin Hai replied, "Yes, after we beat them, the Navy General came to arrest us." Here, Lin Hai couldn't help but brag again. He suddenly became intoxicated and recalled, "My Lady Empress, it's really intoxicating to talk about that bloody storm. At that time, I chased the Celestial Dragons with a kitchen knife, almost chasing them from Forest No. 1 to Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, for 3 days and 3 nights. The Celestial Dragon was almost scared to death by me. Unfortunately, when my kitchen knife was only 0.01 centimeters away from his throat, the old man Kizaru appeared. So, I fought with Kizaru, from the vicinity of the Navy headquarters all the way back to the Sabaody Archipelago." Everyone was stunned by Lin Hai's trick. Boa Hancock's eyebrows twitched for a long time, and then angrily said, "Man, you lied." Luffy also angrily said, "You bastard, don't make things more and more complicated." Ahem. Lin Hai also knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense, but the long-term habit made him unconsciously. Lin Hai quickly adjusted himself and laughed awkwardly, "Of course, what I said was exaggerated. I will just briefly say that we fought the Celestial Dragons, and Admiral Kizaru came to capture us. During the fight between me and Kizaru, Shishibukai Bartholomew Kuma slapped us away." Seeing the Empress's unbelieving look, Lin Hai explained, "Qua is a devil fruit user, his ability is the meatball fruit, the power to bounce off everything, don't disbelieve it." Boa Hancock asked, "Even so, what is your intention to come here?" "Intention?" Lin Hai blurted out, "I'm greedy for you, ugh, intention, can you send us off the island, we still have to rush to the underwater prison to rescue people." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was furious again. "Ha ha ha, go to the undersea prison to rescue people. What a joke, does he know what the undersea prison is like? Go there to rescue people." The words of these two men are not credible at all. They can't even come up with some decent reasons. They actually made such an outrageous excuse. Laughed at by everyone, Luffy turned his head to look at Lin Hai in confusion and asked, "What are they laughing at? Is it so funny that we go there to rescue people?" "Men," the Empress said, "don't dream of getting out of here alive, death is inevitable." "Wait." Lin Hai looked up and stared into the Empress's eyes and said, "This is your country, we just want to get out. If we really have intentions, we won't be like this, right? We are too very strong," said Lin Hai showed his bound hands. Boa Hancock couldn't help but frown. Lin Hai's words seemed to threaten her. At this time, Margaret, who was sitting on the side listening to the trial, couldn't help but stand up and said, "Please wait a moment, Lady Snake." She jumped up, walked to Lin Hai and Luffy, and took a look at the two of them. This scene made Lin Hai secretly exclaim that it was bad. Without waiting for Margaret to speak, Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Don't get involved, leave quickly." Margaret did not listen to Lin Hai's words, but looked at Snake Princess and said, They don't seem to be people with ulterior motives here, Lady Snake Princess, please let them go. I don't think they will do anything to harm this country." Luffy smiled happily, "Yes, please help me beg for mercy." Lin Hai said speechlessly, Stupid, I told you to study hard before, but you didn't. You still laugh at your sister. Margaret is in danger now. Dangerous? Luffy asked with a confused face. Why? She just begged for mercy. In the distance, Boa Hancock, who was sitting there, naturally had her own considerations. She had to eliminate those potential threats. This was something a qualified empress should think about. How could she let these two people go just like Margaret said? Moreover, the guy named Lin Hai seemed to know something and had been included in the danger list long ago. At this time, Boya Hancock asked, "You are a national warrior, right? When they entered this country where men are forbidden to enter, they were already sentenced to death. Why do you protect them?" Margaret glanced at Lin Hai and her cheeks turned red for no reason, but she still said, "I feel that I am to blame, because it was me who let them in here." At this time, Stoby and Everlanda also stood up at the same time. Stoby knelt and begged, "Sister Snake, this is for a reason." Everlanda also replied, "Yes, when we found them in the forest, they did not resist, so we brought them in and waited for your judgment. If you investigate their crimes of entering the country, we are all responsible." Margaret quickly stopped them and said, "Shut up, both of you. I am the one who said I would take them back to the village." Lin Hai was speechless. This is a big trouble. Depressed Lin Hai said to the three girls speechlessly, "I say you are so silly and cute." Luffy turned his head to look at Lin Hai and asked, "Hey Lin Hai, isn't it good that they plead for us? Why do you have this expression?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "You used to live in the mountains. I don't blame you for not knowing some tricks, but don't make trouble. This is their country, and it has its own rules. Forget it, let me think about it." Tap tap tap. The rhythmic sound of high heels and stone steps sounded again. It turned out that Boa Hancock walked down the stone steps. Suddenly, an intoxicating fragrance passed through Lin Hai's nose, stimulating the hormones that had nowhere to go, intoxicating everyone, regardless of gender or age. Lin Hai knew Boa Hancock's ability, the sweet devil fruit of the superhuman system. The 7 warlords of the sea have their own unique abilities. Lin Hai dare not be arrogant. Although he is confident that he will not be turned into stone, it would be interesting if he really was turned into stone. Thinking of this, Lin Hai quickly communicated with the Feng Shao system. "Brother Sao, are you there? Call Brother Sao." Feng Shao system, "Host, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Hai asked, "How to resist the petrification ability of the sweet fruit?" Feng Shao system, "You can resist it with strong domineering power, or have no distractions. The most reliable way is that the system recommends that the host buy a King's In pill." Lin Hai was immediately surprised. "Thank you, brother system." Before he finished speaking, he saw the price of King's In pill, and his mouth twitched. 16,666 Feng Shao coins? Killing pigs? Chapter 297 The Angry Empress. In order to prevent a disaster, Lin Hai spent 16,666 Feng Shao coins to buy the King's In pill, but found that the method of using the King's In pill only needed to be kept on the body, not for consumption. This made Lin Hai even more depressed, because there were only more than 1,000 Feng Shao coins left, and the Feng Shao coins that he had accumulated with great difficulty were cut off. At this time, Boa Hancock had already walked up to Margaret and the other 2 girls. "Enough." Boa Hancock stretched out a finger, lifted Margaret's chin, and said, "Raise your head, honest Margaret, I like honest people. Tell me, do you hope I will forgive you?" Margaret blushed and replied, "Yes, yes." Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but speechless. What is this? Aunt can tolerate, uncle can't tolerate. At this time, Boa Hancock said, "Stand up." The 3 women looked at the Empress for a while, all shy, with abnormal blushes on their faces. This made Lin Hai even more unbearable. "Hey, they are all women, what are they doing?" Space field. At this time, the Empress lifted her hair, suddenly put her hands forward, and formed a heart shape. "Death Soul, Sweet Wind. Space exchange." Instantly, the Empress used her ability to petrify loneliness. Due to Lin Hai's move, the field instantly caused a commotion. Why? Margaret and the others suddenly moved. That's right, they avoided the sweet wind of Lady Snake Princess. Why? Ah! Look, the snake tied to the man's hand is gone? Without Lady Snake Princess order, why would those snakes let him go? Men! Boa Hancock turned to look at Lin Hai and asked, "What is your ability? Did you save them?" Lin Hai was also depressed. When did he become so timid? He, Lin Hai, is a man with a flirtatious system. So, Lin Hai proudly put his hands up to his hair and replied, "Yes, they didn't do anything wrong, right?" After saying that, Lin Hai turned to the three women and said, "Go aside quickly, women are trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai was immediately confronted. "What a man without grace, it's really too rude." "That's right, Lady Snake Princess, please execute this man quickly. Our Lady Snake is the most powerful. Man, wait for your death." Lin Hai produced a cigar out of thin air with one hand, and then skillfully took out a pistol with the other hand, and rotated it 360 degrees gorgeously, bang. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Hai picked his ears with one hand and said, "It's so noisy, ladies, can you be quiet?" Boa Hancock was a person who had experienced big scenes after all. She looked at Lin Hai and asked again, "What kind of ability are you?" Lin Hai spit out a heart, and then replied, "The ability of the space fruit, isn't it crazy and cool? But you have no chance. Such an ability that is better than the sky is only worthy of me." Boa Hancock's eyebrows twitched, she lifted her hair, and then said, "This is the country of warriors, Amazon Lily. The strong are beautiful, man, you will die here today." Lin Hai looked at Boa Hancock with fish eyes and replied, Yet, you continue. Desperate soul stealing, sweet wind." Instantly, a continuously expanding energy body in the shape of several hearts penetrated Lin Hai. "Ha ha ha, what a stupid man, he was hit, right? Yes, he is definitely dead now. No one will not be petrified by the sweet wind of Lady Snake Princess. I think he should be scared silly. Is that the end?" In the field, Lin Hai felt a burst of energy, but he was fine. He continued to smoke a cigar and said, "Continue, I can still bear it." Boa Hancock's face was full of question marks. Not only her, but everyone else present except Luffy was full of question marks. Why didn't this man be petrified? Boa Hancock, who didn't believe in evil, put her hands together again, desperate soul stealing, sweet wind. The result was still the same. The man in front of her was not petrified. This joke was a bit too big. Why? Boa Hancock couldn't keep calm now. She shouted excitedly, "Why weren't you petrified? Didn't you feel moved by my beautiful face?" Boa Hancock's sisters also shouted in disbelief, "How could there be such a ridiculous thing, elder sister?" Yes, no matter whether men or women, old or young, anyone will be fascinated by the beautiful figure of elder sister. I'm afraid the fear of death is superior to the evil thoughts? Although it's sad, he is a lucky man. Facing the execution platform that became noisy again, Lin Hai said speechlessly, be more civilized, and keep quiet. By the way, the Empress, you continue, I'll watch you perform." As he said that, Lin Hai coquettishly blew a heart-shaped cigarette at Boa Hancock again. For some reason, Boa Hancock was silent. Because Lin Hai's expression showed that she was not attracted by her appearance at all. After a while, Boa Hancock asked, "Man, who are you?" When Luffy, who was sitting on the side, heard this, a drop of sweat fell on his forehead. He could not ask anyone but Lin Hai. As Luffy expected, Lin Hai turned his back to Boa Hancock, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, blew a heart-shaped cigarette in that direction, and then slowly said, "Who am I? I have long forgotten who I am. I am a man who is popular among thousands of women, but I have broken their hearts because I am the man they cannot get. If you must ask who I am, then call me a pure and beautiful man. Be careful." Luffy reminded quickly. How could Boa Hancock tolerate Lin Hai's behavior? She was very serious, but this guy dared to make fun of her. Fragrant kick. The angry Boa Hancock jumped up and kicked Lin Hai's head, ready to make him look like an idiot. Facing Boa Hancock's move, Lin Hai dared not be careless. Because Boa Hancock's move can target non-living things, such as stones, shells, or machinery, etc., which can be petrified by this move, regardless of whether the other party has a love for him or not. So, Lin Hai lowered his head and avoided the unreasonable move of the Empress. After pulling away, Lin Hai quickly communicated with the system, flirtatious system, although I have King's and Dan on me, if I am swept by her feet, will I be petrified directly where I touch? Flirtatious system, host, are you doubting is it the quality of the items sold by the system? Don't worry, the system's products must be top-notch. At this time, Boa Hancock made another move, fragrant feet. Lin Hai was speechless and asked quickly, System, of course I don't doubt the quality of your products, I'm asking you, will you be petrified by her? Flirtatious system? No. Lin Hai complained, why didn't you say it earlier? It made him tremble with fear and embarrassed. Chapter 298 Falling in Love. Check, this man, I thought he was so powerful, but he was chased by Lady Snake. That's right, this man is too ungraceful. He didn't know how to kneel down and beg for mercy when he saw our Lady Snake. He looks so ugly now. Come on, Lady Snake, kill this man. The bikini girls cheered for Boa Hancock, and Luffy on the side said contemptuously, Lin Hai, you are too weak, right? Fight her. Lin Hai said directly, you know nothing, her leg skills, look at it yourself. As he said, Lin Hai exchanged a weapon from the side, and at this time, the Empress swept over with a leg, and Lin Hai blocked her sweeping kick with the weapon, but there was no accident, the iron weapon turned directly into broken stone. Seeing this scene, Luffy exclaimed, Si Gao Yi. Seeing Luffy like this, Lin Hai's face turned black. Is it time to admire him now? At this moment, Lin Hai wanted to use Luffy to sweep the Empress's leg. However, after communicating with the system, Lin Hai knew that he had the King's In pill on him and was not afraid of all this. He also learned the positioning of the Empress's strength through the system, Boa Hancock, SS. At this time, after the two separated, Boa Hancock frowned. The guy in front of him seemed to have a strong sense of observation and domineering. However, the Empress, who possessed the domineering, simply disdained this. It was just a matter of time to defeat him. For a while, the Empress tilted her head back, pointed at Lin Hai with one hand, and looked down at Lin Hai and said to Lin Hai, Man, you only know how to run away. Run away. Lin Hai flicked the cigar in his hand and said, Woman, I am afraid that I will kill you with one punch because I am too strong. If you are aggressive again, I will not be polite. Really? Suddenly, the Empress put her index finger on her lips, and after a kiss, a red heart-shaped object appeared at the tip of her finger, and then aimed at Lin Hai. Boa Hancock said, Man, you can't escape. Pistol kiss. A burst of gunfire sounded, which made Lin Hai's eyes widen. How did he do it? But now is not the time to think about this. What made Lin Hai speechless was that the observation haki couldn't catch the energy body flying over. Lin Hai secretly spit. In this day and age, even the observation haki is unreliable. But don't be afraid. Net of space. Lin Hai stretched out a hand, and the space touched in front of him had changed. No matter what object or non-object, it could not touch him, Lin Hai. Boa Hancock, who was opposite Lin Hai, saw that the trick she launched fell into the sea, and she doubted her life a little. Is this trick useless to the man in front of her? But thinking that he was afraid of her kicking skills just now, Boa Hancock used the same trick again, fragrant kick. Faced with Boa Hancock's sweeping kick, Lin Hai didn't indulge her this time. So, Lin Hai stretched out his hand along Boa Hancock's leg and went straight up. In the field, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Luffy, who was sitting on the side, was also speechless. Lin Hai's character was still like this. Originally, when Boa Hancock was delighted to see Lin Hai dare to touch her legs without knowing the consequences, something happened that she had never expected since she was a child. This man was not only not petrified by her ability, but also. Boa Hancock suddenly groaned, and although it was not loud, everyone seemed to have heard it, and it was soul-stirring. We are fighting now. What is Lin Hai doing? Boa Hancock's thigh was grabbed, which made her lose consciousness and fall backwards. Just now, Lin Hai did not want to do this, it was because she was too charming, and he could not help but. But seeing Boa Hancock fall backwards, Lin Hai would naturally not let the world's most beautiful woman fall, right? So, Lin Hai held Boa Hancock's thigh with one hand and supported her waist with the other hand. Seeing Boa Hancock's shortness of breath and flushed cheeks, Lin Hai could not help but lower his head and asked, Woman, are you okay? It was the first time that a man held her waist and held her. It was the first time that she watched a man so closely. For some reason, Boa Hancock felt that her face was about to smoke. What exactly is this strange feeling? Why did she suddenly lose the hostility towards the man in front of her? It was so strange. No, 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 it's okay, you let me go. Boa Hancock suddenly became nervous. Looking at Boa Hancock like this, the high-end version of Mr. King, 36F, no, it should be more than that. So, Lin Hai simply went all out, so he pulled Boa Hancock closer, and Lin Hai replied, "Woman, you told me to let go, and I let go? How embarrassed I am." Words before she finished speaking, Boa Hancock's second sister, Boa Sandersonia, said anxiously, "Man, let my sister go, sister, are you okay?" The third sister, Boa Marigold, also said, "You despicable man, what did you do to my sister?" Luffy, who was on the side, looked at Lin Hai with fish eyes and muttered speechlessly, "Se Lin Hai." Lin Hai would not pay attention to their complaints. At this time, he was staring at Boa Hancock's eyes and sighed, "Beautiful, beautiful enough, I like it." Aha! Boa Hancock suddenly sighed. Everyone in the field was full of doubts. Lin Hai, who was closest to Boa Hancock, was the most difficult. Looking at Boa Hancock's style and listening to her voice, Lin Hai's heart was not only rippling, but also twitching fiercely. Grandma Jia, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but slap her forehead when she saw the two people. It's over. The Empress has fallen in love. Soon, the execution ended like a farce, because the Empress was here, and her words were final. Everyone would listen to her. So, Luffy, the foodie, was arranged to have a banquet directly, and Lin Hai followed the Empress to her room. The Empress's second and third sisters looked at the two people in front of them strangely under Grandma Jia's explanation. Lin Hai turned his head and said speechlessly, "What's so strange? Didn't I say it before? I'm going to give you a bottle of scar removal cream, the bargain price is only 998, free. Scar removal cream." Boa Hancock asked, "Can any scar be removed?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes." The second sister Boa Sandersonia couldn't help asking, "Do you know something?" After that, the mother-in-law, the third sister of the Empress, and the Empress looked at Lin Hai nervously and fearfully, waiting for Lin Hai's reply. Chapter 299 They will be judged. Know something? What do you mean? Lin Hai asked. In fact, Lin Hai knew what they wanted to ask. Lin Hai, who had read the original book, naturally knew that the marks on their backs were actually the marks of the slaves of the celestial dragons. However, for these, Lin Hai naturally would not say them out, sometimes he had to play dumb. At this time, Boa Hancock's second sister, Boa Sandersonia, said, "Actually, it's about our backs. That's something we don't want anyone to see. If people know about it, we can't stay in this country anymore." Hey. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Since it's such an important matter, you still tell me, you?" Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold asked at the same time in confusion, "We?" Lin Hai asked with fish eyes, "Are you going to kill people to silence them? Also, what is the Empress doing hiding in the curtain? She is so mysterious, what does she want to do?" At this time, Boa Hancock said, "You can come in." Lin Hai immediately objected, "I don't want it." The Empress replied, "Come in, man." As she spoke, the curtain was opened, and inside, Boa Hancock was sitting right in front, facing Lin Hai. Lin Hai's eyes suddenly bulged out, and he swallowed his saliva and said in surprise, Are you so enthusiastic? This is too enthusiastic." Boa Hancock raised the corner of her mouth and chuckled, "I thought you didn't have any evil thoughts about me, so that's it." After all, Lin Hai is not a native of the pirate world, so naturally he is not like the people in this world. Lin Hai quickly adjusted himself and said while picking his nose, "Evil thoughts? What evil thoughts? If you don't know how to say it, don't say it. This is the normal reaction of a normal man, okay? By the way, what do you want to do? Be careful not to catch a cold." Boa Hancock was silent immediately. Be careful not to catch a cold? No, what did she Hancock want to do just now? For a moment the Empress and Lin Hai stared at each other, but Lin Hai still stared at the most attractive place. "Just look at it," Lin Hai actually commented on it. Lin Hai swallowed his saliva again and said, "Empress, you are really the most beautiful woman in the world. 1 point more is too much, 1 point less is too little. This can be called a masterpiece of nature and incomparable." After a while, Hancock realized her purpose. She lifted her hair and turned around with great difficulty and said, "Do you understand what this mark means?" Lin Hai pretended to be surprised and said, "I see. Having such a large mark on your skin really bothers you. It affects your appearance too much, but, you are blessed." Lin Hai took out the scar removal cream and was about to step forward. Boya Sanders Sonia wanted to stop Lin Hai. "Man, what do you want to do to my elder sister again?" Lin Hai turned his head and rolled his eyes and said, "Be patient, I have no intention to harm you, okay? Now, I will show you what magic is." Hancock was attracted by the conversation between the two. She turned to look at Lin Hai and asked, "What are you going to do?" Smelling the intoxicating atmosphere in the room, Lin Hai really couldn't control himself. Just like Aladdin's magic lamp with some magic oil unconsciously, I felt that the world had become so beautiful, and I couldn't help wanting to do something. Lin Hai quickly restrained himself and said, "Turn around and lift your hair. I tell you, I won't give this thing in my hand to ordinary people." As he said that, Lin Hai poured some scar removal cream on his hands, and then applied it on Hancock's back. After a while, the plaster had covered the larger round mark. Hancock shed a drop of cold sweat and asked, "Man, what did you put on my back? It was cool at first, then hot, and now it feels itchy." Lin Hai said, "Bear with me, today I will let you witness the birth of a miracle." A minute later, Lin Hai turned to Boya Sandersonia and Boya Marigold and said, "Go get a wet towel." Soon, Lin Hai wiped off the plaster on Hancock's back, and a miracle really happened. The mark was gone, and Boya Sandersonia, Boya Marigold and Grandma Jia saw this scene, and they were like seeing a ghost. "Sister, sister, the mark on your back disappeared." "Yes, why?" "This is a Tian Long." Boa Marigold quickly covered her mouth after realizing that she had made a slip of the tongue. But Hancock didn't believe it, because the mark could not be erased. It was the mark of a Tian Long person, engraved on the skin for a lifetime. At this time, Lin Hai took out a mirror and said, "See? With this ointment on your hand, the scars will disappear without a trace." Hancock stared at the back reflected by the two mirrors in front of her with wide eyes. "What kind of mark is there?" Hancock was shocked for a while. She turned her head and looked at Lin Hai. Her expression seemed very difficult and she was hesitant to speak. Lin Hai took off his coat and put it on Hancock, otherwise, he would have a nosebleed. After all, when you are hungry, how does it feel to see delicious food but not be able to eat it? At this time, Grandma Jia said, "Just tell him directly, be frank, Snake Princess. It's okay, just tell him everything." Hey. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I'm not interested. Let's go on." As he said that, Lin Hai threw the scar removal cream in his hand to Boa Marigold and said, "I know you women love beauty, but sometimes it's inevitable to leave some scars, so this is for you." "Wait." Hancock turned his head and looked at Lin Hai and said, "Man, the mark just now is actually the hoof of the flying dragon, the emblem of the celestial dragons. It is a mark on the world. The evidence of inferiority to humans that can never be erased in a lifetime." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "What a mess, didn't I erase it just now? I'm telling you, the past is the past. I don't know how much fear those scumbags have caused you, but you really don't need to care about them." Seeing that everyone was looking at him in confusion, Lin Hai sorted out his thoughts and said, "Many of the celestial dragons are already sick and their thoughts have reached the point of being crazy. I guess they will all be judged soon." "Judgment? Who has such great ability?" Boya Sandersonia exclaimed. Grandma sighed, "You are so bold to say such things." Boya Marigold echoed, "More than bold, it is simply." "Ahem." Lin Hai explained, "According to the development of history, this is inevitable, but these are not important, the most important thing is you, Hancock." Hancock looked at Lin Hai in confusion and asked, "Me? What's wrong with me?" Chapter 300 I Want to Eat Grapes. Lin Hai sat close to Boa Hancock and smiled playfully, "Don't you realize that your own personality is very abnormal? This is a mental illness. But I admire you for being able to manage the 9 snakes so well." Suddenly, Boa Hancock stared at Lin Hai in silence. Being stared at like this by Boya Hancock, Lin Hai felt a chill down his spine and said quickly, "It's not your fault. I don't know how to say it. But one thing is that the past has already happened and no one can change it. If you still stay in the past, there will be no bright future. Just like a great mother I know who has passed away, she often told her daughter to face life with a smile. So, be strong, a good life is in your own hands. If you don't have this mentality, come on, think whatever you want, I really can't stand this atmosphere. Lin Hai was ready to get up and leave. At this time, Boya Hancock smiled inexplicably for some reason and said, Gordo, Sonia, and Zappo, all of you go out for a while, I have something to say to him. Yes, sister. Okay. Man, you stay. After a while, the room was silent with only Lin Hai and Boya Hancock. The two sat opposite each other, and a heart-pounding atmosphere filled the room. Actually, Lin Hai didn't want to leave at all. It was all because Hancock was too charming. He always wanted to have something happen with her. But at least he didn't have any etiquette. That Lin Hai, who was stared at by Boa Hancock, was the first to break the silence. Boa Hancock chuckled and said, Man, based on what you just said to me, you already knew the mark on my back, right? Lin Hai he quickly replied, No, we haven't met before, how could we know? Can you put on your clothes properly? Boya Hancock didn't listen to Lin Hai's words, but said, Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, I didn't expect there is a fool like you in the world, just like that person, challenging the sky. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Come on, what challenge, don't compare me with the hero in your mind, I am a pirate, I only do what I like. Boya Hancock interrupted, Do you know that person? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, According to what you said, and some inferences, it is nothing more than the fishman who climbed onto the Red Earth continent more than 10 years ago, made a big fuss there, and released thousands of slaves. Wait for me. Boya Hancock asked, What's wrong? At this time, Lin Hai walked to the door, opened the door, and said with fish eyes, Are you all free? Is eavesdropping fun? The three women outside the door were scolded by Lin Hai and left silently. Lin Hai expressed his satisfaction, because he was not used to these light bulbs. Sitting next to Boa Hancock again, Boa Hancock asked embarrassedly, Will you look down on me because I used to be a slave of the celestial dragons? What a pity. Because there was no one around, Lin Hai sat directly next to Hancock, hugged her waist, and whispered in Hancock's ear, What are you talking about? The mark on your back is gone, and many things should disappear. Hancock blushed and said, Can you not hug me so tightly? Lin Hai took Hancock's hand and asked, Woman, do you have any objection? Aha! Hancock was instantly annoyed. After an unknown period of time, Hancock's second and third sisters used the scar removal cream given by Lin Hai to remove the marks on their backs, and then came to Hancock's door, but the door was still closed. The second sister Sonia asked, Gorod, what are they doing in there? My elder sister seems to be in pain. The third sister Gorod replied, I don't know, are they fighting? Sonia shook her head and said, It shouldn't be. If it was a fight, why didn't there be any sound of things breaking? Besides, I don't think he would hurt my elder sister. Gorod asked puzzledly, But my elder sister's voice, should we go in? At this time, Granny Jia, who came from a distance, said with a red face, You two follow me. After listening to Granny Jia's explanation, Sonia and Gorod's faces turned red and they screamed, So that's it? Yes, just as they imagined, Lin Hai was sweating profusely at this time, standing on the beach, letting the waves of the sea submerge him. And Boya Hancock was already above the clouds, floating and unaware of the outside world. They all forgot the years and time. It was unknown how long it had passed, but night had already fallen. Sitting in a corner, Lin Hai was in doubt. He looked at Boa Hancock at this moment. Her face was like a peach blossom, and she was even more beautiful than before. But what Lin Hai could not have imagined was that she was not like a dog licker as in the original book. At this time, Hancock was putting one foot on Lin Hai's leg and said, Are you hungry? Lin Hai put his arm around Hancock's waist and replied, Is it okay? Let's go eat together later? By the way, you seem to have something on your mind, why not tell me? Boya Hancock leaned on Lin Hai's shoulder and said, The Navy's 7 warlords of the sea are forcibly summoned, which makes me very troubled. Lin Hai chuckled and said, Stupid, many things in this world can be solved smoothly. If you don't like to participate in the war, you can go there and fish. Boya Hancock looked up and asked in confusion, Fishing? Do you want to eat fish? Lin Hai was depressed. It seems that there is no such thing as slacking off in this world. So, Lin Hai laughed evilly, What fish to eat? I want to eat grapes. Soon, Boa Hancock was intoxicated while listening to Lin Hai's explanation. It turned out that this was slacking off. In other words, going to the war at that time is just a pretense, but not a contribution. This not only solves the problem of being deprived of the qualification of the 7 warlords of the sea for not participating in the war, but also complies with Hancock's own thoughts of not wanting to be an enemy of Whitebeard and not wanting to listen to the wishes of the world government. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. After some discussion, Boa Hancock made a decision and prepared to accept the call of the 7 warlords of the sea. And Lin Hai also told Hancock that the person he wanted to save was actually the protagonist who was executed this time, Ace.